So many technical difficulties. Yay, I think we're live. Hello, everybody. I'm gonna have to take myself off Facebook. Okay. Hi, I believe we are live. I'm just gonna check here on Facebook. And I want to wish everyone a happy Friday. Just having a couple of technical difficulties at the last minute. One of my speakers is on a ship and has no internet or has very spotty internet and can't make it. So I'm shuffling the schedule around. So thank you, Jody, for accommodating at 10:30, and then I have time to fill her spot. So this is what happens in virtual land. So welcome, everyone. We will be live streaming here all day until either 3:30 or 4, whatever time we finish. And who knows what other last minute things will come up, and maybe we'll be here till 4:30 or 5. It's happened before. So first, everyone, thank you so much for joining. And this is going to be another amazing summit put on by Empowered Talks. And this one is all about relationships. So relationships in every sense of the word. So I chose relationships for February because Valentine's Day is all about relationships and love. And so hopefully that love is not just at home for your loved ones. And, and that does include everyone, your children, your husbands, your wives, your parents, your whole family, but also relationships with coworkers, relationships with media, as you will soon get to hear from Lori McNeil. She is also going to be joining us shortly, and she's going to be talking about media and your relationship with media. And so we're going to hear about all kinds of different relationships. Relationships are so important, right? And you have to have a good, solid relationship with your clients, no matter how you work with them. It could be you just could be on the phone with them and maybe never even see what they look like, and that's okay too. Or you're on a Zoom and they're in a faraway land, or they're next to you, or you're working on them. If you're, let's say, any kind of a healer and you're doing massages, so there's a lot of touching involved, so there's got to be a sense of trust. Like, I know that I'm very particular about my hairdresser. I'm very particular about my massage therapist. I'm super particular about my social media managers. And I'm also super picky and particular about my clients. If a client is abusive, I definitely do not work with them. I don't think you should either, but that's a choice you have to make. And sometimes as entrepreneurs, when we're starting out, it's often difficult for us to say no to a client, like, you're new to this and this is how it happens. And so we're all chasing clients, and you're thinking, oh my gosh, I can't really give up this client, and the client's counting on me. But if the client's abusive, you have no business working with them. So relationships cover everything. And the beautiful Lori McNeil has joined us. So I am going to pass this over to Lori. You will be hearing from me throughout the day. So I'm not going anywhere. We're going to be here for a few hours, 7. And so this morning, we're going to hear from Lori. And if you just give me a minute, I usually have all of my bios in order, and for some reason, I can't seem to open it today. So people may have to introduce themselves. But I want to spare Lori that. She's been talking a lot, right, Lori? How are you feeling this morning?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Good, good. Excellent. I love doing these summits, and I had a crazy busy day yesterday. So And then we had a bit of a glitch this morning. So Jody, the amazing Jody, who you will hear from at 10:30 now instead of 1, has come to my rescue. Okay.
Love it. Awesome.
There you are, Lori. Okay, so Lori McNeil is an international media marketing and branding expert who specializes in helping entrepreneurs and business leaders understand the power of developing one cohesive plan. She is a powerful, she's not power, she's a powerhouse. So she's a powerful speaker who empowers and inspires others to step into their greatness and use media to reach more people and increase sales. Lori was selected as an official speaker for the Think and Grow Rich World Legacy Tour and was invited as a featured speaker for Turning Point 2020 with 2.25 million people attending live. She is featured in media over 500 times a year, and her global work earned her the Lifetime Presidential Service Award. And most recently, the Global Visionary Leader Award, as well as a special leadership recognition by the LA Tribune. And with that, I present you with Lori McNeil, and I will mute myself so you can hear Lori. Lori, take it away.
Thank you so much. And actually, Marianne, I have an announcement to add to that I haven't told anyone yet. On March 2nd, I actually will be honored at a ceremony in Vegas with my second presidential award. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Wow, that's amazing. Congratulations. And no surprise, no surprise. Lori is one of the most professional speakers I have ever met. She is just a super amazing professional, full of integrity. Integrity, if you know me, is one of my favorite things. And if you don't have integrity, we're probably never going to work together. So that's why I love her. We've known each other for quite a few years now, and now we're like friends. Now it's just, not just colleagues, not just coaching, not just this or that. Now we're just friends. And with that, I will now mute myself and let Lori speak.
Thank you so much, Marianne. Thank you so much. Well, it is my pleasure to be opening up the month of love. And I am a branding, media, and marketing expert. I am a business strategist. I do travel the globe internationally. And today I thought we'd have a little bit of fun with the topic and talk a little bit more about relationships as it pertains to business, media, and marketing. And some of you might be thinking, well, those are two totally different topics. How do they fit together? But they very much fit together when you're talking about real client and customer, when you're talking about building your business, when you're talking about building your relationships, coming forth authentically in your messaging and everything that you are. So we're going to be kind of weaving that into the topic today, but I am very excited to be here. And I believe truly in what I call the trifecta of media, branding, and marketing, and really understand you have to have in place as an overall business strategy for everything that you do. It's so important. It is not what I call throwing spaghetti at the wall, which is if you have a little bit of extra time and you have a little bit of extra money, you might have an ad in a magazine, you might do a book, you might do this, you might do that. I'm here to tell you that's not a strategy. Those are amazing opportunities to help you build your brand, to help you build that awareness, that credibility, all those things that everyone is after all the time. But there is a strategy that you have to have in place, and understanding all differences, then how they fit together actually to create that plan as part of your overall business strategy. A lot of us might have a business plan. Maybe you've worked in corporate, maybe you haven't, but just the idea of a business plan, most people are familiar with. But what a lot of people they tend to forget is that there's all these different types of plans that need to kind of overlap and fit together. And again, it's not just about, the extra. So I want you guys to understand the differences, first of all, between branding and marketing. some deep dive stuff so that you understand the differences, because a lot of people don't understand the differences. But then as we're talking over the next hour or so, hopefully you guys are taking notes, because I'm going to be going over a lot of things that are maybe new to you that you haven't heard, and maybe some refresher of things that you need to be reminded of at the beginning of this new year that's going to help you set that trajectory in a different direction, and hopefully a more stronger direction. So as you are building your branding and marketing strategy plan, and you're trying to even think about where to start and what to do, a lot of people start with a logo. A lot of people will think, okay, what are my favorite colors? What kind of elements represent me? What do I like? You know, those kind of things. And I want you guys to really unlearn some stuff that maybe you have learned before, or their mindset because you didn't know, because you don't know what you don't know if you're navigating things for the first time. So I want you guys to not design the logo first. A lot of people do that because they just think, I've got to get going. I've got a course. I'm a coach. I've got to put my stuff out there, whatever it is. And so you understand that you need a logo, but you don't know that the logo is actually the last thing that should be created, not the first. Because that's such an impactful visual indicator that you're trying to attach yourself to, you're trying to build that brand, then a lot of people go there first. And that's a huge, huge mistake. So what you want to do is you want to build your branding essence first. So in order to do a deeper dive into your branding essence, you need to understand who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve. And you need to be really, really crystal clear on those three things, because those three things will help you get understanding your avatar. When you understand more who you are, then you understand who you're targeting, who your client, who your actual ideal client and customer is. You're not trying to solve problems for all people. You're trying to stay in your lane, in your zone of genius, and focus specifically on those people that you're trying to attract. When you are more yourself and you understand these three things, then the right people will automatically, magnetically be attracted to you. This is where a lot of people get into trouble, because they think, well, I just need to make money. Whoever I can sell to, I just need to make money. And then you're frustrated because you're maybe not selling at worth all of the effort that you're putting in on the back end. Or maybe someone is paying you, but they're the wrong client and they're just exhausting. Maybe you don't like working with them, or they're a pain to work with for whatever reason, or you feel like you're pulling them, you know, through your program. There's all these things. And I hear from people all the time that they almost feel like they have to, because they're trying to get up and going. And that is a little bit of an old school mindset, which is do what you have to do whatever you have to do to keep the money flowing. There's a part of that that's true. You need to be absolutely willing to work really, really hard in the beginning to build your business and to do whatever it takes. But you also need to understand that when you are crystal clear in what you're doing, you're not busy being busy. You're busy with actionable steps that actually lead to the results that you're after in the right ways. So don't get caught up in just the busyness of being busy and doing and serving and doing all of these things. You're serving with intentionality. You're serving with focus. You're serving and building the relationships with the right people, not necessarily just trying to be everywhere without strategy. And I believe in what I call the omnipresence approach, which is absolutely creating the strategy that allows you to visually be everywhere. And I have people tell me this all the time. They're like, Lori, you are everywhere. Yes, that's true. It's because I've built a specific strategy that allows for that, not because I accept every summit from anyone that asks me, every stage, every client, every media opportunity. I'm very specific. I'm very, very tactful and specific and strategic in everything that I do, every stage I'm on, every platform I'm on, every client that I accept to work with. So you will get to that point, but the sooner that you get to that point in building the relationships with the right people, the more you'll be able to charge, the happier that you will be working in your zone of genius, and the faster and smoother that you will be able to get the results for those clients and get them through that transformation that you're trying to take them through. So the relationships come from you having that good relationship with yourself and knowing who you are, who you serve, the problem, so that you then can build the relationships with the right people and attract the right people to have the whole process work the way that it's supposed to. When it's not working the way that it's supposed to, the way that you think it should, and it feels more like you're doing this, then there's a breakdown in the process somewhere. There's either lack of clarity, lack of messaging, lack of the strategy behind the planning of some of the stuff that I'm talking about. There's a breakdown somewhere, and you have to fix it. You have to identify the problem and you have to fix it so that you can actually serve the people that you were created to serve. Each one of you are designed to do exactly what you were meant to do. Your uniqueness and your branding essence and who you are, your tools in your toolbox, your internal tools help you solve can. And that's why there's no such thing as competition. It doesn't matter how many health coaches are out there. It doesn't matter how many business coaches are out there. It doesn't matter how many people do similar things in the space that you do, because no one has the internal tools that you have, and no one uses them in the way that you do. And that's why this is so important to understand. Get out of scarcity mode, get out of competition mode, because it doesn't matter. I have people try to rip me off all the time with my courses, with my marketing, with my whatever. It doesn't, know that they can't speak the way that I do. They can't implement it the way that I do. They don't bring to the stage what I bring to the stage. They don't know how to implement the certain strategies that are needed. They can try to maybe rip off a graphic that I've created on social media. They're not going to use it the way that it's meant to be used, because they don't know the strategy that I've designed behind that particular graphic. So when you understand that, and when you stand strong in your value of knowing who you are and what you bring to the table, it is a game changer with how the relationship that you have with yourself and the relationship and understanding that you then are putting out there in the world, so that you are magnetically attracting the right people to you. When you have that negative mindset, when you have that scarcity mindset, and you don't have that healthy relationship with yourself and understanding your value and staying strong and focused in that, energetically, you're putting out the wrong energy. Want to do that. You don't want to have that negative scarcity mindset and stance in the world, because you're going to be attracting the wrong people. You don't want to constantly come to the defense. Social media, how people, ripped you off and screwed you over and all this kind of stuff. I see people doing that. You're actually positioning yourself from a position of scarcity and weakness, not from strength. So you don't want to do that. When you're trying to the right people, everything that you are doing or not doing that represents you and your brand, and the messaging that you are putting out there, the energy that you're putting out there in the world, and why certain people are attracted to you or not attracted to you. There is a reason for that. And so if you're not getting the right feedback, if you're not getting the right attention, if you're not getting the right exposure, if there's something wrong, you need to do a deeper dive within yourself and figure out, is my messaging off? Is my branding off? Is my attitude off? Like, what part of what I'm doing or not doing that's incongruent? What's incongruent about what I'm doing? Why am I not attracting the right relationships, the right network, the right money, the right clients, the right whatever it is, fill in the blank, the right opportunities? There's a reason for all of it. So when you understand your branding essence, you understand who you are, you understand what lights you up. And that means your own hobbies, your own interests, everything that you are, that you're bringing out to the world. Then you understand what draws you in as a consumer. There's certain labels, there's certain brands, there's certain experiences that you like as a consumer. You want to attract your likeness, your higher mindedness that is in alignment with you. The more you understand about yourself, the more you understand what is going to catch the attention of the right people that you are after, that you are created to solve problems and that you are created to help. That's why when you do that deeper dive and you really truly, not just randomly, oh, I like to ride horses and my favorite color is, green. It's a lot more of a process than that you go through on a deeper level to understand the hobbies of your clients, the needs of your clients. Are your clients married? Are they not married? Do they have kids? Are they empty nesters? Do they have certain cultural beliefs? The more that you understand about who you are and who you serve, then the more that your branding and your messaging will actually reach the right people. It's so important. When something is off, there's a reason, and you need to do that deeper dive to figure that out. This is why a lot of people have a hard time reaching their first six figures or their first million, or even if they have, they've been struggling the whole time, and it's been like this hole, right? So when you understand these things, you actually then are not hunting for people. You're not hunting for opportunities. You have become the hunted. There's a switch that happens that is beautiful that a lot of people are striving to get to. They say, oh man, I don't have time to fill out all these applications for all these stages or all these media opportunities, or I don't know where to look for them, or I don't know what to do. So in the beginning, when you build it the right way and you get to that switch that happens to where you're not hunting, you're becoming the hunted, it's so easy. It becomes so smooth. And when I reached that point, it was a huge game changer. My coaches had been telling me that. And I understand that when you're in it, you're like, but when does it happen? When am I going to get there? When does this happen? How hard do I have to keep working? And I get that, and I understand that. And I'm here to tell you, it happens when you do the deeper dive. When you think about your journey, like the tortoise and the hare, right? The story of the tortoise and the hare. And everybody thinks that, the faster one is going to win. But there's all these distractions. There's the wrong mindset. There's all these things. When you take actionable steps in the right direction and you are focused on your strategy and you keep going, you will actually get to where you want to go faster because you're not busy doing the wrong things. You're not busy with all the shiny objects. You're not busy trying to do all of these projects and do all of these things that are keeping you busy, but not actually catapulting you. They're taking up too much of your time and energy. Not that they're bad projects, not that you're working with, bad people or anything like that. It's that you're not laser focused enough on what it is that you're actually doing, and you're taking on sometimes too much. And sometimes it's too much of a good thing is a bad thing, right? We've kind of heard that before. So it's not, maybe it could be two things. Maybe you're doing too much, and maybe you really are busy doing the wrong things. But it takes that deeper dive to figure out what the problem is. When I was chosen as a speaker for Think and Grow Rich for 2 World Legacy Tours, I actually not only specialized in all of the different principles that they teach, but I specifically was asked to teach on persistence. Chapter 8 talks about persistence, and you'll hear me in my messaging talk about consistent persistence. So it's the persistence where you do not give up. You have to have the persistence in everything that you do, but you've got to have that consistent persistence. Even on the days when you're sick, even on the days when you don't feel well, even on the days when you are defeated and you feel like everything has gone wrong, or maybe you're not even sure what to post that day. There's all these different reasons. Maybe you've had illnesses and deaths in the family, and the list goes on and on. We all have challenges that we face. How are you showing up anyway? How are you showing up for yourself? How are you showing up for the people that are relying on you to be consistent, even when you don't realize that they're watching you? There's people watching you all the time. You are always planting seeds in the hearts, souls, and minds of people all over, whether you realize it or not. You have to believe so strongly in what you're doing that you show up even on the hard days, even on the days when you don't feel like it. That consistent persistence is what allows people to like, know, and trust you. Most of us, I'm sure, have heard that. You've got to get to that likability, that knowledge level, that trustability so that people want to buy from you. The secret formula in that is consistency. You have to be consistent. I have people tell me all the time, Lori, you're one of the most consistent people I see on social media. There is a strategy behind that. There's a reason for it. There's been days, I have hard days just like everyone else. I've got real life going on. I've got a family. I've got all kinds of other commitments, but I am super consistent when it comes to certain strategies, and social media happens to be one of them. To create that like, know, and trust factor, people notice so much that a few years ago, I had something going on where there was like a couple days where I wasn't as active on social media. And people noticed, people were sliding into my DMs saying, "Are you okay? Where are you? We noticed there's a difference. We know." And it's a beautiful thing because it also reminded me that people are watching. People are watching. They rely on me. They want me to be consistent. People want you to show up. People are waiting for you to show up. And they notice. You may be the only inspiration that they see on their feed in a world full of negativity when there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. Be the light in somebody's life. You want to be a transformational leader? Be consistent with the way that you're showing up in your leadership, in all things that you're doing. Build those relationships in only a way that you can. And when you understand how to use the branding, media, and marketing to your advantage to help you build those relationships faster at all levels, friendship, colleague, network, clients, all types of relationships. You know, you hear a lot how relationships build wealth, right? The network is the net worth. It is so true. Some of you need to be more consistent and stronger and more strategic in how you're going about doing that. When you build your branding essence, then you understand the emotional connection behind what's attracting the right relationships, behind what's attracting your ideal client and customer. Then you know the elements that you need to go into that logo. You know the colors that are going to attract the right, have that emotional right response that's going to attract them on that subconscious level. They're going to want to know you, like you, and trust you when you've gotten your attention with some of those visual elements. You cannot build the right visual elements without doing the deeper dive of understanding the branding essence. And that is why the logo should be the last thing that you build, not the first thing. A lot of people reverse that. They have these problems and then they wonder why. That is a huge part of the reason why. Now, what's the difference between branding and marketing? Because I have a lot of people ask me this pretty much every day. Marketing gets them in the door. The branding keeps them coming back. This is where people get tripped up. When you are building your marketing, branding, and media plans and you're thinking about how to move forward in that, you build it the exact opposite way that your customer, that you implement it and your customer comes to you. This is why people get confused. When you build your branding, then you build your marketing. So branding comes first, branding essence, then the logo, all part of the branding. Then you build the marketing plan. That's where the messaging comes in. Once you've built the branding, then you build the marketing plan. Then you know the 3 to 5 main messaging points that everything in your marketing plan is based on. So you build the branding first, then the marketing. When you implement it, your customer is going to respond to it exactly the opposite. The marketing gets them in the door. The branding keeps them coming back. And it's this process that people get confused about because they don't understand the steps and they don't understand how it works. I should have just absolutely opened your mind by understanding that alone. Hopefully you guys are taking notes because this is gold when you guys are understanding how to build and implement the right strategies in the right way. When you then add in the marketing opportunity, the media platforms, the media opportunities, then you're ready because you understand your 3 to 5 main messaging points. You can be on a stage, you can be interviewed, you can do these things because you are laser focused in who you're targeting, and you are laser focused in all of your 3 to 5 main messaging points that your branding and your marketing plans are based on. Then the third element is that you add in the media. A lot of people they're so much in a hurry to get on stages. There's so much in a hurry to get in magazines. There's so much, you're in a hurry to do all of these things because of the social proof that it brings. And I absolutely understand that. very, very valuable. But when you haven't done a deeper dive and you haven't put in these other elements first, then those media opportunities are not actually doing you as much good as you think that they are or that they could be, because you're not as dialed in as you should be. So there is an order that all of this needs to be built in, and there's an order that it all gets implemented in. Once it's all implemented and working in that strong trifecta that I talk about, and the strategy then becomes intertwined as you continue to implement, that's when you really start to gain a ton of traction, because you're continuing to move forward stronger and stronger all the time in your media branding and marketing plan. And then you start to implement the omnipresent strategy where it seems like you are everywhere all the time. The other part of that strategy, though, is what I talk about in my book, Media Secrets. When I do the deeper dive into the 5-star strategy process that I teach, the 5th star in the process is the repurposing strategy. So the repurposing strategy also allows you, as you build your additional media platforms, you're understanding how to repurpose that content. And so you're always adding in new opportunities with repurposing the old, and at the same time creating new content. So let me give you an example of that. Let's say that you're speaking on a webinar or some type of a virtual platform. You are going to have that audio and that video. You're going to be able to capture that for your own branding. And what you do is, because I just had this happen with a client just a few days ago. They were on a podcast that was not recorded in a visual format. It was a podcast that was done more audibly over the phone. Great, but then they don't have visuals behind that, right? So what you do is you create a new piece of content using the audio that you have with what I call an audio reel or an audio square. There's so many different names for it, but basically what it is, you have your own branded photos that you use for certain things that have your logos on them, or you should. And if you need examples, definitely follow me on social media because you can see examples of how I do this. So if all you have is an audio piece of content, you can still repurpose that many ways. First of all, you can transcribe it. If you have the audio, you can always transcribe something. So you can turn it into your own blog posts. You can turn it into your own LinkedIn articles. You can turn it into your own quotes and quote yourself, which is something that a lot of people miss the value in. I see a lot of people on social media that are sharing really great quotes by John Maxwell, Tony Robbins, all these really great leaders. There's nothing wrong with that. There's 2 things that you should be doing to implement that in a stronger way. First of all, you should own your own critical thinking and add your own critical thinking to the text above that, so that there's more value that you as a leader are adding to that post or adding to that graphic. That's one mistake that I see people making. The other mistake that I see people making is that you're not quoting yourself. If you're positioning yourself as the leader, and if you're positioning yourself as the expert in your field, then you should be quoting yourself more than you're quoting other people. So, for example, one of the things that I say on a lot is tools in your toolbox are useless if they are not used. You just heard me say a few minutes ago that I truly believe that your internal tools make you uniquely qualified to solve external problems in only a way that you can, right? The toolbox is part of my messaging. It's part of my branding. So you'll notice that on my social media, part of what I talk about is the tools in your toolbox. I talk about how those are unique to you. So tools in your toolbox are useless if they're not used. So how would I use that? So I would take a branded photo, a professional branded photo of some kind with my logo, and I would quote myself. I wouldn't add a quote by somebody else. I would create my own piece of content in my own branded graphic media posting. So you guys should be thinking of things within your own messaging, your 3 to 5 main messaging points, and you should be quoting yourself more than you're quoting other people. So there's some very easy things that you can do to implement right now today to elevate yourself as a leader and an expert in your area, and just how you're even navigating what to post and how you're posting it. So when you have an audio, you can transcribe that, turn that into LinkedIn articles, which actually helps you boost your SEO, because there's a direct relationship that LinkedIn has with SEO boost for LinkedIn articles only. That's not saying that you write an article on a platform and you share it to LinkedIn. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actual article platform within LinkedIn itself. When you keep articles that are roughly 500 550 words, that's perfect for the algorithm within that itself. I would not recommend sharing your blog to LinkedIn. Again, that's another third party. When you're sharing it, the algorithm doesn't work the same way with the Google SEO. So you don't want to do that. So these are organic, evergreen articles, 500 to 550 words that are specific to LinkedIn. So you want to make sure that you just know how some of these things work so that you're working smarter, not harder, and you know how to work with the systems. I have a lot of people say, well, the algorithms don't work for me. This isn't working, this isn't working. When you unlock a couple of golden nuggets and you understand kind of how it works, it's a huge game changer for doing that. So then what's another thing you can do? You can create that social media graphic with the audio. You can pull out different quotes that you actually already had in this interview, right? You can repurpose it multiple times with different articles, different short blog postings. There's so many different ways that you can use that audio when you transcribe it. You can use it in a book if you want to. A lot of people say, well, I don't know what to write in a chapter. Maybe it's an anthology, something like that. You have all kinds of content. You just need to learn how to be smarter about how you're using that and how you're repurposing that. One of the biggest mistakes that I see people, no matter what platform or what opportunity that they're in, is they're not actually repurposing it and they're not understanding how to leverage those pieces of content to the best of their ability. I see a lot of people say, oh, I'm really excited. I'm going to be on this show. And then maybe an after post. Oh, thank you so much for having me. I was just on this show. Maybe you're making 2 to 3 posts about it. You may or may not be asked to send out an email, but you're not really understanding how to leverage the content that you have. For every 30-minute piece of content, whether it's an interview, platform of any kind, and everything is a stage, my friend. Everything is a stage. It doesn't matter. Social media is a stage. It's a different type of a stage. Don't think that just because you're not physically in a room on a physical stage that you're not making traction with being on stages. That's not true. There's a huge disconnect in mindset understanding when it comes to what a stage is, first of all, if you're trying to get more speaking opportunities, for instance. But for every 30 minutes of content that you're recording on a virtual platform, on a podcast, on a stage, whatever it is, you should be able to repurpose that about 100 times. So when you're thinking about how to repurpose that in short blog posts, in articles, in graphic media postings, maybe you only have an article that you've written and you don't have a lot of audio and video. You do the reverse. You actually record then your own content. If you have an article, go ahead and create a mini course from that. Go ahead and make a Facebook Live from that. Go ahead and create some type of audio or video to go with that. If you're like, I don't know about Facebook Lives, I don't know about video yet, take the baby step. You can go ahead and record your voice reading your own article and do exactly what I said with creating the branded social media audio graphic for that and post that. There's so many different ways that you can do this. Don't get limited by what you don't know and what you don't understand or what you're afraid to try. You've got to lean into this process to understand, oh my gosh, 100 times for every 30 minutes. How many Facebook Lives have you done? And are you turning those into articles? Are you turning those into blog posts? Everything that you do is an opportunity to repurpose your content in so many different ways so that you're building relationships with the right people. You're putting your content out there in smarter ways to reach the people that are waiting for you to show up in a strong, bold way to be the leader that they need, that they're looking for, to be that mentor, to be that light in their lives, so that when a relationship starts out as maybe a client mentorship relationship, it turns into a friendship years later, like Marianne and I have been. It's a beautiful, beautiful transition when you implement things in the right way and you then are flawlessly, well, I shouldn't say that because there's always going to be challenges. There's always going to be mistakes that are made and you learn from your failures, but seamlessly as far as like the effort, not how hard that you're working, but how hard that it feels, how hard that it is for you. So that's what I mean by more seamless. You're doing more of what you love. There's challenges in that, but the process is exciting. It's then is not as much of a struggle because you figure it out behind the scenes, who you are, who you serve, the problem that you solve. And through the strategies that I'm sharing with you, you allow people to like you more, trust you more, understand more who you are. They can like, know, and trust you when you are consistently persistent in these strategies and moving forward in the trifecta of media, branding, and marketing as your overall business strategy from the very beginning. If you're someone that's been in business for 5, 10 plus years and you say, well, gosh, how do I implement it now? It's not too late. It's not too late. What I'm sharing with you, it doesn't matter how long you've been in business. It's never too late to implement the right strategies and actually have that stronger foundation to move forward from. You can only fake it till you make it for so long, my friends. It just doesn't work. Even if you think that you're successful, how much more successful could you be? How much greater of an impact could you have if you actually implement these things that I am sharing with you today? And if you switch your mindset around how you're even building your foundation, how you're even moving forward with your strategies, how you're even moving forward with the right strategies to reach the right people. It's not hard, but it does take hard work. And it does take consistency in doing that. There's so many different things that you can do to start right now, today, in aligning yourself with the right people and implementing the right strategies. So many of you have missions. So many of you have goals. So many of you have greater legacy, messaging and impact that you want to have on the world. Do a basic Google search. Align yourself with what I call the national calendar. If you're a health coach, if you're a fitness coach, if you are in AI is a totally different thing that I didn't get into today very much, but it doesn't matter what it is. There is a National Coffee Day. There's a Walk Your Pets Day. It doesn't matter what it is. There are hundreds of different national campaigns that you can actually attach yourself to your messaging and to your branding to position yourself as the stronger leader in a very strong way when it comes to not only your branding and marketing, but to media platforms. Media platforms are always looking for something to align themselves with. You may be an unknown to them, but there's national holidays that people have heard of that make really great stories. And when you come in as the expert that can offer additional supporting data, program support to Red Ribbon Week, whatever it is, that helps them look like a rock star because they know what's going on in the world. You look like a rock star because you're positioned as the leader attached to that bigger brand. Everybody wins. It's an easy sell. It's an easy win. So when you're trying to get on more media platforms, I have a lot of people want to get on more TV and they want to get on more podcasts. Like, think about how you can be creative. Think about how you can work smarter, not harder. These are very easy strategies that you can use right now, today, to position your branding and your marketing. Remember, your marketing gets them in the door. Your 3 to 5 main messaging points is part of your marketing plan that gets them in the door. Your branding keeps them coming back and keeps them loyal customers. Once they've bought from you once, they'll buy from you again. If you continue to be consistent and you continue to be that leader so that they continue to like, know, and trust you, they will become a fan for life if you do it the right way. Selling something to somebody you've already sold to is much, much easier than being on that rat wheel trying to constantly find the next dollar of the next customer because you haven't nurtured the people that you have through your consistency in your branding, in your marketing, to where they don't know how to be your fan. They might like you, they might still be interested, but they no longer trust you because you're not consistent in what you're doing. So if you're losing clients and customers and you're constantly having to find new ones, and the same people aren't sticking with you and becoming those raving fans, there's probably a branding and marketing issue in that. There's going to be a consistency issue somewhere in that. You've got them in the door. They bought from you once. There's no reason why they can't continue to level up and buy from you again. So there's broken cogs in your wheel at different points. You have to find out where they are and fix them so that you can move forward as a stronger leader in your industry, because people are waiting for you to show up. I love helping people get from wherever you are to where you need to be, where you were created to be, in a way that only you can. Remember, your internal tools help you solve external problems in only a way that you can. and you can build a relationship in a very unique way. And your people are waiting for you to show up. If you guys want to do a deeper dive, if you want to have a conversation with me, reach out to me. If you go to www.loriemcneil.com, you can download my Business Essentials Guide and use it as a checklist in a lot of different areas of your life and business in order to really understand the different elements that need to be in place for you to be a stronger leader and move forward at the beginning of this new year. I talk about the mistakes that people make and how to fix them. Literally use it as a checklist, identify, I'm sure, at least 2 or 3 things on that list so that you can really, really make some needed changes right now and move forward in a stronger way to solve those problems that people are waiting for you to solve for them. Thank you so much, Marianne. I don't know if we have time for questions, but I'm happy to answer a couple if we do.
Yes, if anyone has any questions, I'm just trying to keep an eye out here on Facebook as well to see if there are any. That was fabulous as always. This is why I love Lori so much. One, she's super duper reliable. She would never leave me stranded. That would never ever happen. So that's the best thing. And she is a powerhouse full of all kinds of information. You can't walk away from Lori speaking and not figure something out and not learn something and not find a way to make your business better in one way or another. I mean, this consistent persistence, let's face it, I'm going to be speaking on how to keep a resilient mind in business. Consistent persistence is crucial. Like, you cannot let other people get in here. You can't let the rats in to your head, because they will come in and they will cause as much chaos as they can because of their own insecurities. Have you ever noticed that the people who want to sabotage you or come at you with any kind of negativity are the people who are not very successful and super insecure? They're just not, I mean, an unhappy person is going to share unhappiness. It's hard for them to share happiness, and that's obviously why we're all coaches, and this is why we have all our courses and whatnot to help these people, of course. But it's hard some days, you wake up and maybe you haven't slept that much and now they're in here, right? So you gotta clue them out. So let me see if there's any questions.
And the other thing around that, Marianne, that I think is really important, and it goes along with what I was telling you or sharing with you in the beginning with, people trying to steal your material, or rip you off in some way. When you're strong in who you are and you have that strong mindset, it's not a competition. It's not a threat. When someone slips into your DM or they say something nasty on your social media or whatever, when you understand, oh, I must be on the right track. If I'm catching people's attention enough to actually make a comment on my social media or let me know in some way, their insecurities and their fears are not your responsibility. But when you understand that you're catching the attention, then it becomes a very different way that you look about when you think about your own value and what you're doing. Because you're threatening people, and it doesn't matter what level that they are, same level above. I've even had this happen to me where someone that I perceived to be a really strong leader and be, above wherever it was that I am. I've been shocked a few different times, and I thought, you know what? I'm on the right track. If I'm catching the attention of people enough to reach out to me, or to make a comment on my post or whatever it is, that's a good thing. So when you understand that and you're not offended by it and you're not defending yourself and you're not in competition mode, it's a huge game changer, and it's actually a huge compliment. It's a huge compliment when people do that. It's not about them stealing your content. It's not about like, oh man, I worked so hard on that and they're just stealing it from me. No, don't worry about that. It's actually a compliment. And the sooner that you understand that, the more that you'll be able to shake it off and actually use it as a motivator to keep going because you're headed in the right direction. When you have people doing that, Let their issues be their issues. It's not about you. It's not up to you to fix them. It's not up to you to convince them of anything. It's not up to you to, don't defend yourself. It's not anything about that. Let your actions speak for themselves. Let your actions speak louder than your words. You show up in your authentic self and keep going, and don't let those things rattle you or bring you down or cause you to come from a place of fear and scarcity and defense yourself. Don't do that. Don't put out that kind of energy. Understand that when that happens in a roundabout kind of a way, it's actually a compliment. And you should understand that you're in the right direction. You're getting the attention of people that actually need your help, whether they want to admit it or not. That's up to them. But when you change your mindset and you understand your value and you stand steadfast in your value, you're no longer worried about it in the negative form. You're actually viewing it in a positive way. And that is a much stronger, more positive way to come from and to stay in that place of strength rather than that place of fear and scarcity and weakness.
So true, so true. And it's hard because, we work so hard. We spend lots of time, lots of energy, and in a lot of cases, a lot of money on our branding, on our marketing. And then someone goes up and steals our idea, and it's like, what are you doing? Get your own, like make it, and you should get your own. You should have your own personal one. You stealing mine or you stealing hers or his or whoever, it doesn't really help you. And the lack of authenticity, I think we've been speaking about authenticity a lot lately, vibrationally speaking. I mean, I do a lot of energy healing as most of my friends here on Facebook know that I do a lot of energy healing. And so vibration of a person is hugely important to me. And so love has always been considered to be the highest vibration. And so now we're talking about authenticity being an even higher vibration, because it's such a challenge for people to allow themselves to be so authentic. So maybe my stuff isn't quite as perfect as yours, or his or hers or whatever. Who cares? It's mine. And I'm always telling people, I said, don't worry about the mistakes. Mistakes are perfect. When you're not, you're coming out, and you don't want to have like huge gigantic mistakes all the time. But I'm just saying, if you trip up and this and this, who cares? Like, that's perfect. People need to know you're human. We're not robots. We're not AI. We're the real thing. So it's hugely, hugely important. And yes, it's absolutely a compliment when they steal your stuff. It might be frustrating, but it's definitely a compliment. So, good on them. And also, Lori, did you want to say something else?
Oh, I was just going to say, I didn't go too much into on this time because I speak for Marianne every month. So sometimes I try to mix it up a little bit and not say the exact same thing. But I didn't go too much into like the branding colors and the psychology of the colors this time. But everything that I do is absolutely intentional. I have both fuchsia and magenta as my branding colors because of the emotion that I bring, that I'm designed to bring out in both the male and the female. And everything, although this looks super simple, there's male and female elements in everything that I do because my client base is both male and female. But the reason why I say this is that everything I do is strategic. And there was a guy on social media about 3 months ago whom I don't have a relationship with. I'm connected to him on social media and he's been following me for a while, but I don't like have a relationship really with him. And randomly out of the blue, this is a real example. So going back to what we were talking about with defense and competition and stuff. He made this post on his social media platform. He was talking about branding, and I can't remember exactly what it said, but it was basically, you don't have to be on a stage in 6-inch heels or wear pink to have a great brand. And he was completely slamming me. And I was like, what? Like,
so
that's so weird. Like, why would you even post something like that over somebody that you don't really know, that you've never spoken about? I just thought it was so weird. But so I didn't come to the defense. Oh, and then he also followed it up with like a nasty DM to me, which was just so super, super weird. So he's in his own space. That's up to him. It's not up to me to defend myself. It's not a, that's not like, I mean, that's not, I'm not putting that negative energy. I don't have anything to prove to anybody. I show up as my authentic self and let other people be themselves and attract the people who they're going to attract, right? So what's interesting is I had a guy threatened by me and what I was doing and thought that he was elevating himself by making some random post slamming me. So people are going to do all kinds of things that you just think are bizarre and mean and off the wall and all these things. You stay focused in your lane and show up as your authentic self in a consistent way, and the right people will notice. The right people will come to your defense for you and actually position yourself as a much stronger leader when you're not putting out all these random negative defense energies everywhere. You just show up as your authentic self consistently and let people do and say whatever it is that they're going to say. And then always wonder while they're struggling and why you're not, or why you don't have to, or why you're not keeping yourself in that negative state. So there's a lot of different ways that you can dissect different things like this, but I want to encourage you that when you're dialed in and when you have that strategy and when you're consistent with it, stay there. Don't let anyone knock you off track. No matter what it is that they do, no matter what it is that they say, no matter how they treat you, you can still have healthy boundaries. You can still stand up for yourself, but you can stay in authentically in your leadership, in your strength, and come from a position of positivity and strength and not scarcity, fear, defense, and weakness. And on social media, when people are doing all kinds of crazy things, I see even the strongest leaders go to the defense on social media. And I'm here to strongly suggest to you, do not get sucked into that. Do not do that, because it will actually, you'll feel worse and it will make you look worse. It won't make you look stronger. It'll make you look worse when you're wrapped into that pettiness.
So true. It really is. And I've had some negative comments too from people, and I don't even know these people, which I think is interesting. And I mean, I just delete the comment off my Facebook page. I'm like, I'm not getting into it. I don't even know who this person is. Plus, I don't have time. And the fact that they do have time shows everything about them. But on that
Exactly.
note, I really, really, really want to thank Lori, because Lori's actually been fighting a cough. I don't know if you've noticed. So you did incredibly well. So that's a professional, has a cough and brings a warm drink and bulldozes through it. And so thank you
I've
so
been sick for like 2 weeks.
so thank
It's
you
been
so much. You did amazing. That was really great. If you could actually go onto my Facebook page, Lori, and put it into the comments, put your contact info and anything else you want to put in there, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day and the event. Marianne, thank you so much for having me. And anyone can reach out to me anytime.
That's right. And she's amazing. So thank you again, Lori. Have a great day. And
Thank
thank you
you.
for making the extra effort with the cough and everything. So speaking of authenticity, I am so excited about the following guests, because I know Jamie and Charlotte McCanch, but I don't know the other couple. So I'm going to let them introduce the other couple and tell you this is actually a surprise. So it's going to be something a little bit different in this segment. We're going to have two couples and it's going to be absolutely amazing. So I can't wait to see this, because I don't even know what it is. And Charlotte wanted to explain it to me and I'm like, no, I love surprises. So with that, I'm going to introduce you to Jamie, who spoke at my event last month and who will probably be speaking at many future events, and Charlotte as well. So Charlotte and Jamie are a beautiful, beautiful married couple. And as this is about relationships, I had asked them to speak here. So I'm going to let them tell you what's going to happen now. So
hello, hello. Can you hear us? Can you hear us okay?
yes, yes.
Perfect. Okay, so yes, thank you. Thank you for having us once again. It's absolutely lovely to be on the show. And it is a very different type of show today. Myself and Charlotte, we run a networking business called Seen Abounds, and we run that as a married couple. And we've got some very dear friends of ours, which is Danielle and Kyle Holmes, who runs another business called Black Nova Designs, and again, as a married couple. So we teamed up very recently to launch a podcast called The Business Wife Swap. And the reason why we launched this podcast was because we wanted to bring the good, the bad, the funny, and the ugly all around running a business with your spouse. So today we thought we would shake it up a little bit, and we would literally just introduce the show was launched yesterday at 5 o'clock over onto the YouTube channel, The Business Wife Swap, and also onto our LinkedIn and Facebook page as well, which you can find over on Seen Abounds. But we thought we would play around with a little bit of a topic, considering yesterday was Valentine's Day. And I know that I speak for Kyle when I say this, that I love Charlotte 97% of the time, and the other 3% I want to bury her under the patio. So let's talk a little bit about some of the pros and the cons of running a business as a married couple. Now, I know that Danielle is very keen to talk about her pros and benefits of this. So let's go over to the amazing Danielle and Kyle first for them to share a little bit of an insight of the positives, Danielle, the positives of running a business with your spouse.
The positives, right? That's what he said. The positives. There are actually quite a few. You get to share the ups and downs together, the wins, the losses, and you get to actually discuss with somebody that knows what's going on. You can very often come home from work and give them a whole story about what happened, and they wouldn't have a clue what you were talking about. That still happens, but we work together, and occasionally he does know what I'm talking about, and you can come at the problem together. Occasionally that doesn't work. I think your percentage of 97% is quite high.
Do you think? I mean, I could probably lower the odds slightly, but if I brought the odds down anymore, Charlotte could end up under a patio somewhere. But Kyle, I mean, look, I know that you work with Danielle, and I know Danielle very dearly. And for those of you who don't know Danielle, to say that Danielle is somewhat headstrong would be a fair statement to make. And Kyle, who's got ADHD, like myself, let's say, has a lot of ideas going on in our heads. So, Kyle, tell us a little bit about your opinion of the positives about working with Danielle. Dig deep, son. Dig deep.
I may as well end the show now. I can't think of anything right now. So the positives are it's so with the ADHD side and obviously the complex sort of ideas going on in your head all the time. Whereas when you've got somebody that's sort of level-headed, a little bit more, shall we say, down to earth, if you want to put it that way. At least your ideas are sort of more rationalized. You can look through them, you can go through them together with somebody that's actually going, no, the clowns, the fairies, and everything else can stop. We can do this correctly. So it's quite nice. We can balance out the ideas, and it's also having a devil's advocate perfectly. Don't get me wrong, having your wife as a devil's advocate doesn't always plan to be the best option, but you normally, at least if you fall out, you kind of work it out again, and you're best friends again. Whereas sometimes if you've got a business partner or something else, it can be quite difficult if they're an outsourced person, because you fall out, you fall out. But yeah, the positive side is being able to, like Dee said, being able to conquer each challenge day by day together, and trying to keep me in line, basically.
Yeah, which, Danielle, my heart goes out for you, because I can guarantee that that's not an easy role. So listen, I'm going to throw the gauntlet now over to Charlotte, and I'm genuinely dreading this myself. But I'm sure that there are some positives of working with me.
I think there might be just one or two there. So I think one of the things I really want to say before I go on to the positives, because I've got to think about them, right, is that when you're working with someone in a business partnership, whether it's a business, wife, husband kind of relationship, or if it's a business partnership, I think it's really, really important to have your own roles in the company, and we very much have that. And that's one of the things that I think is our survival through working together, because when you have very distinctive roles, and like Kyle was saying about the ideas, Jamie's an ideas man, I'm also an ideas person, but not quite as fast as Jamie. There's 100 ideas every day, and it's up to us to kind of go, right, that might be a good thing to go forward to. The thing is, when Jamie's got them out of his head, they no longer exist, so he wouldn't really remember them. So it's up to Danielle and myself to pick up the ones that are good to go forward. But I think, like Danielle mentioned as well, there's so many positives with working with your husband or partner, because you actually really have your best friend on the side as well, who really understands what it's like. And we have a little saying, well, it's actually Jamie's saying, which is a muddy puddle day. Now, if you're having a muddy puddle day, then stick to that and don't kind of try and speak to him. So Jamie is having a little bit of a muddy puddle day today because he's not feeling very well. But it's about finding those balances and finding the right things to do when things like that happen, which you normally wouldn't do in a workplace. You would maybe not be able to speak to anyone who would understand. So I think that's a real positive. And also to be able to work with someone who can understand what it's like when you don't just work 9 to 5. You might work 9 till 10, or you might take a day off for your birthday, or whatever it might be. You can do things like that when you run your own business, and it's about those kind of moments where you actually have to embrace that as well. That's one major positive. What about yourself, Jamie?
I haven't got any, so moving on. So I think some of the big positives is exactly that. You've always got that sounding board, you've always got that person that kind of understands, and they're there with you 24/7. And I've always said this, business is a journey. It's not necessarily a start and a finish. It's a journey, and you kind of take someone that you love and care about with you on that journey to take it effectively from zero to hero. But then you're riding that waves together all at the same time as well. And I think, there's not many people that can understand that. And I think you hit the nail on the head when you said it's about, if you're working 10 till 10, or you're working 12 till 12. And there's been many times where we're still hard at it at 11:30 at night. And actually, sometimes it's Danielle that's messaging us and telling us that we're working too long. So, but it's that kind of process. And I think also one of the biggest positives is when the chips are down. And the reason why I say that is because when you're in a business partnership with friends and it doesn't always go to plan, it's very easy to just stick the axe in and smash everything up and go, it's over. You can't do that so much when you're in a marriage, because there's a lot more complications. And I think, I mean this in the nicest possible way, sometimes I think it's those complications that actually keeps it together, because it's not as easy to just walk away from something, because you're walking away from the whole thing. And I think as that unity, it creates a much stronger bond. Because let's be fair, running a business is like having a child. There's ups, there's downs, there's money problems, there's it needs feeding, it needs nurturing, it needs looking after, and it has temper tantrums, especially when everything goes completely down the plug hole. So I think it's really important, and I think that marriage creates a much stronger business unity than just friends, if that makes sense. So that's some of the pros, and I think we've covered pretty much most of them. So let's talk about the negatives. And I have a funny feeling that this could be a much longer part of the show. So let's talk about negatives. And this time I'm going to throw it straight out. Then I'm actually going to go straight to Kyle this time. Because I know that Danielle needs to wind herself up on it. But Kyle, throw it at us, mate. What are the negatives about running a business with Danielle?
I call it the double lows.
Huh?
The double O's.
The double lows is when you've had a bad day and you both got a bad day, you both can't get away from it. It's when you both had a nasty bit of bad news, or something's gone wrong in the business. It like it always does. Everybody that runs a business knows that there's bad days. The problem is you both ride it, and if you both can't get out of it, you then take it home, and then it can unfortunately affect the relationship as well. As obviously, like you were saying a minute ago, with the fact that you are in a relationship tends to mean that you'll fight for it, and you'll go, okay, we'll see the other end of this, because you are a relationship. That's your goal, is you want to stay together anyway. But those double lows can be quite detrimental time. But also, like you say, it does have a side effect benefit to it. You do become stronger at the end of it. because you tend to look at each other and go, actually, we got through that and we can do it again. The only other negatives, to be
All right,
fair,
we haven't got all day.
wait a minute, you've got an A3 piece of paper with the negatives about me.
No, I've got a whiteboard. I'm ready.
The only other one is you sometimes become absolute workaholics. You don't switch off because you both do the same thing. And you both, especially if you're both at director level, which a lot of people that do run their companies with their partners are both at the same level, that can create a constant workforce. You go home, you work. You go to work, you work. And then you go, I'm still sleeping, I'm still working. And you realize I haven't switched off. So that there can be a negative in that side. Don't get me wrong, you get a lot of stuff done, but sometimes you forget to do you two. You forget to have that relationship time, which you feel like you are because you're in each other's pockets 24/7. You think, oh, brilliant, we're together. What more can we have? When actually what you should be doing is putting the pens down and going out for date night and having a lovely evening meal, or even just going for a walk. And that can be a negative because you forget to do that.
Absolutely. And do you know what? I'm gonna bring Danielle, I'm hanging you. I'm gonna go to Charlotte now. Because I could probably give her the list on the A3 page.
Kyle could do the same for
the
me.
negatives of working with me, but try and keep it short.
I will try and keep it short. And I am going to try and keep it positive as well, because I really think, Kyle, you said it there completely. We forget to be a couple. And some days when we go home, I literally go, I really just want to see my husband today. I don't want to see the Jamie from Sina Bounds. I don't want to be, director of Sina Bounds. We need to park Sina Bounds, but I'm actually the worst one at it as well. Jamie is much better at that than me. But that's a massive negative in our relationship, because I remember just a little while ago we were sat and had afternoon tea, and we actually didn't really speak because we didn't really have anything to speak about.
It was Valentine's Day. We go out for coffee on Valentine's Day. We hadn't long been. I think it might have been the first Valentine's Day after we got married.
Maybe.
And we were exhausted as well. And
Yeah.
we just sat at this coffee shop staring at each other.
And we felt like we didn't have anything to say, right? And we're thinking, gosh, it's pretty bad if you don't have anything to say when you go out for coffee. But that's the true reality of it. If you're doing, if you're starting a business, especially, and you're working together, you're going to be working those really long hours. And when it actually comes to time and you've got to have the couple time, you're going to sit there and you're just too tired to speak. So I would say, yeah, definitely make time to have that couple time. And to be fair, if you don't have anything, because we try not to speak about work on a Sunday or something, and then you have all these little things that come up and you think, I want to talk about that, but I can't because I'm not going to say anything about work. But actually you start talking about it anyway, and it's those little things. It's finding and respecting those little challenges that come along. So if you are, if you're deciding that you're going to have a day, we're not going to talk about work, that's fine. And if you don't have anything to say that day, that's fine too.
So I'm going to come. There's so much more that could be said there, right? Especially when you go walking, and like I can't hold ideas in my head. That's impossible. So I have to say them, and that causes all sorts of problems, including arguments in the middle of the woods. But anyway, so let's go over now to Danielle. Kyle, I feel like I'm throwing you under the bus. Danielle, what are the negatives of working with Kyle?
Right. All right, I've got a list. You ready? It's really difficult for me to pick up any negatives, really. I'm a pretty positive person and I'll see the positive in any situation. But I'm actually going to say the opposite to Charlotte and Kyle, being that we love being together. The negative for me is that we need more time apart. We see too much of each other. And so it's really important that there's things, well, now we don't so much now, we have our own hobbies, but it took us a while to be okay with the fact that we actually don't need to be in each other's pockets, and that because that's an actual normal couple thing to do, right? Normal couples have their own hobbies and then they come together occasionally. Well, when you work together and we bring up kids together and we have a second business and you're actually always together and you see no downside to it until it's too much. And then you're like, oh, it's you again.
And then you
Hi.
build a separate office, you sit in a different office, and it's so much better.
So
I couldn't agree more on that. I think that is absolutely,
Yeah.
and I was actually going to say something similar. I was actually going to say that one of the biggest negatives is that you forget about your own time. Which, so I was actually going to justify that, but
Oh.
I'm going to let you finish. So no, sorry.
I've just taken what you're going to say, so that's gratification enough for me today that I've taken the words out of your mouth.
I know, and that's not very often that someone gets the opportunity to beat me to something. But I think you're absolutely right, and I think that, so for me, the negatives of working with Charlotte that became positive was the language barrier. So Charlotte is
not the Swedish and the English.
No, not necessarily the Swedish and the English, although there is a moment when Charlotte gets tired, she starts speaking Swinglish. And then even the dog looks at her and doesn't know what's going on. But there was that kind of learning about each other. And when you're in a relationship, you're learning about each other all the time. But when you're in a business, you're then learning about each other under pressure. And I think that's probably it's a positive, but you have to be understanding to kind of ride through it. The second thing that I'm going to say of the negatives of working with your wife, which is kind of what Kyle was saying, is the financial side of it. Because when you're broke, you're both broke. When the business isn't profiting, neither of you are profiting. And if you're running a business on your own and say your spouse or your partner has a full-time job or their business, you'll get peaks and troughs around how it works. And I actually think that probably when you're running a business, multiple sources of income is the way around that. And I know Danielle and Kyle, they've got a second business and that has its peaks and troughs, but it brings in income at different times. And we also have separate business. I have one as a motivational speaker, and we also have a solutions company, an office solutions company as well. So we've got different forms of income coming in at all times, and that helps with that negative of when you're broke, you're both broke. And that causes its own issues as well. And especially when, Charlotte is very financially driven. So she likes to know where the money is, everything else. Me, I'm dyscalculate, so I'm clueless. I just do as I'm told. And I do as I'm told. But I think also the other negative, which then becomes a positive, is the language of actually understanding how each person works. And I joke about it. I genuinely prefer to be told what to do, and I work very well off a list. Where Charlotte had to then deal with the fact that she doesn't like telling me what to do, and she doesn't like giving me lists because she feels like she's trying to dominate me, when actually that works better for me. So it's about understanding.
I'll make you a list, and he can go without a list.
Yeah, perfect, right?
List. If I tell him what to do, it won't get done.
Yes, when I'm the complete opposite. So, well, I love a list and I love being told what to do because it means it's just one less thing that I have to think about in the spaghetti junction of a brain of mine.
The lists do sometimes disappear, though, just magically. So you almost have to have a second list.
A list to remind me about the list.
Is being done. So this is one of the funny things. I think it's all about the personalities, right? And we're all very different. And one of the massive learning curves with us working together in the business has been about the neurodiversity that we both have in one form or another. And also I'm menopausal, so that can cause a lot of things going on. I forget things and,
Life becomes a massive game of treasure hunt.
But this is something that I think can be really funny in a way, because if you're in a normal office environment, you wouldn't be able to speak about that. And you may not have people that understand you. But when you are together in an office, we run a collab space and everybody in the office kind of knows what this is like. And they always know when Jamie comes back, having been abroad, that he's going to say that we want to walk, and he's literally just going to dump everything on me of all these ideas that's been going on. And it's a standard joke in the office. But all these little personalities, it's the thing that makes it really lovely to work together and actually embrace that and find the funny side of it, but learning to respect it as well, I think is a massive point.
Which brings us lovely on to the last bit, because we've got about 7 minutes for this. Okay. So I'm going to go over now to Danielle, and I'm going to ask Danielle to tell us a funny story about working with Kyle. Now, we have not prepared for this, okay, in any stretch of the imagination, and I can see by Danielle's panic in her face that she wishes I had prepared it, but I didn't. So Danielle, go.
Oh my God, a funny story. All right, I've got a short funny story for you. Today, it's just me and Kyle in the office. Usually we've got staff in the office. And we're having a discussion over who's the cleanest out of the two of us. And Kyle was very clear that he's the cleanest. He said, I just can't be bothered to clear up after you, so I'm not going to. That was what he said. He's the cleanest. About half an hour to an hour later, he's gone off into his, fishbowl, or his office, as we call it. And I turn round, and on the floor in the office is his empty lunch wrapper on the floor in the middle of the office. That's real tidy. Sorry. I was like, Mr. Tidy, can you come and clear up, please?
I did tell you I had the lack of motivation to do it, therefore I didn't do it.
Okay, so
yeah.
with every intention not to cause a debate or a domestic, Kyle, pick up your rubbish after you. Danielle, stop being so fussy. So next thing over, we're going to go over now to Kyle, and I'm sure Kyle's got some. I mean, working with Danielle must be a scream a minute, isn't it?
Frustration a minute, yeah, definitely. Where do I start? How long you got? Because the 7 minutes definitely not long enough.
So many mistakes.
I don't think it's a funny story. It's more of a pain in my ass moment. I normally get how do I do this? And then our teacher, an hour later, it'll be, how do I do this? And it's the same question, but I'll show her again. And then 2 hours later, I'll get the exact same blooming question, and I'll be like, "You gonna write it down yet?" Yeah, I've written it down, but I don't know where I put it. Okay, let me go again. Right, let's do it again. Put it down. Let's keep it. I don't want to, because I don't want to actually do it. I'm just asking you because it's easier. I'm like, oh my. And for some,
I've got someone that does that.
Yeah.
I've got someone that does the same thing.
yeah,
I've
still got the same question asked to me 3 years later, and I'm still getting the same question. I am done with this question. I finally got to the point when if she even asked me, is that how do I just go, no, just give it to me. It's easier.
Yeah, I've started doing the same. And actually, so Charlotte does this, right? She's like, how do I do this? So I try this. She writes it down. And then she goes, how do I do this? I go, but you wrote it down. Yeah, I can't find it. All right, so I'll tell you again, write it down again. So she writes it down somewhere else. Then I start getting frustrated. She says, you wouldn't talk to a member of staff like this. I was like, no, because I'd expect a member of staff to learn.
Too right.
Yeah. That's what I get. I'm like, don't speak to me if in the tone that you wouldn't speak to a client or another member of staff like that. And he's like, well, they wouldn't do this.
My client asked me
they wouldn't get me this level of frustrated because I'd have fired them.
Yeah.
Okay, so Charlotte, come on. There's got to be a funny moment. Oh, God help us. There's got to be a funny moment, or I should say the funny or the ugly, right? Because I think that's where we kind of are with it. So let's go.
Well, I'm in
ugly moment.
between funny and ugly. The one that probably a little bit annoying as well, but it's become a joke in the office because Jamie will come back. We go for a walk, and he dumps everything on me. And then he goes back and he goes, oh, I'm really busy. My to-do list, I've got so much to do. So leave me alone. I've got too much now. So please don't talk to me. And I know for a fact does the whole office that he's next door talking to the neighbor, across the road talking to the mechanic. And then he goes off to somebody else's office and talk to them, but he hasn't got time to talk to his wife. And that is, it's really funny when it happens.
All part of the to-do list. And the reason why I do it is because I've got so much to do that I get overwhelmed. So I need to then distract myself so that I can go and do it properly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sure that I've got some funny. Let me have a moment.
Story?
I've been trying to think. But I think, I'll be honest with you, I think for me, the fun side of working with Charlotte and the funny stories is all of those moments when, especially when she breaks things. Charlotte can break something like with ease, right? Like, and she says things like, nothing's working, or none of it is working. And I have to go, what, nothing? And then I have to chunk down with her and almost become a life coach. And then I will go over to where she sat, where nothing is working, and I'll press one button and everything will work. And I always find that really, really funny because I know how much it frustrates her. And it's those little moments in our working day that I think we remember as we're going along, and it's those little lessons that we learn and develop along the way. But I think there's lots to be learned when we're working with someone else, as I'm hoping that we've demonstrated. So I'm sure there's a couple of top tips out there. And I think if we're going to leave the show, let's leave it with a few top tips. So Danielle, what would be your top tip or top tips to someone who is thinking about going into business with their spouse, partner, or loved one?
Don't do it. Really make sure you know that you're on the same path. Like, what is your end goal? What do you both want to do at the end of it? Or if there isn't an end, what is your lifelong goal for this business, or any of those things. So you both need to be working towards the same thing. And the other thing is just to have a little bit of patience for each other, more so than you would normally, even if you just live together. If you're going to work together, you're just going to have to breathe and occasionally walk away rather than make a big thing out of it.
That's a top tip. I'll write that one down. It's the breathing thing I don't do very often. But I do stop myself as I'm gripping her around the throat. I do stop and go, no, that's not the right thing to do, Jamie. Kyle, what would be your top tips of working with a loved one, a partner, or a spouse?
I think it sits very similar with Danielle. Make sure your paths are definitely aligned, because there's quite a few times when I've spoken to people that have gone, I want a massive company, but the other partner doesn't want a massive company, and that can cause frustrations before you even started. Money is probably one of the biggest things. I think that's one that needs to be talked about a lot in a relationship, even if it's just general relationship, but working in business, make sure both of you understand the financial sides of things. Because like you say, you get those double negative days when everybody's out of money. That's a horrible day. It's not fun, what we're going to make, how I'm going to pay for it, whatever. But yeah, finances are quite a key one to make sure that you both understand. And one of the things I said, my second biggest thing, Charlotte dabbed on it earlier, having separate roles is an incredible thing to do. I do technical side in the IT business, and Dee does all the marketing, sales, and pretty much everything I don't do. But having separate roles means you stop the clash because you're not trying to roll over each other. For example, if there's a marketing question, I can say yes or no, but the final answer is Danielle because she runs the marketing department. If there's a technical question that comes in for an infrastructure change, for example, I get the final say because I'm the expert in that field. And it stops the arguments very, very quickly. Don't get me wrong, you both could walk away going, you didn't agree with me. But you at least you know the final straw. You respect each other's expertise, and I think that massively helps. If you respect each other's expertise in the job role, you'll minimize those strangling moments, and you can finally stop trying to kill Charlotte with a chokehold.
Okay, so great tips there, and actually I agree with all of them. Charlotte, what would you say would be your top tips of working with a loved one, a spouse, or a partner?
Definitely having different job roles, because otherwise you're just going to stepping over each other all the time, and you're going to not really know where your place is. And I think that goes if you're having a business partnership. So if you're watching this and you're in a business partnership and not necessarily a relationship, then that is really, really important as well. So whatever business you're in, having those specific roles and outlining the roles from the beginning, I think is really important, because you can actually see what you can start valuing each other really well as well. And I think the other thing is to have we call it a structure meeting. And we always know when we haven't had those structure meetings. And it sounds, for if you're setting up a business with your partner, perhaps that's not the first thing that comes to mind. And, you might just come in, Monday morning and you start doing your own thing. And what we realized was that sometimes if we didn't have that kind of meeting every week, we just kind of fell out of what each other was doing and where the business was going. So even just like an hour every week and a structure meeting or whatever you want to call it is really important, just to see those bigger goals and what you actually wanting to achieve. Or, it might be a team question, it might be financial, it might be, so you're just on top of things. I think that's really, really important.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Which is probably why we do it. I tell you something else that I'm going to throw out there is surround yourself with like-minded people.
Radiators.
So yeah, radiators and drain. Look, I've used this terminology, radiators and drain pipes, a lot. Now that we've brought up, I may as well just tell you what it means. So a drain pipe has one sole job in life, right? It basically takes rainwater, perfectly good drinking water off the roof of a building, and it takes it into the sewer full of stuff that you would not drink. And there's people in the world that will do that with your inspiration, your morality, your get up and go, and they will drag you down, they'll hold you back. And I've always said, if someone is holding me back, they're behind me. Cut them loose. I don't need them. And if someone is dragging me down, then they're below me. And again, I cut them loose because I don't need those people either. And I surround myself with beautiful people like radiators. And radiators, they have a sole purpose. They make you feel warm and safe. And when you feel warm and safe, you feel confident, you feel motivated. And when you're confident and motivated, you will go out and you will push yourself outside of your comfort zone. And if you ever want to achieve anything, you will not do it unless you are outside of your comfort zone. So make sure you surround yourself with wonderful people that will drive you and push you. But when you are running a business with your partner, your spouse, or a loved one, that is genuinely one of the biggest radiators that you'll find. It might be a drain pipe. If it is, that's where divorce comes in. But if it's not, and they are a radiator, then that's where you really sort of start to rely on each other. However, running a business with your loved one, your spouse, or your partner is difficult. So surround yourself with other business partnerships. So for us, obviously, we've got Danielle and Kyle, and we bounce off each other. I'll have a moan to Kyle about Charlotte, and Kyle will have a moan to me about Danielle, and vice versa. And that is okay. Listen, it is the way it is, okay? It's okay to have that moment where we can just start to rely on each other to support each other and advise each other when we need it. And let me tell you, I've also had a moan to Danielle about Charlotte. It's perfectly okay. So that would be my tip. Surround yourself with beautiful people. Now, look, we do have to end the show, okay? And we do think that those top tips are the important thing that we wanted to put in there. And we wanted to say to you, look, if you do want to run a business with your partner, it's not easy, but don't let that put you off, because anything that was easy was simply not worth doing. And if you want to find out more about the Business Wife Swap and about what we do as couples and about how we run our business, how we manage financials, how we manage holidays, just how we take the mickey out of each other, and that's perfectly okay. We have launched this podcast especially for that, to help and support other couples in business who may feel a little lost at certain times. And if we could be a little bit of a sounding board, then we welcome you to get in touch with us. So that's all I've got to say. And let's do the whole, any other business? Danielle?
No, thanks for having us. And just, make sure you go and watch the Business Wife Swap on YouTube. It is really good, even if I do say so myself.
It is. And the first show was actually kind of hosted by Kyle and Danielle's daughter, Zoe, who, if you think Danielle is scary, you have not seen anything yet. Marianne, back over to you.
That was amazing. You guys can surprise me anytime you want. I totally loved it. That was so true, so important for people to hear. And I can't stress enough what Jamie said. You know what? If it isn't some work and if it's all that easy, it's probably not that worth it. But this is not always the easiest, because I do also have a partner that I do some work with. He's a contractor and I'm a real estate agent. So we team up that way. And He sticks to his, I stay out of his work. He mostly stays out of mine. Um, and that functions really, really well. So I can attest to that. I love that. I think that's absolutely amazing. And everything you guys said was so true and so much fun. So I would ask you to also go onto my page, onto my Facebook page, and put in whatever links you have. I was just going to say, Charlotte, just go onto my Facebook page and put whatever links it is that you have to your podcast, website, everything. I try to make it when I can. There's obviously a time difference with the UK and Canada, so I try to make it to the See No Bounds meetings when I can, but I will let Charlotte tell you how to get to there, and she will post a link there as well. And in the meantime, I just want to say thank you so much. And if there's anything you want to say, final words before we move on to our next speaker. Thank you so much. And so lovely meeting you, Kyle and Daniela. You guys are hilarious. I enjoyed the whole thing. It was just beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
for having
I
us.
do want to say, if anyone wants to get in touch with us, I'm going to put our LinkedIn profiles, because I know how hard it can be to be in business. So if you're recognizing things and you think, I really just want to shout out to someone, we're all very happy to connect. So thank you for having us, Marianne, and have a great day with your show.
Thank you so
Take
much.
care, guys.
Have a
See you all
great one.
soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Enjoy. What's the weather like in UK now?
Raining.
Raining.
It's always raining. I'm surprised you have to ask what the weather's like.
We have a little sunshine here today, so I'm super excited.
The sun thinks about coming out, and then it realizes it's in the UK, so it starts raining again.
So
Until
cute.
next time, Marianne, you take care of yourself.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Stay tuned. You'll probably see Charlotte and Jamie month after month. We'll just shake it up a bit. Okay, so let me first of all, I want to thank my next speaker. We had a bit of a glitch. The person who is supposed to speak now is on a ship at a course, and it was having some severe Wi-Fi issues. And we're going to try to squeeze her in later. She found a spot that she can go to in a bit. So very last minute shift. Again, super professional. Sometimes this is what happens in life, right? So let me go and read Jody's bio, and I will tell you a little about Jody, and then Jody will tell you a lot about Jody. Okay, so now, see, usually I put my bios all in order of speakers. Okay, there we are. Okay, Jody, if I butcher your name, you're gonna have to forgive me. Jody Santandrea Ruano is a certified speaker and coach, founder of Live Life Full Force, where she guides women to their full potential by making themselves a priority with mindset, daily habits, and wellness. She doesn't have a cookie cutter approach because she's awesome. Sorry, I added that in. She has a kick-ass approach. I know that one well. She helps them find their passion in life, own their sparkle. She encourages women to stop living in the rear view mirror of life. Stop worrying about tomorrow and live life full force today. I added the today part in. And with that, I present you Jody the Magnificent.
Well, thank you so much. That was cute. So I got asked to come on and speak about forgiveness, about love and forgiveness. And this is something I actually don't speak much on. And this is actually the first time I'll be publicly saying this particular story. So you guys got that. I was brought up in a small New England town in Rhode Island. And to give a little content of what I'm speaking about was my mother. She was not a typical mother of what you think a mother should be. She always wanted a lot of kids, but you just always wondered why. I did not find out till later on that my mother was actually put in an orphanage when she was young. So it actually made a lot of sense knowing about this later on, to where she probably came from and all the trauma she had, which entailed of what, you know, we went through as a family. My mother was very much a hands-on disciplinarian. We had this thing called heat for the seat. We had spoons, we had rings that went across our faces, and she would get upset about like very strange things, but then would let other people think she was okay. So like, let's put this in context. We were cleaning up the house, and she would make us, or me at least, take all her knickknacks, which she had loads of knickknacks, and that is one reason I didn't want to be a collector of any knickknacks. So she would make us put them off and clean them correctly, even with a Q-tip, and get in the nooks and crannies. And I had to put them back correctly on the place where they were at. And she could be yelling at us, but then she would pick up the phone like nothing and be like, "Oh, hi, how are you?" And it was just very strange. And anytime that we had something great happen in our stuff, which, mind you, I was very blessed at the same time of all this going on, that I did have a lot of opportunities that I had. So one of the opportunities I would have is I was a dancer. I danced in New York. And but my first solo I got, my mother didn't have video of me. A first pageant that I actually won, and I didn't get any pictures from that pageant except for my trophies. And it seemed every time that I did something so great, I didn't have anything to prove it because she wouldn't take the time to get that. And as a mother, I could never understand that for myself, because for me, my kids are everything. And I let them know they can do anything, because whether you can or can't, you're right. And so as I was growing up, I was 15 years old, and I ended up being in a traumatic event. I ended up getting thrown into a bus, and I got a fractured skull. And I ended up being in the hospital, where I found out for the first time that I was O positive blood type, which was very interesting, but no concern. And then in 2005, I decided to start Ancestry. And as I was doing Ancestry, it ended up that my family was a little concerned about what I could come up with, but I didn't have any problems. I was kind of like, you know, we did the branches and we were doing good. But then I was always into intuition, and I started getting this tap on my shoulder to ask my mom about an Italian family. Now, mind you, growing up, I got asked if I was Italian a lot, and I was always told, "No, you're French." So I would tell people no. And just at the same time, I would get my hair cut, and this lady would be like, "Oh, you're Italian." And I would say, "No, I'm French." And I would just laugh because it happened all the time. And I ended up going in the car and telling my mom, this was the best haircut I ever had. Oh, and by the way, she asked if I was Italian again. But needless to say, I never got back to that hairdresser, even though it was my favorite haircut. So then all of a sudden, my sister and I were talking on the phone one day, and she starts saying the blood types of my family. And I'm like, why am I the only O positive? It didn't make sense. She's like, don't worry about it. It doesn't mean anything. I'm sure it's fine. But we didn't know anything about blood types, right? We're not doctors. So threw the little paper in my lockbox and forgot about it. But then I got another tap on my shoulder. Said, ask your mother, ask your mother. So I said, Mom, do you remember that Italian family that I used to play with? Remember that man, that tall man with a mustache, and two little girls I played with? Do you remember that? No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Or she would ignore me. And this went on, you know, every 3 years I would ask her. So finally in 2012, my mother passed away. Now, Ancestry didn't have DNA. We couldn't go anywhere with, it was just documents. So all of a sudden, my mom died January of 2012. DNA became available to everybody in March of 2012. So I got so excited. I was going to do it, but you know what? Life happens, and I didn't. Then all of a sudden, something sparked something in 2015 where I jumped out of bed and I opened that lockbox and I looked at those blood types. And I said, I'm going to Google and see what this all means. So I did. I said, does this blood type and this blood type, could they have a child? And I got different mixes, but one stuck out that said, well, it can happen, but it's really rare. And I said, well, it can happen. So I put it back in my lockbox. And fast forward 2018, my sister did her DNA. Well, when that came out, I was like, oh, that's so cool. Let me do mine, which I had been wanting to do for years. So I did. And then it came out a little different. But the problem is they say you take 50% from your mom, 50% from your dad. And also siblings have different DNA makeup. So we didn't know. We just thought it was normal. Until I started researching a little bit more to where I seen that my first cousins were different from her first cousins, and I didn't recognize the names. So I went to bed, and by the way, my husband always would say, there's always something different. There's something different. I don't know what it is, but there's something different. So people would look at my pictures of my sisters, and it would be like similar, a little different. And so that was the way it was. But you know what? It wasn't enough to be questionable. And so I went to bed, and the next day I just couldn't sleep. And I called Ancestry and I said, you need to explain these numbers to me so I know what's going on. And come to find out, well, my sister was my half sister. And I was like, oh, this is something big. So, we went through everything. And my other sister actually knew of an Italian man that my mom knew. And unraveling it all didn't take much time. But my sisters, it was hard for them. They were so concentrated on the fact that my mother had cheated and that it was so hard, and we would have never thought in a million years that my mother would have done that. She was very judgmental of us. We couldn't tell her things. And so I think that was the hardest part for my family. For me, actually, it was because afterwards, I come to find out my grandparents were actually alive my whole life. And I've always wanted really good grandparents. The ones that would bake with you or, would take time with you. I never had that. And so that was the hardest thing for me. And the other thing is I did call my dad that I grew up with for 44 years. I grew up with him thinking he was my dad. He never knew that I was not his daughter, nor did we ever tell him, because he actually started having dementia. And we thought as a family it would be better not to say anything. And you know what? Mom can tell him everything once he had gone over the bridge. So that all being said, I decided to try to find my real father. And come to find out, I called him on the phone thinking it was another person, and it was actually his voice. I didn't know what to do, and I froze. I literally said, this is my mother's name, and I think I'm your daughter. So most people, I wouldn't suggest doing that, but for me, that's what happened. And luckily, my father reciprocated, and we have a great relationship. And DNA, needless to say, did not fall far from the tree. We look a lot alike, and we have a lot in common. And I also have a great uncle. Unfortunately, our family members are not as close as we used to be. And also my other sisters, because guess what? that whole dream that I was getting tapped on the shoulder for, that was the man. That was the man I had remembered from 5 years old. And so the Italian man with the mustache and the two daughters were my sisters. And I did remember, and I was only 5. And that's like crazy, right? 5 years old. And then to get the taps on the shoulder to ask your mother, that's, I'm so blessed that that happened to me. So I could find, my own bio dad. And to me, it's a great story. And it also is something where I had to forgive my mother because she took that away from me. And so that's the hard part for people, is that, your relationship with your mother or father or whomever can be upsetting if you think about it, but also it can be so grateful and blessed. And I am blessed. And so in that, I hope that helps you to know that you can forgive people, because it's for you, it's not for them per se. And so I am blessed in that way. So thank you so much. And if you want to know more about me, I do Live Life Full Force, where I do help women get to their place of loving themselves, their priority, their health, and forgetting the past, living for today. I have many stories that I could tell you. And, I am writing a book, and I'll be launching that August 17th. And then I have other books that I'll be talking about, other stories as well. So I kind of went, I think, a little bit short. I don't know what time. I'm a little short, so I have to keep going. Okay, so let's see. What other stories can I say? So one of the things I wanted to bring up too was that my family, the hard part about family and navigating the relationships between what people think you should do in your life and what you actually do. So whether it's your personal opinion about something, sometimes family members, you gotta let people go, right? So one of the things that happened was that with the situation, like I said, my dad had dementia. And so there was a lot going on with that. My father, I was going to start using his name because I was supposed to have that name. That was my birthright, which my mother also took away from me. And so my family thought I gave a slap in the face by using my father's name. But I didn't see it that way because I seen it as my birthright. And so it's taken a toll on my family for the most part, but I have a lot of positivity coming from my family and friends as well. So there's that. I don't really know how much more or what I need to speak about.
Tell us more about how it makes you feel, how it's affected your life now. How you look at forgiveness, because that's a pretty big forgiveness to do.
Yeah.
So,
well, I had to look inward. It was sort of weird because, like I said, that tap on the shoulder always was there saying, hey, this is going on. And these people actually were in my life from when I was 5 years old to 7 years old. He actually went to my family. He was friends with my other dad. So they were all in communication with each other, which was still so strange to us. And my sisters thought, he had to have known that you were his child. Like he had to have known. And I said, first of all, it doesn't matter if he did or didn't. I said, so if he had a family, right? He had another family and mom had a family. And so if she's not going to tell him or make it a big deal, he's not going to sit there and go, hey, that's my daughter. you know, and realistically, he's not. And they kept wanting me to push stuff, and I just wasn't going to push that because it didn't bother me either way. I had a great dad growing up. He was a fantastic dad. And I love him so much and always will miss him because he did pass away last year. But I love my father. So, you know, it's the hard part is that his ex-wife is not, you know, feeling the feels of him having a daughter through the way he went about it. And so my other sisters, unfortunately, aren't allowed to really contact me out of respect of their mother. And, you know, that's unfortunate because life is short. And, you know, the other thing that happened was I almost died like 2021. And so that is a big deal to me, to where family and friends are very, very important to me. But if you guys can't get out of your own way, I can't help you. So, you know, you need to learn to forgive. You need to learn to live in the present and not worry about the past, because today is what matters. Your health matters. You need to get that under control. There's so many things that you need to worry about, whether or not, for me, what my father knew and didn't know, and the relationships to have with your family. I mean, I'm very much a family person, but I will walk away if somebody doesn't want to be okay with living in the present. Any other questions for you that you would like to ask?
No, I just kind of wanted to see how else this, like, what other parts of your life did this affect? Like, how has it affected your work? How has it affected anything else? Mind you, we only have about 2 minutes left.
Okay. So yeah, so everything has affected you know, my life in general. So it's affected all of my family members on both sides. And it also has affected the way I went about creating Live Life Full Force to help people you know, focus on their now and live today, not tomorrow. And so we do that with mindset. We do that with daily habits. We do that with wellness. Because like I said, without your health, you have nothing. Your family doesn't have you, and you're no good to anybody like that. So, hello, Jose. Do you have any questions? I got like probably a minute left, Jose.
You're muted, Marianne. Great to see you, Joe. Great to see you.
I muted and I was talking, sorry. So Jody and I met in Jose's mastermind. So thank you so much, Jody. That was fantastic. If you
Okay, thank you.
If you want to put your contact info onto my Facebook page in the chat, because it's going crazy, that'd be great. And with that, I am going to, so not only do I have Lori on here regularly, I also have Jose here regularly. So both of them are pretty much booked for all of my sessions for the year. So I am going to go and let me see. That's not good. Something's going on here with my, there we go. Okay, so I am going to go backwards now and read Jose's bio. Yes, Jose Escobar, the owner of CLA. But I am going to, sorry, we had to change up the order a bit. Okay, there it is, because I have my bios in order of speakers. So Jose Escobar is an award-winning, nationally recognized personal development speaker, 9-time published author, probably even more by now, right? A sales professional, husband, and father of not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 children. He leads compelling high-level communities consisting of entrepreneurs and advanced leaders through 2 multi-6-figure business models that have now surpassed 7 figures. Way to go, Jose. the Entrepreneur's Bookshelf, and the Connected Leaders Academy, which I'm in. So this is how I met Jose. I've been in his group now for about 2 years, right? I think just a little over 2 years. Jose's magnetic personality shines in his presentations, where he has reached audiences collectively over 30 million and radiates throughout his dynamic coaching programs, inspiring his international 350 plus entrepreneur and executive clientele, pardon me, to master their personal and professional excellence. His past sales experience led him to amass over 30 million in revenue for the companies he served. And this family man's sales and coaching in the martial arts industry has positively affected the lives of well over 500,000 families for the better. Learn more about Jose's products and services at www.connectedleadersacademy.com, and he will put that into the chat later, or somebody else will. Thank you so much. And with that, I give you Jose Escobar. Take it away, Jose. I'm going to.
Thank you so much, Marianne. I'm assuming I have about 3 hours of time, so I'm excited to with all of you today
Yes.
for the next 3 hours. I'm just kidding. Would be nice. Would be nice.
So great.
Anyhow, oh, Julia, very nice. Good to see you. All right, so let's
Okay, we're live streaming on Facebook, so everyone's already commenting on you.
Awesome. I'm excited. I'm excited to be here yet again, and then again, and then again, and then maybe again and again throughout the year. It's going to be awesome. Anytime Marianne's involved in something, I'm like, how can I be attached to that somehow? So, and she seems to do the same with me. So it's a nice, it's a win-win, and it's actually a win-win-win, right? Because Marianne wins because I'm here. I win because I'm here, and all of you win because I'm here. So it's a win-win-win, right? Same thing when Marianne does something with me. So that's what you want to create in business. And that's how I'm going to open up today with that golden nugget: is create win-win-win opportunities. Win-win-win opportunities. So many times we are looking for the win, but it's not a win-win, right? It's just a win in your direction. It's not a win in the other direction. And then sometimes we're just looking for the win-win, and we forget about the third win. Because we're collaborating in business, I win, you win, but is the recipient of what we're creating winning as well, right? Win, win, win. So that is what I'm about. That's what I am always looking to create. Something with me is initially it was just about how can I make a dime? How can I make some money on the side, right? Side hustle. The side hustle becomes a business. And then the business becomes an enterprise, and it becomes to start doing really cool things as we scale and grow. And along the journey, you're going to want to create collaborations. You're going to want to create partnerships. You're going to want to create two-way streets that are ultimately designed to create even more impact on your journey based on whatever it is that you do, right? So really, really important to always keep in mind, bear in mind, how is this at the very minimum, win-win? And then if it is a win-win, then you ask yourself, how can I take that win-win and turn it into one more win? So win-win-win. That is what we're here to do as entrepreneurs: global impact, serving at the highest levels, and always making sure everyone is winning. Okay, so if you take anything away from my talk today, I hope it's that. You might take away some other pieces here and there, and if that's the case, then I am blessed, and I'm glad that I was able to serve, right? But just know that if you take anything, my goal is for you to truly grasp and understand and take into account that 2024 needs to be the year of win, 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 and seek those opportunities because they're all around us. They are literally all around us at all times, and sometimes we don't even realize it. So let's dive into some other things. For those of you who don't know me very well, many of you who are watching might know me, so bear with me as I just say a little bit of a story here. So as Marianne mentioned, I'm happily married, 5 kids out of the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. Born in DC, raised in Montgomery County, Maryland all my life. This is essentially home, 41 years old. So I've been 40 years and a half in Montgomery County, Maryland. So I know Maryland very well. I will die in Maryland. I'll just say that right now. I might have a beach house somewhere, a lake home one day somewhere, and I might have properties that I'll Airbnb and all kinds of things, across the country and internationally, right? As the business grows, I have the vision for that, right? But I will never live anywhere else. I will always live in Maryland. I'll just say that right now for the record. You can quote me on that. But I will be traveling and doing other things down the line. So that's another golden nugget. As I'm just talking to you right now, that nugget just hit me. Everything in business and in life is created twice, right? You've heard me say this before, first in the mind and then in the physical plane, in reality. So I just painted a vision to you of what I'm looking to achieve. I just said, I'm going to have houses all over the country and around the world. And mark my words, I will do that. Do I have that right now? No, but I walk by faith and not by sight. I am very aware of the fact that in life we have to have a purpose. We have to have a mission. We have to have a vision for what we want. So let me ask you, 10 minutes into my talk here, what is your purpose? Why are you doing what you're doing? Do you know what your purpose is? What is your mission? What are you looking to achieve? What is your vision? Where do you see yourself and your business a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now? Are you a long-term thinker, or are you just in the now? I think there's a fine line between both, right? You have to be in the present moment, right? We have to be fully alive today in the now, right? That's important. But outside of that, you also have to have the vision for long term. And can I tell you why? Because one day long term will be here. So in everything you do, always think long term, because one day long term will be here. And it's going to knock on your door like this, and it's going to say, hey, remember 10 years down the line, I'm here today. It's 10 years later. And you're going to be like, oh my gosh, I wish I would have planned better. I wish I would have had some bigger visions and goals to be where I need to be right now. And now I'm not. So they say something to the effect of the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. And if that didn't happen, then the next best time is now. So what is your long-term play for your business, for your vision, for your mission, for your legacy, for your purpose? Think about that. Journal on it. I challenge you to journal on it. Do you journal? That's a question. Do you journal? Take the thought of what I said, win, win, win. Where am I creating win-win-win opportunities? And journal about that. Ask yourself that. Put it on paper. Get your thoughts out of your head and put it on the notebook, on the paper. Trust me, you're going to feel less stressed out. You're going to feel less anxiety. You're going to feel more accomplished. And it creates ideation, which allows other ideas to stem from that process of journaling. Maybe do some mind mapping on a whiteboard. But how am I creating win-win-win opportunities? What is my purpose in life? What is my mission? What is my vision? Put that on paper. Journal about it. When was the last time, if you already have one, when was the last time you revisited that? I know many entrepreneurs, and I say this because I've consulted and coached many entrepreneurs in my time. Many of them don't have a mission. Many don't have a vision. Many don't even know their why, right? So important. Simon Sinek says, start with the why. You got to know these things. And if you don't know them, then start putting some thoughts on paper and start ideating the process and creating it. It is not hard. It's not a business plan with 40 pages attached to it. It's not a legal mortgage document with 100 pages attached to it. It is a Google search. You can Google search How can I create a mission statement? How can I create a vision statement? How can I create my purpose statement, right? Just Google it. Now we have Chat GPT. Hello, that's easy. Easy peasy, lemon breezy, if that even is a word or a statement. I think I heard that somewhere. Sorry if I'm being goofy. I hope I'm allowed to do that. So put those things on paper. Purpose, mission, vision. What is it? Win, win, win. Put those things down. Really critical to your success journey. And when I say critical, I mean it's like dire. It's like that will make or break you. If you don't have the foundational concept of what you're looking to achieve and why you're looking to achieve it and what that looks like, how in the world are you going to get there? How are you going to be able to put your finger on it and say, hey, I hit it. I'm here, right? And every time you're here, it doesn't mean you've arrived. It just means you hit the next stage of the relay race. Imagine a relay race with a baton being handed over and over and over and over. This is life, right? It's a journey. It's not a destination. It's going to be long term. It takes time. It takes effort. It takes planning. It takes vision. It takes knowing where you're going and why you're doing what you're doing. Otherwise, you're just going through the motions. Otherwise, you're just putting in work and you have no idea why. And that's why people burn out. That's why people quit. That's why people throw in the towel. That's why automatic negative thoughts take over and they create strongholds and roots in your mind that completely dishevel you and get you on the ground where you don't feel like getting back up. And you say, maybe business isn't for me. Because we don't have clarity. And not just clarity, extreme clarity on what we're doing, why we're doing it, and what it's supposed to look like and where we're going with it, right? We got to know these things. It is absolutely critical. So that is my encouragement to you, is identify what these things are, put them on paper, put the address in your GPS of your entrepreneurial journey so you know where you're going. Otherwise, prepare to do this. You know what this is? You know what this circle is here? This is a hamster on a wheel. A hamster on a wheel. You're just going to go in circles, in circles, in circles, and you're not going to get to where you want to get to because you technically don't know where you're going. Another example is 2 oars in a boat. They got to be going in the same direction. If you just have 1 oar, what's going to happen? You know what happens over time? You just go in circles. You got to have 2 oars going in the right direction. And 2 oars that I live by, that I think are critical and essential to achieving success in business, I'm going to tell you what they are right now. Are you sitting down? I hope you are. The 2 oars is sales and leadership. Sales and leadership. I'm going to keep harping on that and keep going all in on that. Sales and leadership. If you can become a strong leader and you can create and develop mastery in sales, you will be successful. It's inevitable. It's not a matter of when or if it happens, it's a matter of when. How fast can it happen? And if you want to see exponential growth, create win-win-wins, have a purpose, a mission, and a vision, take massive action, get really good at sales, and become a strong leader. I just gave you a recipe right there. I could walk away right now, and I think if you just apply those things and those ideas, it can change your entire trajectory of your business, literally. These are things that I am not only cognizantly aware of, I implement it. I am always reading books on leadership. I always have coaches that are teaching me leadership. I'm always rubbing shoulders with people that have high-level leadership. I have always been in positions of leadership. Why? So I can become a better leader. I listen to podcasts on leadership. I watch YouTube videos on leadership. I read, as you can see behind me, and people that see my screen, I have so many books on leadership. Now there's a gap there. Who cares how many books I have? Are you reading them? That's step 2. But there's another step. Phase 1 is, do you own the book? Step 2 is, have you actually opened the book and read it? Step 3 is, do you implement what you read? Hello, is it me you're looking for? What a good song. Yes. So, yes, I can, again, and I've had many conversations, and I've been guilty of this in the past myself, is, oh, I have that book. People say, have you heard of Think and Grow Rich? Oh yeah, that's a classic. Oh, absolutely. You know how many people say that? And guess what? I guarantee you more than 50% of the people who say, oh yeah, that's a classic, never actually read it. But they will quickly agree with you and say, oh, it's a great book. Oh yeah, that's solid. Yeah, absolutely. I've heard, I know exactly which book you're talking about. Oh, I actually have it at home. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you read it? Did you apply it? 2 different levels to that. So now, continuing. Is this helping anybody? I hope it is. And if it is, let me know in the comments. Let me know specifically in the comments, which I can't see, but I'll see later. Let me know specifically in the comments what is resonating with you and what, from what you've heard so far, are you actually going to implement? Because I can go to all kinds of virtual conferences, virtual summits. I can go to all kinds of conventions and seminars and boot camps and masterminds and mini workshops and master classes, and I can go on and on and on. You know how many of these things I have sat in on? I can't even count, because for the longest time I have been living Warren Buffett's advice. What's Warren Buffett's advice? The greatest investment one can make is an investment in themselves, right? So I've been doing that for a long time. I have spent easily 6 figures on just personal development over the last, decade and a half, maybe. I don't know the exact numbers. I'm just giving you an idea to ponder and consider, right? And I'm always in the learning phase. Can I tell you something? I am an absolute white belt in business at all times. And I do that I think that way on purpose, because the problem with thinking that you are a blue, a brown, a black belt or whatever in business, I am 30 years in business. You know how much I know? I make $10 million in business. You know how successful I am? I drive a Bentley. Do you see my Bentley out there? That's my car out there. You know that's my car? By the way, I have a Rolex watch. Do you know how much that costs? Do you know how many people follow me? Oh my gosh, I have 1 million followers. I just want you to know that. By the way, I'm a 50-time published author. Let me tell you how much I know. I've put it on paper. You can actually find it, research it. You know how many stages I've spoken on? Let me tell you how successful I am. Do you know you should be calling me Dr. Jose? Let me tell you how educated I am. By the way, I can go on and on and on and on of all the things people have said to me, things I've heard, things I've seen, and whatever, right? And listen, at the end of the day, I'm not taking anything away from anyone, because I believe if you have a doctorate degree, wonderful. You are highly educated and you worked hard for it, and you deserve to be called doctor, right? So that's awesome. If you are a multimillionaire, amazing. Congratulations. You deserve respect because you've done something in the business world. That's to be respected. If you are super well connected and you have 5 million followers and everybody knows you, powerful. Kudos to you. Let's pound it out. Awesome. You're a power connector. You're way more connected than I am. And I own the Connected Leaders Academy. But guess what? But guess what? At the end of the day, all that stuff doesn't mean the world. Let me put it that way, because it does mean something. I'm not trying to discredit anything. It does mean something. It just saying it doesn't mean the world. We are so focused on our titles, our accolades, our connection levels, our experience levels, how successful we are. We're so worried about these things that we forget the main point. And the main point is that the reason why we are where we are, and the reason why we're pursuing what we're looking to pursue to get to where we are, is because we're looking to create impact. We're looking to serve. We're looking to help people. Because if somebody puts money in your pockets, then you're providing a product or a service that's probably solving a problem, that's helping people. So if you've done enough and you're making this X amount of money, that means you've helped a lot of people. But my point that I'm trying to make is it's very easy to get blinded by these things. It is very easy to get blinded and to get caught up in all of these things that we say about ourselves. So I'm not saying think less of yourself. I'm just saying think of yourself less. Did anybody catch that out there? So I'm not saying think less of yourself. I'm just saying think of yourself less. Because it's not about me. It's not about you. It's about the impact that you're making, the people that you're serving, the help that you're doing, right? That's what it's really about. And does it help to have fancy titles and large audiences and tremendous accolades and a lot of money and all these things that happen? Yeah, it helps. It does help. There's nothing wrong with that. And by no means am I saying don't talk about that, because can I tell you something? If you have those things, talk about it. Because that's also, there's two sides to the coin. What does Dr. Phil say? And yes, I'm a Dr. Phil fan. Sorry, not sorry. I'm a Dr. Phil fan. Speaking of that, I got to get his new book. I know he has a new book out. I saw that. I'm pretty sure I saw that. But he says it doesn't matter how flat you make a pancake, it still has what? Two sides. You can make a crepe super massively flat. It still has two sides. So on two sides of the coin of what I'm talking about here is don't talk about yourself way too much, and don't focus on you way too much, and don't get caught up in your press clippings too much, but also have the balance of mentioning those things because those things matter. You know why? Because nobody wants to put their money in the pockets of somebody who is not successful, who doesn't know what they're doing, who hasn't put in the work, who doesn't have credentials, right? Most people want to do business with those kind of people. So you have to say those things, and you have to leverage those things, and you have to be able to articulate to the marketplace what makes you inimitable. Now, some of you might be wondering, what in the heck is inimitable? Well, I had that same question too. I did the research, so I can tell you right now. Inimitable is simply what separates you from the marketplace that you can say that nobody else can say. And we all have something out there that makes us inimitable. What is that for you? So my point here is make sure that you're not so focused on the things that don't truly matter, but you still have to mention it and talk about it. But that's not the focus, right? That is not the focus, but people are drawn to that. Believe it or not, I guarantee you, I can almost guarantee you, if I had a Rolls-Royce Phantom in my driveway, and then I have my Chrysler 300, my Chrysler 300 is a beautiful car, but a Rolls-Royce Phantom is way nicer. If I had both of them in my driveway, one is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and I had a, multi-million-dollar home, and then I have my Chrysler in the house I live in now, and I put them side by side, next door neighbors, and I had people that wanted to come do business with me, walking up to both, who do you think would sign up more clients? Enough said. Enough said. I don't have to say anything else because that is a fact. That is just, it is what it is. Because one screams, this person has done some things. The other one screams, this person is working on some things. That's all it is. So that's all I'm saying. So if you have massive audiences, you have fancy titles, you have extensive reach, you have a certain amount of like things you've accomplished and achieved financially and all that, leverage it, but don't make it the focus. Because the focus is the client. The focus is how does all of those things help them? That is the focus. And people need to know that because that matters to them way more than what you have and what you're saying and how you sound. So really, really important. So I go back to my point. I am always a white belt in business. Because the minute I think I know it all is the minute I start learning. So it is so important that we check our egos at the door. It is so important that we get off of our pulpit, that we get off of our mental stage, like, hey, everybody, look how great I am. Who wants to learn from me? This is a topic in itself, and that wasn't what today was designed for, but I'm just going in because I just feel led to talk about that. So is anybody out there resonating with me at all? Please let me know in the comments. But it is important that we are always actively, proactively seeking the next level for yourself and for your clients. You have to proactively be seeking this. What is it that I need to do today that's going to position me to win tomorrow? And here's a ninja secret. I'm going to give you a ninja secret right now. Sorry, I'm like drowning in books, so I'm trying to move things around here. So here's a ninja secret. In your planner, whatever planner you use, you should have 80% new business appointments and 20% existing clients. A lot of people do it the other way around. They do 80% existing clients, 20% new business. And then when they start getting momentum in their business and they get a lot of new business, what do? They start letting off the gas and they start downshifting. Oh, let me handle what I have here. No. If you cannot handle your new business, hire somebody. But do not let off the gas. The gas in new business must remain in 6th gear at all times, whenever your designated times of business are. And can I tell you another little ninja secret? You don't have to work 6 days a week. You don't have to work 6 days a week, and you certainly don't have to work 9, 10, 12 hours a day. But whatever time you do allot to the acquisition of appointments for new business, you better be all in on that time. You can't afford to be distracted by social media scrolling on your Facebook. You can't afford to go take a little nap. You can't afford to go downstairs. Like sometimes I have a home office, so I just work from home. So I go downstairs and guess what? My wife's a stay-at-home mom, homeschooler. So I go downstairs and I see 4, kids running around that want daddy's attention. But if I am in the zone, I have to be in the zone. Hey, sorry, daddy's in work mode right now. You're gonna have to wait until I'm done. Hey, Katie, I would love to help out with this, but I am in work mode right now. I'm still in the midst of my appointments. Right? Oh, well, where's the work-life balance? Can I tell you something? It doesn't exist. To an extent. I believe that work-life balance is a noble thing to pursue. And everybody should pursue that. But the reality is sometimes you're going to be a little off balance because you have to bring a project home You have to prepare for an event that you're doing, and you have a certain runway to really go all in on it. So what I like to do is I have 90-day sprints. I work like a monk that's like laser focused for 90 days. And then I take some time. It could be 3 days up to a week to do something with my family. To say, hey, let's go have some fun. Let's relax. Let's enjoy ourselves. Let's go on a vacation. Let's do this. 90-day sprints. So my annual goals are broken down into 90 days. And I have boom, 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 boom. And for those of you who might be thinking, oh, well, Jose is probably neglecting his family. Let me assure you I'm not. Let me assure you I'm not, because you know what goes on my calendar first before anything? My faith, my family, and then my business. So I have time allotted in my calendar for my faith and my family first. And whatever's left over in my 24 hours, which guess what? Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos also have 24 hours in a day. That is interesting to think about. Multi-billionaires also have 24 hours in a day. The difference is creativity, work ethic, understanding the language of money. I can keep going. There's a big difference, but they have the same days that we do. So what separates them from me? What separates them from you? I don't believe in the whole IQ thing. Oh, somebody's smarter than me, so they're probably going to be way more successful than me. No, I think IQ is neither here nor there. I don't really care how smart I am. And I'll tell you right now, I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. But my EQ is massively high. My emotional quotient, my ability to press through in the midst of challenges, my ability to keep moving when people are quitting on you, when people are talking trash about you, when people are, turning their backs on you, when people are canceling this, refund that. I don't want to do that, this and this and this. And when you have problems that hit your Stripe account, and then Stripe has to have all these like dramaful stuff that happen there, and somebody doesn't show up for something, or something has to get canceled or postponed. I mean, I can keep going. Business is not designed to be easy. If business was easy, guess what? Everybody would have a business.
Yeah.
And guess what? Most people don't. For a reason. For a reason. So backtracking on what I'm saying here is you have to be willing to get in the mud. You got to be willing to go through the city dump to get to the promised land. You got to be willing to walk on coals barefoot sometimes. You got to be willing to take the punches, take the blows, blood, sweat, and tears, and keep moving forward. You got to get up 8 if you fall down 7, as they say. And a quote that I always like to drop, I don't know where I heard it, but I heard it somewhere many, many years ago, and I always say it all the time. So shout out to you, anonymous person who said this first. And that is, I am never down. I'm either up or I'm getting up, but I'm never down. And that speaks to the EQ. I personally don't care how smart somebody is. You can be as smart until the cows come home, and you can probably recite the alphabet backwards, standing on one foot, with a needle under you, balancing on a needle. I don't care. Like, you might be like super brilliant. But at the end of the day, somebody with a higher EQ will always outperform somebody with a high IQ. There's a powerful quote that says, and I got this from Master Lloyd Irvin out of Camp Springs, Maryland, world-renowned Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu martial artist. He said, and the school mantra was, hard work will always beat talent when talent refuses to work hard. And I will never forget that, because when I was training there, I trained under that mindset. Hard work will always beat talent when talent refuses to work hard. Are you working hard? I mean, are you really? Think about that question. Like, internalize that question. Are you really working hard? Oh, well, Jose, I am. I'm putting in, 12 hours a day. Are you really? When was the last time that you actually time stamped for a week and looked at your 30-minute increments and journaled every 30 minutes throughout your day to say what you're doing every 15 minutes? When was the last time you did an audit on your time? I would venture to say that the majority of people that are out there that would tell me, yes, I'm working 12 hours a day. It's crazy. I'm so busy, so busy. I would venture to say that the majority of the people who say that, if they did an audit on their time, they would find they're actually working only 4 hours. Maybe 5, maybe 6 if you're lucky. Because we get distracted by social media. We get distracted by phone calls. We have personal sidebar conversations at the coffee station for an hour. We might take a nap. We might take extended bathroom breaks. We might spend, 2 hours in the gym and claim that's work time. We might be having cocktails and a happy hour for 4 hours and claim that to be work time for 4 hours and say, oh, that's a 4-hour day. Oh my God, it was a hard day putting down those Coronas. I tell you that. Let me tell you something. We have to have clarity on what work actually means. Needle moving things. And at the end of the day, I'm going to throw a challenge out there actually to all of you that are here today. My challenge, my impromptu off the cuff challenge, I'm going to throw out to every single person who's watching this. If you do this challenge right now, I think it'll be eye-opening if you haven't done it already. And if you're the person who says, oh, I did this, I'm not talking about if you did this 4 or 5 years ago or 10 years ago or 2 years ago. I'm talking about if you haven't done this in the last 6 months, you got to do it. And that is doing a time audit of your day every day for 6 days, not including Sunday, unless you work Sundays. I personally don't. But if you do from Monday through Saturday, every single day for 15-minute increments, from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed, 15-minute increments and a time audit. And all you're doing is, okay, now I am taking a nap. Woke up from my nap. Eating lunch. First call. Second call. Coffee break. Went for a walk. Gym time. Another appointment. 30-minute phone call. Got lost on social media for an hour and a half. YouTube video for 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Whatever it is you're doing, Netflix with wine, at 7 p.m. Whatever it is, I don't care what it is. Literally anything you do from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed, it should be on paper in 15-minute blocks. And then at the end of your week, you evaluate that and take a look at it and ask yourself, is this my best self? If my goal is to make $500,000, is this the work ethic of somebody that wants to make $500,000? If my goal is to get to 7 figures, is this the work ethic of a 7-figure earner? And we got to be raw and real with ourselves. That's the reality. That's the truth. We have to get real. And I think a lot of us, and I include myself, I mean, I haven't arrived. I told you I'm a white belt in business. I'm always a white belt in business. I'm always learning. I don't care who I'm talking to, you learn something from anybody. So you got to get real with yourself. Am I giving my best effort? Am I actually working hard? And when people say, hey, how are you doing? Oh, I've been so busy. I'm just busy, busy, busy. Stop saying you're busy. Say I'm making it happen, or say I am being massively productive, or something like that. But busy, we're all busy. Busy doesn't mean anything. Busy just means you have no time. It doesn't mean you're successful. It doesn't mean you're moving the needle. It doesn't mean you're getting results. It doesn't mean achievement occurred on any level. Busy just means you have no time. And can I tell you something? We're in a time right now in society where nobody has time. So when you say I'm busy, you're just like everybody else. What's new? So what else do you have to tell me? Okay, you're busy. I'm busy too. What else do you have to tell me? Nobody cares that you're busy. So get more creative, right? That whole busy thing is just like, how are you? Everybody says, hey, how are you? And you know what people respond to you? How are you? You know what that means? They didn't even hear you. That means they didn't even hear you. How are you? How are you? Hey, how are you? How are you? It's ridiculous. It's like a quick, just, response. It's almost like a natural thing that we do. And every now and then, hey, how are you? Good. How are you? Good. Now what do we talk about? So I do my very best to stray away from even doing that. Because at the end of the day, you know what they're going to say? Nobody's going to say miserable. Nobody's going to tell you the truth. Nobody's going to say, hey, man, today absolutely sucked. I just had this refund. I just had to cancel this. I had this drama that just happened at the house. Oh my gosh, it sucked. What about you? How's your day? Like, nobody's going to tell you that. So why ask? Why ask? And the reality, you know what the even funnier, crazy reality is? That most people know unconsciously without even thinking it consciously. They just know that you really don't care anyway. You're just saying that because it's the normal thing to say. So why not say something different that will actually separate you from everybody else? Because if you say what everybody else says, guess what? You're just another person in the batch, in the sea, in the ocean of everybody else. So let's say I just jumped on Juanita's here. I just say, good to see you, Juanita. Let's say I jumped on a call right now with Juanita. I would say something like, you know what, Juanita, it's so great to see you. I bet you're crushing it today, aren't you? That is way better than, hey, how are you? So again, what I'm saying right now might in your mind be like, oh, those are little minor things is that really going to make a difference? Oh, yes, it will. And I'll tell you why. Because everything compounds over time. Everything. There you are. It's hiding. The Compound Effect, Darren Hardy. Phenomenal book. If you haven't read it, buy it, read it, digest it, implement it. Everything compounds over time, both positive and negative. Can I tell you something? If divorce happens, did that happen overnight? No. It was a series of bad decisions on typically both parties, series of poor decisions that led to the ultimate demise, right? And in some cases, it's a blessing. In most cases, it's not. But sometimes it makes sense, right? And I'm not going to get into that. It's a whole other topic. But my point is, example, is that happens over time. Little decisions that compound. Nobody wakes up and says, I want to get divorced today. No, it's like a series of decisions that led to that situation. Being broke. If you have a lot of money and you go broke, or you have no money and you make a lot of money, did that happen overnight? Typically, it doesn't. It takes time, right? Good and bad. Your health. If your health is out of whack, right? Did that happen overnight? No, it did not. Not even 75 hard. It helps, but it's not overnight. It's 75 days of misery, which I recommend for anybody. But that's that, right? So you have to be willing to be different and be different consistently. Separate yourself from the masses in the littlest things, like, how are you? How about, hey, Marianne, oh my gosh, happy Friday. Why don't you regale me? That's different. Ask yourself, what can I do to separate myself so people don't go into this like zombie land of like, oh, another conversation with somebody saying the same old things, right? You got to be different. You got to be memorable. If you're going to a business networking event, what is everybody doing? Here's my card. Here's my card. Here, take my card. Take my card. People say, take my card. I'm like, I'm not going to take your card. Why not? Listen, I'm not going to call you anyway. So, so let's do this. Let's get a picture together. Okay. All right. Awesome. Awesome. All right. Cool. Are you on Facebook? I assume. Yeah. Okay. Let me find you right here. Okay. Here you go. Put me in your phone. Okay. Boom. We're Facebook friends. I'm going to send you a little message, right? A little messenger with our picture, so you know, remember who we are, where we met, and let's jump on a virtual coffee and get to know each other better. That I will do. This will end up in my kids' art area full of like crayons, and maybe my dog will eat it. Maybe it'll come out of my pocket and sit on my nightstand for months. And then I have, you know, somebody clean the house and it goes in the trash and I never see you ever again. Now, if that's what you want, I'll take your business card. But the reality is I probably won't use it. So, and if you are going to go down that business card route, I don't think I have it here right now, but I might. I do. And let me tell you something. You know why I stopped taking business cards? They just sit here. I have tons of these everywhere. They just sit here and I never even look at them. But if you are going to get a business card, get something like this. Hear this? This is called a metal business card. This business card, I will take. And as a matter of fact, I'll remember you and I probably will call you because it's different, right? So this actually I will keep in my pocket. I'll be like, is this my debit card? What is this? So, and this is actually Daniel Andrews from the Connect Leaders Academy. So shout out to Daniel Andrews from the CLA. He has a card here, really impressive card. I remember he gave this to me. And it says here, he's a power connector. It says, I connect people. It's what I do. I love it. So if you're going to do something, be different, is my point. Be different and be different consistently. And don't worry about the big difference of like, I'm massively different. Just worry about the little nuances, the little details, and being different across the board. And it all stacks up and it all compounds over time. Right? So I said a lot. I hope this was of value to many of you that are here, of which I can't see. So I wish I could see your comments, but I'll check it out later. So in a formal recap, off the top of my head of what I recall from what I said, win, win, win. That's what it's about. It's not a win-win. It's not a win. It's a win, and it's a win. It's a win, win, win. We're looking to create those as often as we can. You got to make sure that you are very clear on your purpose in life and in business, your mission and your vision. You got to have crystal clarity across the board on that thing, right? You got to be willing to put in the work. Hard work will always beat talent when talent refuses to work hard. Remember that. It's not about IQ. It's about EQ, emotional quotient. Can you handle the crap and keep moving forward? I talked about how things compound over time. What kind of things are you putting in? Are you putting in the good things or bad things? I talked about sales and leadership, the two components that you need to be successful in business. You got to be a good salesperson. You have to be a strong leader. If you can do both, oh my gosh, sky's the limit. So my encouragement to you Oh, and I said another thing, remain a white belt in business and in life. Doctorate degree, I know I have 1 million followers. I make millions of dollars. I have a massive home. Look at my car. Look at my watch. You know how many people I've coached over the years. You know how many stages I've spoken on. Like, all of those things are cool. That's awesome. It's okay to talk about it. It's not a bad thing to talk about it because people need to hear that in order to take you seriously a lot of times. That's okay. What's not okay, in my opinion, is when that's all you say and that's all you're about. And all you are is just kind of like, you know, I have arrived. Look at me. Who loves me? Like, that's not what it's about. It's about, I'm telling you these things because I believe you can have them too. And let me show you how to do it. And let me add as much value to your life as I can. It's not about me. It's about you. And in your messaging, it has to come across that way as well. So these are just a couple of things I talked about. I might have said a couple other things that I'm forgetting to recap, but I hope this was of value. And remember this, we have to cross the bridge of discipline every single day. Cross the bridge of discipline every single day. Discipline equals freedom, like Jocko Willink says. Huge Jocko Willink fan. If you haven't read his book, read the book. Discipline equals freedom. Strong read. So anyway, that's all I have for you today, folks. Make sure your calendar is 80% new business, 20% existing business. Be disciplined, be focused, go after whatever it is you want in life at the highest levels. Be in the now, live in the moment, be present, be fully alive now. But in all you do, always think long-term, because one day long-term will be here. And when long-term knocks on your door and you open that door to long-term, you better be so excited to see what you see. Versus the, oh my gosh, if only I would have done this. I should have taken advantage of that. Oh my gosh, if only I would have. Life is short. It's precious. We have to honor it at the highest level and be grateful every single day for what we have. And when you think things aren't going well for you, I will end with this piece, and I think I'll say that for the last time. I will end with this. Know that the journey in business is always working. It's always working. It's either working for you, your method, your strategy, your techniques, your journey, it's working for you, or it's working on you. But it is always working. It's either working for you or it's working on you. Either way, it's working. If you don't see it, don't worry about that. Walk by faith and not by sight. Pray like it depends on God. Act like it depends on you. Put in the work, put in the time, put in the energy, be disciplined, be focused, take extreme ownership, be consistent, be committed. Sky's the limit. So cheering you guys on. And I hope this was of value. Have a fantastic weekend. Thank you so much, Marianne, for once again allowing me to be on your stage. Absolutely love it. And I'm all ears for who's next.
Oh, Jose, thank you so much. I love having you on here. Juanita works with Jose. She is his personal assistant. I am there all the time. So I'm in, well, not all of his programs, but a lot of his programs. So we are all severely connected. And a lot of people on here are also in there. Either I brought them in or they've already been in there. So thank you so much, Jose.
Really quick, I've got to say,
Please.
Shout out to Juanita Cap. Now that I have you here on the global stage with this wonderful summit, Juanita Cap. Yes, she's on the CLA executive team. Yes, she's a tremendous support to everything that we do here in the CLA. But outside of that, she is a brilliant, amazing, phenomenal entrepreneur herself.
She sure is.
She has some really powerful things she's doing, all kinds of amazing things. She's a podcaster and she's a strong martial artist too. So major kudos to you. Much love and respect. Thank you for all that you do. And of course, Marianne, thank you for creating this platform and for allowing me to be a part of it. Absolutely appreciate that as well. So
thank you for being a guest on my summit, because I will be a guest next week on yours. Can you tell us about that, please? And post the link on my page.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah. So next Saturday we have the CLA virtual conference, Connected Leaders Academy virtual conference. We have 25 world-class speakers, one of which is Marianne. We have 7 elite sponsors, and it's going to be a one-day event, Saturday, February 24th, from 10 a.m. Eastern to 4:30 p.m. Eastern. Imagine a virtual lobby, 3 speakers speaking at the same time on 3 different topics, and you as the attendee get to decide what room you go into live, right? And it's going to be at 30 minutes, every 30 minutes, 3 speakers, followed by breakout rooms for sponsors, followed by giveaways,
Lots of
raffles. There's thousands of dollars of free gifts from every speaker just for attending. So if you buy a general admission ticket, you're going to get thousands of dollars of free gifts from the speakers. If you get a VIP ticket, you're going to get even more. And I'm talking like I think that the VIP is like over $30,000, something like that, something crazy, and just free gifts from speakers, right? So, and the cool thing is that it's super cost effective. It's very inexpensive to attend. $67 for general admission, $150 for VIP. It's a global event. We're going to have people from all over the world, all entrepreneurs. One-day event. Make sure you get your tickets. Go to clavirtualconference.com. Again, www.clavirtualconference.com. And get this, if you get the VIP, you get access to all the recordings. So I encourage you to do that. All right. So thank you so much for that opportunity too.
Thank you, Jose. And could you post that on my Facebook page on the chat? Because it is a live streaming the whole, and it's going to stay on my Facebook. It'll be eventually on my YouTube. It'll also go up onto my platform where I put my podcast. And so it'll be going out to CBC, CBS affiliate, Roku, Amazon. We're going to be everywhere. We're going to be everywhere. And so thank you again so much, Jose. It's always a pleasure to have you on here, always. Have a great day. Thank you for taking the time out of your crazy, insane schedule. Okay, woohoo! Julia, I don't have a bio for you, but I will tell you that Julia is up next and I will be joining her. And I think all 4 of us are part of this APL Go. So we can all we can all have something to say. And I believe Tammy's going to join us when she's finished her meeting. So I'm just going to tell you that Julia is absolutely amazing. Julia Worry, right? Is it Worry or Worry?
Worry. Like, don't worry about that. Like my husband's name, DJ's name is Don Worry. Don
Don't
Worry.
worry. Oh my God, don't worry.
Don Worry. That's how I knew my dad chose him for me.
Oh
That's
my gosh, isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, I manifested my husband. I created him out of thin air. That's not a joke. That's for real. I actually did.
There you go. So right away we're into relationships. So Julia, I just want to say
I'm all in.
I just want to say she's a corporate director at APL Go. I'm a managing director at APL Go. We're going to talk a little about that and how it relates to relationships. And Julia can mention how she manifested her husband. He is wonderful.
He is. He really is. I was just noticing how beautiful all of us look and how long and lustrous our hair is. Look at us with our long and lustrous hair. It's so nice to see. And I love Amanda's background. And Juanita, I haven't seen you in a dog's age. It's so good to see you. Hi. Hi.
Good to see you again.
It's so wonderful. I have to say, Jose was just so uplifting and empowering and amazing information. I was so moved by so many things he said, which was so wonderful. I'm grateful that he was able to give you some time today and share with all of us, because everyone has something to contribute, but that was just beautiful for real. That was great. So Marianne, what would you like us to talk about? Who would you like to start?
I would like you to start.
You would like me to start? Okay, great. May I show you some slides that I created?
Absolutely. That's why I made you co-host right away.
Oh, you did? Oh, thank you so much.
Because I knew you'd come with slides.
I did come with slides. I did. So I've been with this company, which is a manufacturing company out of Eastern Europe, since July of 2020, and was introduced to this company for 2 reasons. One, because I had a background in marketing, so it made a lot of sense to show it to me. I worked with medical doctors and dentists as well. And so people were very, they knew I would take a look. But the other reason was because I had just been suffering for a really long time with autoimmune disease. I was one of the overfed and undernourished on this planet, which you probably all have been familiar with. Getting any nutrition into my body was a struggle. And about that time, my doctor had decided to give me injectable vitamins because I wasn't getting nutrition any other way. So that was pretty intense. And then my very good friend Tina came to me with this product, and she said, I have this thing. It's like a lozenge. It's going to melt in your mouth. It's not a shake. It's not a bar. It's not, I know you're sick of all those things. Because for me, capsules and pills either come right back up, or I just can't, I can't take them. So she said that. I said, okay, that all sounds great, but here's the problem. I'm allergic to everything. And I really, truly, food allergies. So I'm allergic to, at the time I was still dairy free, but I'm gluten free for 33 years. I was dairy free at the time for about 12 years. I'm allergic to something called stone fruits. Those are apples, peaches, pears, plums, cherries, anything with a pit in the center, nectarines, all that good stuff. Can't have those things. So I said that to her, and I said, if there's any, she said, here's the cool part. There's none of the actual fruit of the fruit. No leaves, no sticks, no berries, twigs, whatever, seeds, pods are in our product. And I was like, okay, that's weird. She said, but if you're willing to try it, you can be the guinea pig. So I said, sure, I'll be the guinea pig. And I went ahead and started trying the products that had apples and peaches and apricots and things like that. Now, in the beginning, because I was also in menopause, everyone recommended that I try our female and male hormone product. And I am the most resistant, skeptical, naysayer person you will ever meet. I make decisions quickly like Marianne does. Marianne and I have that in common. We are both snap decision makers. I am that person. I jump first and then look back and say, where did I leap from? But when it came to this, I was like, no, no, no. I also have a big ego. I'm working on that. Been working on that for a while. So I was like, no, I know better. I know better. This is me, right? So I have to tell you my negative side because it makes more sense when you understand how powerful this was to me. So it took almost a year of using this product, maybe even more, before I even tried our hormone product. My husband was using it. He was using the men's. So now, however, totally different story. I use both the male and the female every day. It has changed my mood. It has changed how I feel about myself. I don't know how a supplement can affect self-confidence. I don't know how that works. And I know Marianne can explain the metaphysical piece of that. I have to tell you, it's been amazing. So I brought some slides today because I thought you guys might like to check out our 2 hormone products because we're talking about relationships and love and all of that. And I thought this would be great, but I want to give you guys a little bit of a warning. The products are not for just libido. They're not just for menopause. They're not just for adults. These are actually I have girlfriends who give these to their children who are 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, who are even pre-puberty, because it's about your hormones. And we have hormones from minute 1, right? Like we have hormones forever. And we have hormones after when we're older. So this is going to balance your hormones, which does what? Everything from head to toe, from top to toe, as they say. So let's go ahead. I'm going to share with you a couple of slides. I've kind of, hang on for just a second here, kind of pulled some slides in that I thought were really fun. I even tried to locate a slide that I have, and I'm just going to have to show it to you. I've just hold up a picture for you because I won't be able to show you a graphic of this, but I even found our graphic that I made a while back. I'm a graphic designer too, I should mention that, but I found this that would explain the chakras and how we are connected there. Power Apricot. I am not a medical professional. If you need medical advice, please seek a medical professional. But I am a professional and an expert in this product. So that's why I'm talking about it today. There's two products, Power Lemon and Power Apricot. We used to call it Power Men and Power Women. I don't do that anymore. I am sharing with you about that dissolves in your mouth and goes directly into your bloodstream. This bypasses your gut. That's why it's being absorbed, because it's going into the mucosal membranes in your mouth. It's filled with negative ion technology, phytonutrients, free radicals. It's gluten-free, dairy-free, vegan, non-GMO, kosher, allergen-free, pesticide-free. Absolutely amazing. And we have so much great information. This is an old me and a new me. And even now I've changed even more. But can you see a difference there? Raise your hand if you see a difference in Julia's face. That's my face. When I was wearing that brown outfit, that was a Christmas party. And I had lost lots of weight to fit into that outfit. So I don't have a real before, but I'm confident that you guys can get the idea. And if you're like me, what brought you here is probably the desire to find something that's going to make you feel better about your results from diet and exercise. I know so many people who are healthy and so many people who feel good, maybe about their diet, maybe about their exercise, but it's uncommon to find the combination of the two where people feel excited about both. Maybe you're just feeling a little older. Maybe you want to get off of the feel bad merry-go-round. You guys know what that is? The feel bad. You feel good, you feel good, you feel good, and then you feel bad, you feel bad, you feel bad. That is your hormones. That's, you feeling sluggish and that. Or maybe you're like me now, and you are just so excited that you found something that makes you feel better and you feel yourself feeling better, that you want to give this hope to the people that you love. Here's the thing. Wouldn't it be great if all the women who are health conscious could help their men or their partner to feel the same way too? Statistically, and this is a statistic from my dad, he learned that women are the caretakers of not just the family, but the family's health. So it typically is us that impacts the decisions for those of us who we love and care for. So that's what we're here to talk about today. So we have a lot of information about metabolism. You know what? I knew that word. I didn't know what that was. Metabolism is the physical and chemical processes in your body that convert everything to energy. So when you're breathing, when your blood is circulating, when you're eliminating waste, when you're functioning, your brain, your nerves, your heart's beating, all of that, it's that chemical process in the body that's converting, I guess, fuel, food, everything else into energy. And that's the process is metabolism. So today, what a lot of people ask me about are things like my skin. Hey, my skin was so pretty when I was 16. My skin was so pretty in my 30s. I'm 55. What happened? That kind of thing. That was actually me. My skin was I was mortified. Now I feel really excited about my skin because I found something that makes my skin even bouncy. But when I was 50, before I found this product, my skin was not looking good. This is not a diet. It's not a milkshake or a workout. It's not even a monthly regimen. Here's something cool. It's drug-free, medicine-free, and not habit forming, which we all love. The plan is a success plan. There are great ideas here. There's some education, got all of that. But you might be thinking to yourself, why is she so concerned with metabolism and a supplement? And why this? Here's why. People kept coming to me and saying, Julia, I shop at Whole Foods. I eat organic. I buy from the farmer's market. I'm the healthiest buyer of groceries you've ever met. I cook my own food. But what's the problem? And I bet Juanita knows this better than anybody because Juanita comes from a much healthier environment, which is European, a much healthier environment than the United States where I live and where Amanda lives. The nutrition of our foods is directly impacted by the soil quality that it's grown in, and our soil is getting worse. And even if our soil was amazing and 100% perfect, our absorption as human beings is getting worse and is changing. So why supplements? Well, supplements are really impactful. They were discovered in 1912, but during World War II, our soldiers in the United States were suffering really terrible issues and disabilities based on poor nutrition. So the president decided to put together an alliance, and they came together with a lot of the other organizations and found recommended daily allowances of vitamins and minerals and started helping our soldiers feel better. In the 50s, it was kind of popular to sell supplements as something that was served at dinner time, at meal times. And that's where I Love Lucy was making her joke there about Vita, Vita, Vegemin. But in the 90s, the 70s through the 90s, and I would say even today, my childhood really was filled with prepackaged goodies, potato chips, candy, cookies, TV dinners, pot pies. We thought they were so cool. But as the speed of the food went up and the convenience factor went up, the nutrition went down, didn't it? So the easier it was for my mom to pop it in the oven and give it to me, the worse it was. Well, today, what we know and what everybody seems to really agree on globally is that our soil is degrading. That graphic that you see in the background is actually an international graphic. It does say United States on there, I think, but it's actually an international graphic that's put in sixth graders' science classrooms. And it's teaching the kids about the nutrition of soil and how that impacts your body. But what happened was there was a landmark study done where the University of Texas and the U.S. Department of Agriculture compared 43 fruits and vegetables from 1950 and 1999. And what did they find? Did they find that our food was getting better? Amanda, you tell me, was our food getting better? Juanita, was our food getting better? No, it was getting worse. Right. So that's why we're here today. And then a lot of people talk about absorption. My absorption is terrible, as I told you in the beginning, but absorption in our body ranges from 10 to 80%. Most people are shocked to find that it's really around 10%. It's affected by how much water you drink, what else you've eaten, how the food was prepared. If you've been on any medications, do you work out? That affects how you absorb food. It's really crazy. Your age, your sleep. So at every grocery store you've ever been to, how about the dollar store? I bet you've been to a gas station where you've seen supplements. You guys ever go to a gas station and there's a rack right by the checkout counter and it's got pills in there? Because everyone knows that supplementation is what we need. And they're all promising you to feel better. However, I have found something. Marianne, Juanita, Amanda, Linda, Brenda, Pastor Brown, we've all found something that really works quickly and it tastes good and it's for all ages. And that is what we're talking about. And it's a product that's changing the world, comparing pills to a lozenge that dissolves in your mouth and goes right into your bloodstream. If you take a look at the screen, you're going to see some amazing conversations that other people have shared, a wide host of people and their experiences with just two of our products called Power Lemon, used to be formerly called Power for Men, and Power Apricot, formerly called Power for Women. Just fabulous stories. Here's even more. There I have Stacy, who's using both products and talked about that. These products are working on their hormones. And here's the cool part. Power Apricot is a hormone balancing product that's for sports equilibrium. When we first heard about that, I thought they actually meant like emotional balance. They actually mean physical balance, which I used to fall down all the time. I was always that person who you'd turn around and look and I'd be on the floor. I'd trip over my own feet. I don't do that as much anymore. I won't say I don't do it at all, but I don't do it as much as I used to. I have health and vitality. This product is rich in calcium and iron. And here's the cool part. It helps support adrenal fatigue. Have you guys heard about that in every magazine, every sports thing? But this isn't just for ladies. It's also for gentlemen. It tastes so good. Now, you guys have probably seen on store shelves that you could buy ashwagandha or you could buy Damiana or you could buy ginkgo biloba. And I bet you'd be spending about $30 to $40 for a bottle of those pills that might last you a month, that get into your kitchen cabinet, are there for 2 weeks, and then you forget about them. Trust me, ask anyone, you won't forget to take these. They taste so yummy. You'll jump out of bed in the morning and go running to them. Let's hear.
Hi, Julia. My name is.
Let's hear what our friend has to say about what she likes about Power Apricot.
Mona Cavalier. I'm a fitness trainer in Chicagoland, and I have been taking the APL products for about, I want to say a year, maybe 2 years. And I just wanted to call and give you a testimony on how wonderful the Power and the Grow is. I want to thank you so much for your recommendation on taking those two together. One, for my hair growth, which is amazing, and two, I have been struggling with hot flashes for a really long time and trying all different kinds of modalities. And
she believes that that product has made all the difference. She goes on for quite a long time, so I'll cut her off a little bit. Now, when I'm promoting this product and sharing it with other people, I want them to know that it's going to help with libido, fatigue, moodiness, hot flashes, but it's also going to help with equilibrium and all kinds of hormonal support. Look at the ingredients in this product: Damiana, asparagus, ginkgo biloba, ashwagandha, ginger, and apricot. And what's cool about that is a lot of those things are already in your kitchen. So I do want to encourage you to please eat those foods if you can, but bear in mind that this product that is using those ingredients is using the DNA from those ingredients. So the DNA is going to speak to the DNA in your body and remind it what to do to be healthy. Here's Power Lemon. I love this picture. I love it so much because it speaks to why guys love this product first. It also supports their prostate, but it's really good for both men and women for our vitality, our stamina, and to boost testosterone. And what's the issue that we have as women as we go into perimenopause in our late 20s, early 30s? We start to lose testosterone. Women a lot of times don't realize that we have testosterone, but we do. It also contains ashwagandha and damiana and ginger, but it has fig and ginseng and pomegranate and lemon. And what is pomegranate? It's the fruit of the gods. It's that wonderful antioxidant. So this is an amazing product. Absolutely incredible. I love these two testimonials. Hardin says, it snuck up on me. Men, it will put more lead in your pencil. Bill Meggie says the increased energy level and stamina keeps me going all day. So these guys have really, really talked about how much they love the product. And I will say that my other favorite one is our friend Kelly. And he says, "Dah," and he does this arm thing because he says it's manly. So I love that too. But again, low testosterone. Here's some signs of that: stroke and heart disease, constant fatigue. Do you know anybody who feels tired all the time? That used to be me. Increased size of breast tissue. Didn't know that. Enlarged prostate or prostate cancer. And for women, it can also be bladder issues like leaking, and incontinence and urgency. Loss of muscle tone. That was the thing that screamed for me. That was my issue. And increased fat tissue. So that was really a big deal. Why feel better today? These are all the reasons why. I want to feel better. And here's what I always say. What are you going to get by trying these? Now, how much are these products? Wait till you see how much they are in a second. But how you feel emotionally affects how you feel about yourself, how you feel physically. Like if you feel sick, you don't feel as confident, right? So this is boosting your confidence. And you know what? You could feel better. So we have two options. You can be a customer of Marianne. You can be an associate and join her sales team. She has an incredible group of people, men and women, who are just sharing this product with their loved ones, boosting their feelings of confidence and support. And all you need to do to get started today is talk to Marianne and get your questions answered. That would absolutely do everything. So I hope that answers a lot of your questions. For me, that was a really important bit of information to share with everybody, and my own success. So thanks, Marianne. Thank you for letting me share with you.
Thank you. And we're not done sharing yet. So we're gonna do some testimonials. So I'm just gonna say this part. So as you get older, and I am older, I just celebrated 62 about 3 days ago. And I'm still celebrating actually. And I can do that because I have more vitality now than I think I did in my 50s because these products are so amazing. I've been using them for a year. And the way I got involved is with back to Jose for a second, who has the mastermind where I met Linda, who was a friend of Julia's, who is in Costa Rica as we speak at a yoga retreat, enjoying her life. So Linda and I had a conversation. She showed me these products, and she said the word DNA. I said, DNA of the product? What? I had just started, so many of you know I teach meditation. I had just started teaching meditation and I was putting my own meditation together, and I was doing one where you went right into the cell, into the mitochondria, and I was healing the cells through the mitochondria. And that's exactly what I'm doing right now. This is so in line with me. Like, okay, you've got my attention. And then she said the magic words of, well, it's 100% absorbable. And I'm like, what? It's 100 what? 100% absorbable. 100% absorbable. So you have to understand, I was already with a company that I'd been with for maybe 6 years. They're a wonderful company, great product. This one just happens to be better. And so while they had a high ratio of absorption, they did not have 100%. And so I thought, she's lying. Like, this can't be true. She's like really swindling me here. And I'm going, but at the same time, I'm intrigued because what if it's true? And so I'm like, okay, I'm listening. And so then she says it's infused with negative ions. And I'm like, what? I just purchased, like maybe 3 months before that, a device that emits negative ions, and it's amazing for healing. And when I say healing, I mean all kinds of healing. And when you're in your 60s, you appreciate anything that will help you take down some inflammation in the any kind of joint area. I was going to go specifically for the hips, but I don't think it matters because joints are joints. And so I thought, oh my gosh, and then I'm like, yeah, but it makes sense because negative ions, this is how I use this is what I'm doing here, these are the results I'm getting. Wow, this is crazy. So I say to her, I go, give me a minute. And she goes, okay, well, we'll talk later. I go, no. Yeah, give me a minute, like 1 minute. Let me think. And I'm like, okay, how can I make this work? And of course, I've been in a variety of different companies in the past. So I understand that when you come at the top, that's where you do the best. And I thought, well, I'm going to order a lot of product anyways. And Christmas was right around the corner. I joined right at the beginning of December. So I thought, well, all my friends and family are used to getting the gift of supplementation and the gift of health. Either they're getting a treatment or they're getting supplements of some sort. And I'm always involved in something. And so, they were used to it. And so I thought, you know what, let me just try this one and see what happens. And, maybe for me, it'll work well. And for them, it'll be spectacular. Or let's just see what happens. So I went and I ordered the diamond kit, which of course had a lot of product, but I dispersed of that very quickly because I have a lot of friends. Thank you. I am super blessed. And I have a lot of friends, and I shared. And I love sharing because sharing is one of the best energies in the world, right? And so I went, the day that mine arrived was on a Thursday night, and somehow I went really late to go pick it up, and I don't know what I was doing, and I thought, okay, I'll just open this up tomorrow. I wake up and I can't breathe, and I'm stuffed up, and I have a sinus headache, and I have a sore throat, and I have that dry tickly cough, that dry tickly, it's going to turn into this disgusting cough. Especially now, there's one called 100-day cough that's going around. And so I'm like, oh, okay. So I call up Linda. I'm like, okay, my shipment arrived. What do I do? How much do I take? How does this work? And she goes, okay, take the alt, and take it like, 4, 5, 6 times in the day if it's really, really bad. That's what I do when I have that. And I'm like, Okay. And so I started taking it, and by the end of the day, oh, and my ears were plugged, which hardly ever happens with me. By the end of the day, my ear, the one ear was completely unplugged. The other one was at least 50-60%, but I could tell there was still a little whatever stuff going on. But there was no more sore throat. There was no more tickle. There was no cough. The sinus headache had gone down from a 10 or a 12 out of 10 to a, let's say roughly, I don't even know if it, I would say 2, maybe a 1. And I'm like, okay, fine. And so I'll take a few more, I'll go to bed, and that's the end of that. I woke up the next morning, I could hear, there was no sore throat, there was nothing. And I thought, oh my goodness, I don't know what's in here. I haven't researched that out yet. I don't know what the rest of the products are like, but this was magic. Like, this is unheard of. Like, this is crazy. Are you kidding me this fast? I have to tell everybody about this. I immediately went to go cancel my account at the other place. I thought, well, whatever this is where I'm supposed to be right now. And while they were great and I did well there, it was time to move on. That's all. It's just a better, it's like, yeah, my marriage here was good. Now let's have a better one, you know? And so we are talking about relationships, right? So, so that's kind of how I got into it. And then I just went ballistic because I have clients, I have this, that, and the other. I was telling everybody. Everybody was like blown away. I don't think I had any negative experiences from anyone. There was no allergy, because you can't be allergic to it because it's made from the DNA of the plant. We just heard from Julia, Miss Allergy herself. So if she's not allergic, who's like, and then I discovered I could give it to my dog because, as we know, dogs have parasites. Well, we have a microbiome product that will kill off parasites like there's no end in sight. That's not what we're talking about today. You know, fast forward to my new life. I also work as a real estate agent, which is okay because I get to move around a little bit, but I do a lot of sitting at my computer because look at this, I'm here all day, 7 hours of sitting in front of the computer. This happens frequently with me. And so you're not moving around as much. So, you know, the kidneys get a little tired, sluggish, you know, blah, blah. So Power Lemon, PWR Lemon, good for kidney strengthening and bladder strengthening. To all of my menopausal sisters out there, did you hear me? Strengthen your kidneys and your bladder. Lower the amount of times you wake up during the night. Who here wakes up during the night? Who here is in menopause? Okay, so you know, whether you're in it earlier, you're in it later, I would get up sometimes 4 and sometimes 5 times an evening, a night, sorry. And now if I do, it's probably because I had a lot of water before I went. I had the other night, I didn't wake up at all. Okay, so that's one claim to fame. It's not like that every night. Every once in a while, I still wake up once. It can happen twice if I'm super sleeping in, but let me tell you, I don't get to sleep in much, so that doesn't happen often enough. That doesn't happen often enough. I'd be happy to do that one. But we're talking like 1 to 2 times in a night versus 4 to 5. That is a huge win, win, win for me. You've got to try this product. Men, Power for Lemon. All I'm going to say is aging backwards. Strength. You know that little blue pill? You might not need it after this one. You could have the little yellow candy instead. Such an amazing product. Apricot, oh my gosh. So horrifying night sweats, horrifying hot flashes, down to like, I'm gonna say roughly almost no, pretty much no night sweats at all, and still maybe a few, but not nearly as much during the day. And that's usually if I'm actually in a hot place. I don't do well with too much heat. I like a little bit of a cooler air, so I like where I live for that reason. But I can't say enough. about that. And I mean, the rest of the products that go along with everything else, it's just, it's crazy. I would probably add to taking both power, if you're trying to balance out your hormones, I would probably add the SLD, which is for bringing down inflammation, because I think where there's an imbalance, there's inflammation. It's almost guaranteed. And just for the sake of good life, I would probably recommend an MLS and an HPR. So HPR will support your liver as well as do a mild cleanse, and the MLS will kill off parasites. So I'm just going to say something. Candida is pretty much a parasite. So anybody here who suffers from a lot of candida, and that would pretty much be everyone in North America. This will definitely help. You will feel better. It will help you balance. And then there's many other products that we can talk about for the heart, for the circulation. I mean, you know, if you sit a lot like I do, it's good to take the one, my heart is okay, but my circulation probably doesn't get the workout that I need it to, you know, and in the winter, I don't get a chance to get outside as much. In the summer or spring, I'm out there longer. Well, first of all, we have daylight, so where I live, there's some coyotes and whatnot. So I wouldn't take my dog or myself out too much at night unless I absolutely have to. But you know, in the summertime, I get more exercise because I will go out for a very long walk. And so sometimes it's good to have some extra circulation from some candies that taste really amazing. So, I mean, I could talk all day about this. We don't have that kind of time. I'm going to let my beautiful friend Amanda tell you a little bit about her experience. She's fairly new to the product, so it'll be good to hear from her, and then we'll hear from Juanita, and maybe Tammy will make it by then.
Okay, hi everybody. So lately, the last probably, many of you know I have twin boys and they're about 3 years old. So when I had my boys, I was struggling big time. My menopause kicked in because I'm a little bit of an older lady. I'm 37, so I'm getting up there. And I had some issues with hormones. And so I've been taking the Power Apricot and the SLD and the MLS and the HPY one. And I've had really good luck with all of them, but specifically with the Power Apricot because it is delicious. First of all, it tastes like absolutely delicious. I've had like 2 of them already today because I just love them. But what I've noticed in the last 30 days is I have really bad night sweats, and that has decreased like significantly. I'm not changing my clothes in the middle of the night anymore. And I've been getting deeper sleep. I'm not waking up as much because I'm not soaked, and I just feel more restful. I've had a little bit more energy, and I feel like the other thing with the menopause stuff is my hair was falling out. It's something that started when I was pregnant. I had really bad hair loss. I know it doesn't look that way now, but I could show you when I throw my hair out from my brushes and it's like a huge pile. And the last 2 weeks, I have not had to clear my brush out one time. So I know that is like, yeah, it's really crazy. My hair and my nails, my skin, like just everything that I'm doing right now has made me feel a million times better, especially the hormone stuff, because the night sweats have been like horrific for me. Because it, like, I mean, if you're getting up in the night 3-4 times, you're soaking wet, you're trying to change your clothes, like it's just it's awful. And I know that most women that go through menopause, this is kind of a normal experience, but to have something that actually is helping me is amazing. So I am excited because my doctor and I are going to meet in a couple of weeks, and I know she's going to see a huge improvement when I tell her what's been happening, and I'm super excited for that. But also with the Power Lemon, I noticed too, is my skin is not as oily. Or sorry, the Power Apricot. my skin is not as oily because I get really, because of the night sweats and stuff like that, I was getting a lot of really oily skin. And actually, my skin is doing much better. Um, I've just noticed a lot of improvements, just everything in general, especially with the sleep. I am literally sleeping 5 hours now straight without waking up instead of waking up on the hour. And I had like these big bags underneath my eyes from not sleeping and just waking up. They are starting to go away. There, I had this crease here. It's completely gone. This is in just a few weeks, 30 days already. So I am convinced that in 2 months, like I'm gonna have even way better results with it. I'm very impressed. And the flavor, my kids, they've been asking for them every single day. Every day. We just threw out our over-the-counter stuff because they just weren't a fan of it. We were always fighting with them. Come on, guys, you got to take the vitamins. The twins, you know them. They're, no, we're not taking them. That's not good. They didn't like it. I think it was a texture thing. But every day they have been asking me for the candies. They call them candies. Can I have one? Can I have one? Of course you can have one. And honestly, they love them. I love them. And I've had amazing results so far. I could talk about this for days, but I mean, just it's been a really good experience, and I'm really, really impressed. I can actually feel it working in my body, and I've had a lot of different products. Probably over the 10 years, I have tried multiple products because obviously I had my car accident. A lot of people know that. I've suffered with like pain, pain, chronic fatigue, all of these things that kind of come when your body goes through a big trauma. So there's a lot of symptoms that come with that. And so for me to have something that is actually doing good for my body and not causing more issues, I'm very impressed. I'm actually very blown away.
Awesome.
So yeah.
Can you mention the, sorry, the energy drink thing?
Oh yeah, so that's the other exciting thing. I know a lot of people know about energy drinks and how terrible they are. And they're very full of stuff that you just don't want. And unfortunately, I picked up that bad habit probably 3 or 4 years ago. When right after pregnancy, you know, you're up with twin babies, you're just trying to get through it. So I got really hooked on energy drinks. I was drinking probably 2 a day, and it caused big issues for me. And so I am on day 6 or 7 now without them.
Woohoo!
So I've been starting my mornings with water and lemon and mint and my Power Africa and my MLS and my SLD. And my mornings, I feel like I am more alert. I am not kind of fumbling looking for my energy drink, going, oh my God, big this morning, and and I don't know, I've just been enjoying my mornings a little bit more. So I feel more rested. So
Awesome.
I'm having a lot of luck with it.
Love it. Love it. And she just started like what, a month ago, if even? So this is how quickly, if your body's ready, if you're ready, if your energy is ready to absorb this, this is super quick. So I'm going to go, thank you so much, Amanda. I'm going to go on to Tammy because I know she's in the car. So thank you everyone for making so much time out of your crazy busy schedules. You've got like a million kids and things going on, and you're still taking the time to come on. And then we'll go to Juanita, and then we'll go to Maritza, because I believe she tried some of the product. Maybe she can let us know. And then she's going to talk, and she's on a cruise. So everyone is finding time and Wi-Fi and whatnot. So we'll go over to Tammy. I'll stop talking. Go, take it away, Tammy. She's also one of our sponsors. So.
Well, all I can say is I do not leave the house without my APL Go. I keep it in the glove box. I carry a bag and also a purse. So let me just tell you that. So first of all, I'm so happy that you're doing this platform. And I agree with you 100%. The world needs to know about these products. I'm that girl who Marianne introduced me to this. I didn't have any real ailments. You know, I have a lot of energy already. but guess what? I have more. And I just had a great get together with some friends who are my friends since I was 7 years old. And they all asked me, what the hell are you doing? Pardon me, did I say that out loud? What the hell are you doing? Because they could look at my face. And I'm actually older than all three of them. That's the kicker. I'm older than all three of them. And I hope they're not watching because I love you all like crazy. But a few people even had said when they seen the picture, which one is the youngest? And I didn't say, but they said, you look like you're younger than all three of them. And so I have to attribute that to the beauty. I've been taking that supplement and SLD. You know, I almost took Relax twice during the day just because it tastes so great. And yeah, I did. And guess what? I didn't fall asleep. But what I felt was a lot more energy, if that makes sense. And I have my power right here. This is my go-to. My power, if believe it or not, I have, and my friends usually call me the Energizer Bunny already. And my SLD for inflammation. And this is actually was the first thing that I noticed. I went down 4 inches from SLD and GRW. And then, oh my gosh, I'm just like her. I could talk about these all the day and you would actually remove me or mute me and also grow. But you know, it was because of these and because of Marianne that I said, I gotta do the metabolic reset and the PFT. And I've lost well, I don't want to say lost because I don't want to find it again, but I am down over 33 inches on my entire body. I'm shopping back in my closet for clothes that were tight or that I couldn't, but more. I mean, Marianne, do you see the picture I posted in the group to let people know? The inch loss is real. And my face, oh my goodness, I just have to show you my face and my neck. That's the first place people usually notice it. And I'm telling you, people are telling me like, oh my goodness. Like, I mean, honestly, my husband said he has to shave his grays now so he doesn't look like my uncle. So the products are fantastic. On a serious note, it has helped out my mother who actually had, oh gosh, pulmonary fibrosis with her breathing and also with the different inflammation and pain that she's had from having knee replacement surgery. And has also helped out our son, who's always excited because he's a really sports guy and he loves Relax. He just pops them all the time. Like it's like a jube now. We have a jar at home with Skittles and jube. Well, the Skittles are empty, the bottle, and now he puts these in there. So, relationships and go back to relationships to me now is really currency. And it's important that you're doing this because I feel there's been so much people wanting to get you and have you buy something without results. And it's really great that you and Julia have created this space for us to have real relationships. And I'm so proud to be a part of the walk and the movement where we can actually share with people how the health that they have is their true wealth. And we are not just talking it, we are walking it with information, real results, and a real company that wants us all to win and succeed, whatever that looks like for us. So thank you so much. Oh yeah, you're showing yours? Yeah, I have 3 boxes I carry. I might lose internet because I just got a warning.
I know, I saw you cut out a few times. I'm just showing BRM because it looks good in the background because I'm wearing. And normally
Yeah.
I wouldn't, my colors, I'm kind of like Lori, my colors are blue, but because it was Valentine's Day this like a few days ago, so I'm wearing red, but yeah.
Right. So in case I lose connection, just want to say love you all. Thank you so much for the amazing leadership. I love this company and I'm so proud to be a part of it. And I just can't wait for the future because it really is now. Future is now. It's not tomorrow, it's now. So I'm hoping everyone will take action and get in touch with you ladies because this is like the real, I mean, I don't want to, but this is the real thing. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you for making time and stopping and driving and all that kind of stuff. That's awesome.
Right. That's how important it is. People are on cruise, people are working. Like that's how important this is. We'll stop everything for APL Go.
Tammy and I are so busy, we're friends, like we're more than just colleagues, but we can't get together. It's like she lives on the other end of Toronto, and we're an hour apart. It takes us forever to actually get together.
Yeah, I have
So,
birthday gift for you. I hope it's not like summer by the time I
yeah,
get
it'll
this to
it'll be
you.
July by the time I get it, and then it'll be it'll be yours coming up right after that. It's just crazy. Thank you, honey. Like this is, but then this is what we do, right? So
Right.
Tammy is a marketing guru. Julia is a graphic arts designer. So if you need services, please connect either with them directly or with me. If you can't find them, I will find them for you. So thank you, Tammy. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, everybody. Bye. APL go. Let's go.
That a girl. I love it. Now let's go to Juanita, who normally lives in South Africa, but she is currently in the US, and I don't even know which state she's in today. I was trying to send her something the other day, and I'm like, where are you going to be? And I just want to mention one thing. We're going to talk about the supplements because in Canada, we don't yet have the skincare, but this company is going to open up their skincare to us this year. I'm hoping it'll be June, July, but that's just me talking nothing. That's just me wishing. Don't hold me to my word because I don't know what it is yet. So we have a fantastic skincare line that is 100% free of all kinds of yucky things. And it is bottled in Venetian glass because it's important to have a great vibration of even the glass. So Venetian glass, how much better than that does it get? So on that note, I will pass you along to Juanita. She's going to tell us her experience with APL Go. And then we're going to move on to Maritza, who is patiently waiting on a cruise for me. So thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much, Marianne, for this platform. It's always wonderful to join you. Marianne and I come a long way, as do some of the ladies on this group here today as well. Marianne and I met a long time ago and we clicked instantly. We are both entrepreneurs. We are both people that really get out and go and do things. We are doers. We're not just talkers. So that's where we connected. We also work a lot in the energy space and with counseling and spiritual counseling, energy healing. So that's where we connected. So I just want everybody on here just to give Marianne a round of applause. I believe it was her birthday 3 days ago, and I have to apologize. I was traveling, Marianne. I missed it, and I just want to say happy birthday, my dear friend, my sister. You are an amazing person. You're a gem to so many people out there. Keep shining. I'm very proud of you, and I'm very proud to know you. And we all love you on here. So make this a birthday week and please have a wonderful weekend and a wonderful year. I know there's wonderful things coming up for you. This is the year. This is the year of progress and impact. I called out 2 words for my podcast, Meticulous Moments, and those are impact and influence. And this year, I believe we are going to bring impact and influence. So thank you so much for this platform. It's an honor to be here. I'm Juanita Cat from South Africa. I am a public speaker. I'm an author. I'm also a martial artist and an entrepreneur. And for 2 decades of my life, I was an ordained pastor. And that's a very high stress level job. It can be a very traumatic job at some time, at some points in time. It's basically a 24/7 post that you have, because if someone is in an accident or is a medical emergency, you have to get up and go in the middle of the night, which breaks your sleeping cycles. But alongside that, I was studying at university. I was raising 2 little kids. I started my entrepreneurial journey and I started martial arts. Now, what did that all come to for me? Because I'm a very high energy person and I like to be busy. My mind's always busy, guys. I'm always in 10 places at once, multitasking. It brought me to times where I was in burnout stage. And believe you me, burnout is not fun and it's not healthy for you. So I had a roller coaster ride in my time as a pastor and doing all these things. And that was before I went entrepreneur full time. But getting to that place of burnout was not fun. It was not healthy for me. My hair started thinning out. I started losing so much weight. I had all these dark circles under my eyes. I was always in pain. And I sought out every single supplement, every single vitamin. There was Herbalife. There was all kinds of products that I used. you name it. I've done it. Homeopaths, I would always seek that out. And that would actually help for a little while. Taking the omegas, taking the vitamin D's, taking the vitamin B, adding the protein powder, drinking more fluids, trying to sleep more. But in actual fact, it was just a short-term fix. It was a short-term assistance to me. And I couldn't do that. And so I met Marianne, and one day we were having this discussion because I work Eastern Standard Time hours. I actually live in South Africa, but I work EST hours, which means late at night and morning hours, I'm awake working. And that's, of course, a good time for Marianne and I to connect because we'll sit and we'll work, but we'll also be on a video call and talk and catch up and do our admin. And she mentioned the APL Go products to me. And I said, wow, I've tried everything. And she asked me, you're looking so tired. Are you okay? Are you getting enough sleep? She said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to introduce you to this wonderful product. Try APL Go. And I said, well, I've tried everything else. I'm again at the burnout point, so let me try it. And she sent me all these wonderful products. I believe it was GTS, Marianne, SLD, GRW, PWR. And it arrived and I started using it. And I also gave some to my son as well. Now, being a martial artist, when you are burned out and you have to go to these high intensity fights, you have to go to these trainings. When you are burned out, your body doesn't recover as quickly as it normally would, right? So it would take me 2-3 days to recover from a tough fight. But when I started using, for instance, SLD, the next morning I would get up, I'd have the energy and I'd have no inflammation. I wouldn't be in any pain. I wouldn't be overtired. I'd be ready for the next session. So SLD really helped me in that regard. And I'll share with you one. I also remember, Marianne, we were on, I think it was about a month into using these products, and Marianne was on a video call with me and she stopped and she said, wait, what happened to your hair? And I didn't even realize. She said, look how thick your hair is and it's longer. And then I was looking on the video and I realized, oh my goodness, without me even realizing, the APL Go was strengthening my hair again, and it was growing and it wasn't as thin anymore. So it definitely has the effect on your skin and your hair. And I remember I was traveling to St. Louis. I was doing a public speaking event in St. Louis, and I was a guest speaker there, a business conference. And I also went to Flashpoint with Austin Haynes, and I spoke there. And guess who was there, ladies? You know her, Linda McBee. Now I'm traveling, I'm in planes, I'm in airports, I'm in hotels, there's air cons, and it's change of season for me because in South Africa, when you have winter here in the US, we have summer. So, the change of season, flying over 37-hour traveling, you're tired, you're worn out, and my allergies started acting up. And I walk into this Flashpoint 5.0 event and I'm going to speak. And I have the allergies, guys. Oh my goodness, I couldn't stop sneezing. I couldn't stop coughing. I had a nasal drip. And I see Linda and she's got an APL Go table. And I go to Linda and I say hi and she says, you're coughing. And she reaches over to the alt box, the ALT box, and she says, take 2 of these. And I took them, I took the little candies, and let me tell you, about 5 minutes in, I kid you not, all the sinus went away, my throat cleared up, I had no more cough until I went home to South Africa and I said, Linda, Alt is my favorite product now. So what I'm here to tell you here today about these products, guys, I've tried everything on the market. Being a high energy person, being a business professional, like all the ladies and the gents that are on here, our bodies get depleted. Exercise is not enough. Being a martial artist is not enough. Drinking the right amount of water is not enough. Sleeping is not enough. You have to combine it with a supplement that feeds your body. Make sure to get APL Go products. The Alt is very good. That's what I can say. When I used it for the allergies, very, very good. I took a box of that home with me. SLD, all the products that I tried really helped me in my health space, so that I can be a better mom, so that I can be a better entrepreneur, so that I can pitch up and, pitch up 100% when I fight. Reach out to Marianne. We've all got links. Make sure, try it out at least for 30 or 60 days, and you will see the differences. And what I also want to say is, because of the unique structure of this product, yes, it might say it's going to help you in a certain way, but what I saw with the products was it also has extra benefits. It gives you according to your DNA. For instance, I wasn't using products that would thicken my hair and make it grow again and work on my skin. I was using inflammation products and I was using allergy products, and so it always has an extra benefit as well. So I'm sure Marianne's going to make a link available. I'm sure Marianne's going to tell you exactly where to purchase this. But from me, coming from South Africa, traveling and being a busy individual, definitely. All of us are busy out there. Remember what Jose was telling us earlier today. We're all busy. We all want to be productive. Use these products because they really, really work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yes, your hair is still so thick and so beautiful. It's absolutely amazing. So thank you so much for Juanita. We will hear from Juanita and someone else as well at 2:30. So that is an hour and a half from now. So right now we are going to give the platform to Maritza Guridi. Is it Guridi? Can you tell me how to pronounce your last name, honey?
Gertie.
Gertie, well, of course. Maritza, do you want to share anything with the APL Go? Because I know you had just received your product, and the first thing she said to me, she goes, "Oh my God, this stuff works."
Yes. Oh, and of course,
And I'll read
the
your
captain wants
bio.
to make an announcement. Hopefully you can't hear the person talking in the overhead
No, we
speaker.
can't actually.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. Yes, I am on a cruise. I'm on a it's called Educators at Sea Conference.
Nice.
And we're on our way to Cozumel right now. So I've been using ever since I met Marianne, and we just clicked our conversations. And by the way, happy belated birthday. I also just celebrated my birthday on the 10th. Yes, yes. So APL Go, I've been using it for sleep, and I'm a person that has had issues with sleeping, using prescription medications for sleep. I haven't used any since I've been using the APL, the RLX. It is the RLX, right? For sleep, because I'm still trying to get the acronyms together.
Yes, yes. She literally got her product like maybe a week ago, if even.
Yes, I've had issues, unfortunately, since COVID. From the first time I had gotten COVID, I have been having some upper respiratory issues that have been compounded by lifelong nasal allergies. So I've been taking, is it the SLD? What is the acronym for the one with the, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. SLD for inflammation.
Oh yeah, that issues with that too. So, with age, things happen, our bodies change, especially for women that are at the age of where menopause is also an issue. So all these things combined, taking these supplements have helped me. I like that it's not a pill that I have to swallow. I've actually been mixing them. Like if I'm on the go, I just take a couple, the ones that I want, and pop them in my mouth. And, I'm going to start giving the energy ones to my mom because she is 75. I want to see how she likes it. I'm going to recommend the sleep ones to my sister, who does seriously have issues with sleeping as well. But they've been working for me and I've been enjoying them. And the more, and I'm going to be like, listen, you see me, I'm a very energetic person, always have been. So having more energy is like, oh my gosh, she's on 90 now. It's going to be very interesting. But when you asked me if I'd like to be on here and to talk about relationships, I was like, wow, that is like an entire session in itself. So the first thing I want to say is that anyone that watches this later, I am not a therapist. I am not a psychologist. I am not a psychiatrist, but I am a liver of life experiences that have shown me a lot.
Yes, you are. Let me read your bio, Maritza. Let me read your bio and introduce you. So just 1 second. So I want to thank everyone with their testimonials, and thank you, Julia, for the presentation. And the background that I put on here is on purpose. This is what our skincare looks like. And hang on, let me go on here. This is what our skincare looks like, and it's absolutely gorgeous. So with that, I am going to read Maritza's bio. Just one second, as soon as I get myself out of here. Okay, I don't know why I keep doing this. All right. Maritza is a mother of 5, 3 bio. I'm not sure what that means. 2 adopt. Oh,
Biological.
biological and 2 adopted. Very nice. Adopted and or fostered. She's a wife, a daughter, a sister, a grandmother. Isn't she a hot grandmother? Hello? Charter High School Parent Association member and vice president of the Mastery Parent Action Council. Whew, that's a lot. Community advocacy manager for Mastery Charter Schools in Camden, New Jersey. Mother of LULAC, Greater Philadelphia chapter number 20010. Member of Mary McLeod Bethune Elementary School Advisory Council, formerly Northeast Regional Organizer and Deputy Director of Parent Voice and Outreach for the National Parents Union, creator and host of Looped In with Maritza, founder and CEO of MGURD, I hope I said that right, Counseling LLC, continuously an advocate for the education of children and their parents. She has made a choice to continue to speak for those that cannot speak for themselves. And with that, I will mute myself and allow you to listen to this beautiful. Thank you so much, Maritza.
Thank you so very much for having me. Again, I do not have, I am not a doctor, I am not a therapist, but I am a person that has lived through many things. And as a result, I have chosen to share some of my experiences in the hopes that others can take from it what they feel best suits their needs. As well as, because I'm a mother, I've often told my children, take what you see as a nugget, because to avoid any of those things that can happen in your life as you're going into your adulthood, take what you remember seeing, the things that your mom went through, that your stepdad went through, that your own dads have gone through, and make better choices for yourself as you go through life and become an adult. So I have grown children. My eldest is 33. I have a very soon to be, actually tomorrow, he's going to be 28. I have a beautiful daughter named Mecca who just turned 19 last month. And I have our 2 little ones who we are now their parents. My husband and I are still active foster parents because we know there's a need out there for people that are able to not only open their homes, but open their hearts for children that are in need of a safe place to be. With regards to relationships, there's so many types of relationships that we all, especially as women, have in our lives. We have the relationships we have with our parents if they are still with us as adults. We have the relationships with our children if we have children, or young people that we see as our children. We have our relationships with people that have known us since we were very young, since grade school, people we meet in college if we go that route, people that we may meet at work, because there are such thing as work relationships. So many kinds, and a lot of them come with their separate issues, their separate areas of opportunity, but also the areas of love and fulfillment, because not every relationship is a cookie cutter relationship. You may have a person in your life that's their go-to person when you're really going through something, you just need an ear. I have people like that in my life. The relationship with my mother, although a little bit strained at times, she's my mom and I love her. But I do know that because of that type of relationship that is strained, it is okay for me to sometimes separate or distance myself not only to keep the peace, but also to have peace of mind for myself. Also letting her know, listen, the things that you say, sometimes, they hurt. And the fact that you're a kind of person that does not like to apologize, because people that are older, and she said this to me, people that are older, more mature, that are at that golden age in their life, sometimes feel, hey, I'm at a point in my life where I don't have to apologize for what I do. I've lived a long life. And what I say to her is, you know what? You're never too old to learn new things. So if someone is telling you that what you're doing is hurting them, you need to take stock in that if it's being told to you by multiple people. So I will leave you with that nugget so that you can think about that. Work relationships. It is very important for us to know work relationships are great, but the precursor to that relationship is the word work. So we have to be very careful in how we define that relationship in our workspaces, in our work areas, in our work relationships, because there may come a time where the work has to be the priority, and the friendship may have to take a back seat. Communication is very important in that regard, because if something becomes a tension filled situation, it can affect the friendship, because the work has to come first and the work has to be done. So I learned in the hard way how there's a very big difference between a friendship and an acquaintance and a coworker. I've had to really work hard in drawing certain lines to make sure that my hard work doesn't get hurt while doing my regular work. So these are things that are always, for me, very important to keep in mind with anyone that I meet. I am a very outgoing person. I am a very much extrovert. So I have that kind of personality that draws people in, and I form a lot of connections. Because of that, I make sure that I nurture those connections, I develop those connections, but I also know how to categorize those relationships. I've had people that I met at a job that I'm still friends with them to this day. I've also know that everything happens for a reason and a season. So there may be someone that comes into your work or comes into your life that may not necessarily be there for the long haul. They may just be there for a moment, just like you may only be there for them for a moment in time. And I honestly feel that if I am in a person's circle and for some reason I am no longer there, my hope is that when they think of me or when they hear about me, that it is coming from a good place. Like, yes, I worked with Maritza before. I know her. You know what? She's good people. She helped me out. She listened. She was there for me. She will fight with you to fight that fight. And I say that as an advocate, a strong advocate for families and children. I am there for those that I see needed. Relationships also require forgiveness. A lot of times people find it hard to forgive when they've been hurt, but I realize I can forgive many, many, many things, but I will never forget anything. And I love that Maya Angelou quote is not what you said or what you did. I'm paraphrasing here, but it's how you left them feeling. How you leave a person feeling is so important. So when things occur, if things don't work out, it's okay to walk away if you're able and step away. Forgive for yourself. Don't feel a need to forgive a person or ask a person forgiveness. No, forgive yourself first. Be there. Participate in the journey of grieving when you lose a relationship. And this goes for personal, romantic, sibling, friend, and work relationships. I can say I was fired from my last job. It hurt really badly because I thought I had authentic friendships. Because I did not, I had to grieve the loss not only of the job, but of those relationships because they were very much interconnected. Relationships in our world take a lot of time. No relationship is perfect. There will be times when that tension band is stretched to the point of breaking. But if you are part of a relationship, whether it's work, whether it's personal, whether it's with a child, and you know that it is worth it, hold on, nurture it, give it attention. Do not take it for granted. Do not also work with your heart not being filled. Make sure that your cup is overflowing with, and it's reciprocal, that you nurture and you also are nurtured. Do not exhaust your heart and your mind on a relationship that does not give you the same thing back, because that's when it becomes draining. That's when it becomes hurtful. That is when you say, I'm just going to let go and walk away. And I'm going to tell you this, it's okay for you to love yourself first. Loving yourself first will then allow you to open up your heart to others. And I say this as a mom, as mothers, as parents, we subconsciously are taught to always, you got to take care of somebody else. You got to take care of your parents. You have to take care of your friends, your siblings. But I don't want you to feel guilty when you say, you know what, I'm going to take care of me. I'm going to love me. I'm going to take myself out. I'm going to go on a trip myself. I'm going to buy myself that outfit. I'm going to try that new job. I'm going to venture out and try to sell APO Go. I'm going to do all the things to help me nurture myself, fill my cup, make sure my happiness is there to then allow me to then make others happy, be there for others, and love on others. I can go on and on. I don't want to take up too much time.
Sorry, hon, you have a bit more time. I don't want to keep you too long either, but I want to make sure that you have enough time
Oh
because
no,
you've got so much story. I want to hear more. So,
I mean, my journey, for me, forgiveness in relationships has been such a huge part that is what I'm going to include in what you've asked me to be a part of with regards to forgiveness.
So we'll tell you right now. So there's a book coming out. Most of you know I have a series of books called Self-Empowerment Reset, and then each one has a subtitle. So the next one coming out hopefully soon is Forgiveness is for me, not them. And so why, Maritza, why do you think forgiveness is so difficult for people? Like why? Why do you think?
Trauma. What trauma that comes back? You feel that some people feel that if they forgive something that happened to them that hurt them, that they're going to be opening themselves up to more trauma and more pain. I am learning that in dealing with whatever had a traumatic effect on me and healing from that, then has made it easier for me to forgive things that have happened in the past, forgive those individuals that have hurt me in the past, and move forward. Because if you don't forgive something, it's very hard to live on and move forward and have a fulfilling life because you still have that weight from that past traumatic experience.
It weighs us down, right? Like if we're doing the forgiving, it weighs us down. It doesn't weigh the other person. You're not doing anything to him or her. You're weighing yourself down. You're sabotaging your growth, right? Because we can't, I don't know. I just don't think I think another book I'm gonna have to do is gonna have to be called Letting Go, like Letting Go Made Easy, because honestly, people have such a tough time letting go, and forgiveness falls right into that category, right?
Yes,
Like
it does.
it's so difficult. And I think, I think we all need like counselors, you know. While you're not, this or that, you're an awesome counselor. You have so many years of experience. Like it's ridiculous. I think you should have an honorary counselor degree.
I mean, that's something I've been looking at, but because I love working with people and talking with people, I don't mind being that ear. And I'm very careful to keep my implicit biases at the door. We all have implicit biases, things that we don't realize have been ingrained in us since childhood that we don't realize it's a bias. And I often tell, people often need to understand you need to leave those things at the door for us to be able to work together, to be successful together. All of those biases that you think you do not have, leave them at the door. And if someone calls you on it, respectfully, of course, hopefully realize this is something that they have to work on internally within themselves. If someone says something to you about perhaps something you said or a perception you may have about a person, and say, you know what, maybe I need to work. If someone calls you on it, work on it. There's a reason for it. It's not just to say, oh, I don't like her, I don't like him. Well, what is it about them that you don't like? It may be an internal bias that you have that you don't realize.
It's true. And I mean, like we carry so much baggage, but with my schedule's over the top with the various work I do, but I don't have any children, but you have a husband and five.
Yes.
5 of her own children, and then deals with all this other stuff, entrepreneur, and now she's on a cruise.
Yes.
You cannot function. You can't have, none of that will do well if you can't forgive and if you can't let go of what you need to. And sometimes that's letting go. I had this whole conversation with someone the other day, and I have this in real estate all the time. I don't know what it is about people, why they think we're desperate, but I'm not desperate. I have other things going on. And the client, there's a very difficult section of out here in the GTA that is owned by a specific company, and all these properties are extra difficult to deal with. There's just a lot of extra work around it. It's just they won't let you do signs, they won't let you do open houses, they won't let you do your job, but you have to sell it somehow. And so you got to get creative in other ways. And so I found a path to this. But also most of the properties are well out of town. And so this particular one was like well over 2 hours away from me. And the first question he had for me was, okay, well, what are you going to charge me in commission? And I said, how about we don't worry about that until you see how complicated this gets, because this is the first time I've done this. So let's not go right to that right away. And then I said to him, and I said, look, if I have to go out there all the time, you're going to pay 10%, not 5%. So just relax, don't be afraid to talk to people. You're the expert. Say no. If that person can't appreciate and doesn't show respect for what you're doing, you don't need to put yourself into that position. That then becomes basically another version of an abusive relationship.
Yes, absolutely. And when you made mention of how am I able to do all these things that I do, I give almost 100% of the credit to my husband, because he's my partner. If he wasn't the person that says, you know what, go do what you need to do to help these families and help these children, I have the home front. So more than half of the opportunities that I have are because I have such a great life partner that is very supportive of the work that I do. So I give him a lot of the credit.
So see, here's a love relationship, a marriage, but look at the importance of the support, and I have this relationship, relationship that's rather new compared to, you being married for so many years, and super supportive of each other in terms of work. Like we work well together, and we have worked already well together, contractor and real estate agent, right? But it's also just the respect of, not telling someone what to do, but maybe making suggestions, and maybe, hey, okay, when you ask me, I'll tell you this, that, or the other. And the importance of having that support is huge. And, back to the whole forgiveness thing of, oh my God, where would married people get if all you ever did was never forgive anyone? Like, can you imagine?
Yeah, the divorce rate would be even higher than it already is.
But
It absolutely would be.
we wouldn't make it through the first year of living together.
Yes,
Like, let's
absolutely.
face it.
And it has not been a cakewalk. There have been many situations, but we realize, that we want this relationship to work, and we work on it constantly. There are things that have to happen, never taking each other for granted. Communication has to be solid.
Mhm.
And understanding that we may not be able to be every single thing for each other. So we do respect our external friendships,
Mhm.
our external relationships with our family members as well.
Mhm.
And we also do different things. Like my husband's a gym rat. He's a man that runs at least 5 miles every day,
Oh, wow.
then goes to the gym.
Kudos.
Yes, I love to cook. He does not. He loves to do laundry. I don't mind, but he loves it. So you got it. Things like that. So
Yeah,
it's a give and take. It's a balance.
it's beautiful. I'm
It
so glad you
absolutely is.
brought that up. I love that.
Oh,
So thank you so much for bringing that up, because I think it's high time we started embracing our differences. I mean, it's great when we have things in common, but
yes.
hardly anybody is a carbon copy of the other person. I mean, me and my guy, we're so different. He wakes up every day at 5:30. Every day. No alarm clock, every day at 5:30. Me, I'm random. I'm maybe coaching in the UK, so I'm up at 4 in the morning. I might be coaching in Australia, so I'm up at, like, I don't know, 1 or 2 in the morning, if sometimes that has to happen. My schedule could be 18-hour days today. It could be, okay, it's never that low. I was going to say 6 hours, but I don't think so. Not if it's a work day. I wish, right? But I mean, mine is so completely random. I could be at home. Like today, I'm here, but beside or in front of the computer. And the next day I'm going to be doing an open house. Then I'm going to be driving an hour to the client. Then I'm going to be taking a listing. Then I'm going to be over here. He's a little bit more regimented, and I'm not. So he works from this time to that time. Then then it gets time to eat, and he gets hangry, so he's got to eat. And then and then it's this, and then it's home, and then it's rest, and then it's me, all over the place. But it works,
Yes.
right? Because there's respect and there's communication. I mean, those two are so huge. And then, of course he's going to do something that doesn't agree with me. I'm just going to look at him going, what were you thinking when you were doing that? But I'm sure, I'm sure, I know for a fact that he, thinks that with me sometimes, like, you're going to do that? You're going to do what? Why? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? And it's like,
Yeah.
and now he just kind of looks at me and goes, mm-hmm. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's what he's doing. He's basically twirling his eyes somewhere, without actually twirling his eyes in front of me, which is great.
Absolutely. Yeah. My husband does that all the time. Every time I'm like, hey, I decided I'm going to do this, or I've decided I'm going to apply for that, or I decided, and he's like, do it, go for it. But then he also celebrates my successes. I got
Yeah.
selected to speak somewhere. I'm going to be going, be a panelist to do this. I'm going to have this amazing guest on my podcast. And he's like, do it. He's like my biggest fan. So
I love that. And how long if you don't mind telling us, how long have you guys been together for?
well, we've known each other a little over 20 years.
Mhm.
That's why the story of forgiveness is very strong for me, because there was a time in our lives that we were not together, although we had a child together,
Mhm.
and we forgave and reconciled, and now we've been married. It's going to be 13 years in April.
Mhm. Wow.
So yeah,
That's
yeah.
amazing. 13 is my favorite number because I was born on the 13th. And Marissa was born on the 10th. And then
Yes.
one of her birthday presents, I suppose, to herself is to go on this beautiful cruise conference. And I want to thank you so much for taking the time. I know it wasn't easy. We were texting all morning going, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? I'm going to change people around. Poor thing. She can't find internet. What am I going to do? Right. And then I'm like,
Oh,
I know what it's like on a ship. You literally have to walk until you find a sign. Like it's that random. So
exactly.
thank you so much. Kudos to you, young lady.
No, I appreciate you so much. I'm still going to be listening in via like Facebook, but thank you so much. Thank you everybody for tuning in, and we will talk soon.
Thank you. And have enjoy the rest. When are you home? Next week? We'll chat. We'll
Yeah,
chat.
come home Monday evening. Yes, definitely will.
Perfect. Have fun.
Bye-bye.
Make sure you
Thank
have
you.
tons of fun. Thank you so much. Oh my
Bye-bye.
goodness. I love all my guests. Everyone takes extra time right in the middle of their crazy busy days. Chris, welcome. So I'm going to introduce you to Chris because Chris also has to go to work soon. So I am going to read Chris's bio. Chris is the lovely young man who made my website. And I do not know what is going on with this thing today. I don't know how to get rid of this. Okay. So okay. Chris has over 20 years of marketing experience. He's helped hundreds of businesses, including his own, scale by doubling down on digital. That's Chris's challenge. He's amazing. That success all starts by helping businesses differentiate and stand out rather than blend in. His approach, make things simple and easy. And it's funny because he just messaged me, I'll be there in 5 minutes. He was here in exactly 5 minutes. Oh my gosh, you gotta love that. He'll make it so easy that you'll be excited to manage your own social media. And because you'll be generating results, it's going to be fun, right? He is also a published author, podcast host, coach, consultant, and speaker. And with that, I give you Chris Burns.
Thank you, Marianne. Can you make me co-host so I can share a slide deck, please?
Sure can. Let me see where this is. Make co-host.
Well, good morning to those of you on the West Coast, if it's still that time, and good afternoon to those of you in the Central Time Zone or East Coast. Nice to be here. Thanks for having me again, Marianne. Appreciate it.
Thank
you. This time around, I normally talk a lot about marketing. Today, it's a little bit about marketing and a little more about getting from confusion to clarity. And with today's topic, I wanted to mix it up a little bit because I like talking about helping people generate success, because I think that that is the number one way to have the best relationship with yourself, to get to self-love. And I struggled for many, many years to get to a point of success and to really achieve my goals. And so I think so many people get caught in this confusion stage, and it's really hard to get to clarity. So I'm going to show you how to get out of the hamster wheel, avoid burnout, and maximize productivity. And I'm going to keep it kind of short and sweet. Marianne already introduced me. I've been in the marketing world for 20 plus years. In the last couple of years, I've also taken on leadership and helping individuals, leaders, salespeople, entrepreneurs, help them discover what they're capable of. And there's a lot of different undercurrents to that conversation, but got a leadership business, leadership podcast, and also got a marketing coaching business. I love helping people. So this was me for many, many, many years. And this is what a lot of my clients look like when they come to me. They're kind of caught in that proverbial hamster wheel. And it could be anything from, I'm working 60 hours a week, or even I'm working 50 hours a week, but I'm just not getting the success I want to. I'm not getting to my goals. But if you're working 60 hours a week, that can lead to burnout. But if you're doing the right things, and if you're on the right path, if you're strategic, you should be absolutely crushing it. And so I want to show you how to get out of this hamster wheel. I usually ask the proverbial question of, what does this look like? Have you been here? Do you know what this is? But I'm guessing the vast majority of you on this call have been in business for more than a couple years, and you've been there, you get it. And hopefully you've gotten yourself out of the hamster wheel. But the hamster wheel leads to this. which is burnout. Now, whether you've been there for a long period of time or you've just had a cup of coffee with burnout, we all kind of know what that feels like. It's stress, it's anxiety, it's confusion, it's kind of doubting yourself, being unsure, could be imposter syndrome. But what I often like to tell people is that this is all very much preventable. And as Marianne said, one of my taglines is to make things so easy it's fun again, so easy that you'll have no excuses. And I think it is that easy to get off the hamster wheel. I think it is that easy to avoid burnout. But for me, it comes down to ways that you can maximize your output without working more. But unfortunately, many of us wear this, when people say, hey, how you been? I'm busy. I'm working 50, 60 hours a week. We wear that as a badge of honor, when in reality, only about 15% of the people actually work 50 hours a week or more. A lot of people are on their phone checking social media. They get distracted. They go in the laundry room, they start folding laundry. And yeah, we're busying ourselves, but is it being productive? Because a lot of times we're focused on the wrong things. So we're going to get to that in a little bit. The question I like to ask, now that we got that out of the way, is why do most entrepreneurs fail? Marianne, why do you think most entrepreneurs and small businesses fail?
Because
I can't hear you.
Because
say that again.
Because they give up.
They give up too soon, certainly. And there are a lot of other things that people will say is, I failed because I ran out of money. I failed because I made a mistake. I failed because of this or that. But if we boil it down and we look past a lot of those, what I would call, some of them are BS excuses, but if we boil it down to one thing, and I'm going to tell you a quick story about an event that I co-founded here locally. And I get up on stage and I speak to 200 plus people and I say, who here has a strategy? And we are lucky if 15 people out of 200 plus have their hand up. And then I'll ask the question rhetorically, how many people have it in document format? And hands go down, hands go down, hands go down. And we've got the 6 people plus maybe out of 200 plus that say, yeah, I have an actual strategy that I use, something I could print out right now, not the one in your head, because that doesn't count. The question I then ask is, if you don't have a game plan, why would you expect any level of success? Because you technically don't know what you want if you don't have a strategy. You don't know what you should be doing. You don't know what your goals were. You don't know how to measure success. So why would anything work out if you don't even know what you're supposed to get to? Not only that, but if you look at coaching, professional sports specifically, most teams will go into a game, even like the NBA basketball, where they play almost 100 games a year. They still know, hey, this team we're playing does X, Y, and Z. That's their specialty. So we need to do A, B, and C to beat them. I coach 3rd grade girls basketball for my daughters. And we go into the games with a game plan. Now, I know it's 3rd grade, but it's 1 or 2 things, because that's really all they can handle being brand new to the sport for their first year playing. But we say, hey, based on what we did in the last 2 games, we know that we have some habits and trends, or maybe some things we need to fix. We also know that the teams coming up might be this or that. So what are the 2 things we can do to make sure that we are our best self, to give ourselves the best chance to win? So we have a game plan, as simple as it might be. So I'm curious out there, and whether you want to raise your hand or what, how many people have a strategy? Marianne, do you leverage a strategy? Do you have any kind of a game plan that you can print off and say, hey, this is where I want to be, this is where I want to go?
No, but I have journals, so I don't print them off, but I have journals. So I'm a big, huge journaler, if that's a word.
Yeah,
so I write
absolutely.
my stuff like that, and I meditate and I do that. I'm not as techie, and I'm also not quite nearly as organized as you are, because we know that he's like so precise. And I know I drive him crazy, but he loves me and I love him and he's awesome. So yeah. Journals is my thing, but not printing off, but that's a good idea.
Okay. So having a journal and doing what you do with meditation is what I would say is probably 2 steps closer to getting out of the hamster wheel. Or maybe you've got both feet out of the hamster wheel, but it's still right there next to you and you could fall right back into it at any moment. That is something and that's better than doing nothing. And that does help keep you organized. But the number one thing I found, if we distill specifically in marketing, why so many small businesses struggle to generate the results they want is because they do not have a strategy. They're not strategic. The best strategies in the world are easy. It's a one-page strategy. It's tacked up by your computer or your monitor. It is printable. It's in a folder. And it's just like, these are the 3 things I want to achieve this year, right? And so it's only going to work if we make it easy. And by the way, when it's easy, it's fun. And when it's fun, it's because we're generating results. So remember that. That may be one of the most important things you take from today. But this is one of the things that I try to kick from my entrepreneurs. They get a lot of excuses. They say, well, Chris, I don't have the time. Well, guess what? You only need 15 minutes a week to do most of this stuff anyways. And if you don't have 15 minutes, that's a problem because you can easily anybody can make 15 minutes. Just stop watching Netflix or stop scrolling on Facebook and boom, you've got it. But I call this the light switch theory. So many people think if you build it, they will come. In marketing specifically and in leadership, it goes like this. Hey, we just lost 2 employees or we're going to be losing 2 employees. We need to hire. Well, let's just flip a switch. Let's just put a job post out and yeah, we're going to get all these applications. We're going to hire some awesome people. Well, that's reactionary leadership or reactionary marketing. And life does not work by that way. We need to be proactive, which means you don't believe in the light switch theory. I'll just flip the lights on and then everything's fixed and it'll be fine. Everything works, right? We need to be proactive, which is being strategic. Reactive is the opposite. It is flying by the seat of your pants saying, this is a need, we better do that. Well, sales are down, we better start posting more on social media. You can't flip a switch and expect results. You need to be proactive, which means journaling, meditating, and other things we're going to get to in a moment. So how do you become proactive? So Marianne, I'm going to ask you these rhetorical questions because it might be chaos if we asked everybody to turn off their mute. What are some other ways people can be proactive with their strategy, with their business, with their marketing?
You can hire Chris Burns.
Sure, you can hire a
Is that the
professional.
right answer? I think that's the right answer.
Well, there's lots of right answers to the questions. And so it's designed to be rhetorical, but I want also everyone out there to have some fun listening to you and I go back and forth. But this is it. And you kind of beat me to it. Now, I have a call to action, but I make $5 if you buy this thing, doesn't matter. This is a daily planner my business partner and I launched because we use daily planners. Calendars, journals, kind of the same thing. Journal is more like a notebook, whereas a planner is more your personalized blueprint or personalized strategy. But ultimately, this will prevent things from slipping through the cracks, which, believe it or not, happens to me a lot more than I'd like it to. Having a planner increases your follow-through rate. Any kind of planner. It also helps keep your goals top of mind because I need my actions and my behaviors every day to map to my ambitions. So if I say I wanted to make $1 million, excuse me, this year, the actions, I need to win every day. And if I win every day of the week, I win the week. If I win the weeks, I win the month. And if I can keep stacking monthly victories and weekly victories, I'll then win the year. But that's only because I am crystal clear on my goals and my objectives. Things are not slipping through the cracks. And guess what? That yields confidence and happiness. So a lot of times when I'm talking to people about like, why are you down? Why are you depressed? Why do you have anxiety? Why are you not happy? Why do you not love yourself? Because they don't have that clarity, right? They're in almost burnout phase. And so whether you want to buy this planner or anyone else, I think it's really, really critical to have that personalized strategy, not just for your business, but for yourself. And because I don't like to plug my products too much, I'm not going to do that. But the question I want to ask you, and I have a interesting story about a client I recently worked with. And his name, we'll call him Tim, owns a podcast and bit of a show. He makes 750,000 US dollars a year from having a show. He's got sponsors, very, very, very successful. But he's hit a ceiling because he's doing almost everything himself. And we had a strategy session together, and I said, Tim, what do you want? He's like, well, what do you mean? I said, well, what do you want? He's like, well, in 5 years this and 3 years that. And I said, no. You might not even be doing this in 5 years. Right now, this year, what do you want? And he said, and this was his reaction, if you can see me. He kind of scanned the ceiling. He looked at the walls. He looked down. And if it was 20-second pause, it felt like 5 minutes. And then he started rambling off things like, I guess I want more downloads. I think I'd like more followers, like and maybe some merchandise to sell in the future. And I said, you look confused. Are you making this up? He's like, well, I guess I am. Yeah. I said, how do you not know what you want? You've been in business for 3 years. You're crushing it. He said, I guess no one ever asked me that before. And I said, well, how are you going to get there if you don't know where there is? And light bulb moment, like his brain just exploded, right? In a good way. He's like, I don't know. So if you open up Waze or, whatever wayfinding app you want, and you were trying to get somewhere, but you don't know where you're going, you're not getting there. And so I want you to focus on this calendar year, like in the next quarter, couple of months, because you could be doing something totally different in 3 years or 5 years. So focus on the now. Focus on the now, because that's what we can do. But he didn't have clarity. He did not have a crystal clear vision. And that, to me, if you don't have clarity, you certainly don't have a strategy. Because if you have a strategy without clarity, it's all made up. And that's the problem with strategies, is that I'm not kidding you when I say 90% of the time people make up goals, and they're exactly that. They're arbitrary, totally made up. They're false. They're based on nothing. And what happens there is that people have this goal, and it's like, well, if it's not based on historical data, historical sales, actual metrics, why would you expect to achieve that? Why would you expect to achieve anything if it was just randomly pulled out of the air? Well, 10% seemed reasonable. Well, I looked up on Google and they said I should try to grow by 15. That means nothing. And so if you have clarity of vision today, right now, like I know exactly how much money and income I want to achieve this year. I know how many clients I need to do that. I know exactly how much time I need to be spending prospecting to get those clients, and about what it's going to cost me from a customer acquisition standpoint. So if I don't get there, it's because I didn't put the time in. I didn't keep the time on my calendar, my daily planner. So I have crystal clear vision of what I want and how I need to get there. So when we talk about the strategy, some people have one, some don't. Well, I use a planner, but if you use a planner and you don't have the goals and the clarity of vision, it's kind of all for nothing. You're just writing things down that you've done. And so ultimately, when I help people, and I'll put a QR code or a link in the chat here if anyone's interested, I have this as a free digital download. It is our 2020 vision guide, and my business partner and I go through 90-minute workshops where we help people get crystal clear with what they want. And if that resonated with you and you don't have that crystal clear vision, feel free to download it. All it takes about 15 minutes at most to fill this out. And ultimately, it's your personal why. So to me, very simple. I want to be a great husband. I want to be a great father to my kids. I want to be present, and I want to be active in the community. I want to be able to be around, coach their sports teams. I want to be able to make an impact with nonprofits and, really help my community be better in a lot of different ways, in no particular order. And ultimately, because of that, I'm hoping that I leave some kind of legacy, or my kids or my friends look back and say, you know what? Great guy, did a lot, loved his family, was present, was a kind person. And I'm able from there to let that cascade into some personal and some business goals. Personal growth. Like, for example, some people, it's losing weight, it's getting in shape. It's making sure I can have the best mindset possible. Do I want to up the ante on my education or certain relationships I want to improve upon? you have to kind of go through, and this is a bit like a self audit to understand what it is you want. And then you'll know immediately where it is you want to go. And so this is a really fun exercise. If there's anyone out there that's listening and says, this is kind of hokey, I don't believe it, I would just ask you to have an open mind and do a self audit, whether you download this or not. Make no money if you download it, but it is a great opportunity to understand that, because then you can say, this is where I am, this is where I want to go. And I'm telling you, if you use a journal or something like that, it'll hold you accountable to get there. And ultimately, when people say, I can't, I won't, or I don't have time, or I don't have this, there are some legitimate barriers. I had dealt with cancer at one point, and I chose to not let that conquer me. Now, I'm very fortunate, one of the few, but there are some legitimate excuses. But for most of what I hear, it's just that. People say, well, Chris, I can't do social media because I don't have time, or I can't run ads because I don't know how. Well, those are all very much BS excuses. It's very easy for us to make time. You're never going to find it, but you have to make it. And I go back to this is I have some friends that play a lot of golf, and they always ask me every summer, Chris, is this a year you're going to play more golf with us? I said, well, who can play golf at 10 a.m. on a Tuesday or 3 p.m. on a Friday? Like, I've got kids. I can't do that all the time. And I just said, look, that's important to me, and it does fill my cup. And by filling my cup, it allows me to fill the cup of others. And the only way I can fill their cups is if I take time to be selfish, which means, let's backtrack. I have to do things that help me be the best me, that give me the energy, which for me is waking up in the morning and working out, exercising. That gives me clarity, prioritizing my sleep, playing golf with friends. So when I show up to do stuff like this, or I show up to coach my girls' basketball, or I come home for dinner with my family, I can give them the attention. I can be selfless because I was able to be selfish in the morning. And so these aren't barriers, they're excuses. And so if we can overcome the vast majority of them, that is where success really starts to happen. And guess what? What if there were no more excuses? What if you just took all those excuses and you kicked them right down the street, and you said, you know what? I'm done. I'm not making excuses. I'm making time. That means that this creates a life of fulfillment. This creates joy and happiness, and gets you back to a position where you have self-love. You can have the best relationship with yourself, because I truly believe that if you take the time to be selfish, you can then be selfless. And that's been a big part for me, is taking care of myself so I can take care of others. And I'll tell you what, over the years, just in the last year, I started reading more, finally. And I don't watch a lot of TV. I'm maybe taking a few breaks from reading so I can put my eyes on the screen, but ultimately that has helped fuel me. It has helped renew me. And I am making priorities. And if it's a priority and if it's important, then I keep that. And this has given me so much more enthusiasm. I feel like I have direction, clarity, purpose, and all of those things yield productivity, confidence, and self-love. And so we can very often go from Mr. or Mrs. Hamster Wheel on the verge of burnout to taking time on a Sunday night to go in my journal and write down the top 5 things I need to get done this week, my top 5 wants. I make sure that I'm writing down again what my goals are for this quarter, this year. And then when I look at that every day, I can sit down on Monday morning and say, I know exactly what I need to get done. I don't get caught in my inbox. I don't get caught up in things that are not helping my business move the needle. I am only focusing on the things that are going to make the biggest impact on my business. And if I have time left over, which guess what? I always do now that I'm more productive, I never feel almost ever like I'm back in the hamster wheel. And that is so much more well worth it for me. So that's it. I tried to make my presentation really short and sweet. If you said, hey, any of this sounds really cool, I do have a podcast. It's called Hustle Nation. And I don't make a dime from you downloading or listening to this. There's no sponsors or nothing. It's just an opportunity to learn from really great leaders in the world. A lot of our framework bleeds through into this. and certainly be honored if you take a listen or download. There's one of them is to our website, one of them is to Spotify. It's all over the internet if you're interested. But I think it's really about inching forward and moving the needle. This is my hustle coaching program. Everything you heard from me today, this is all in our program. Scan the QR code, check it out if you want to. If not, no big deal. But this would be an opportunity to learn more about that framework that we teach people. It's really about this: productivity at the highest level without having to work more, which means productivity without burnout, productivity with clarity in achieving your goals once and for all. With that, I can open it up to some questions. I wanted to intentionally leave a few minutes for Q&A if anybody's interested. But thank you, and hope everybody has an amazing Friday.
I'm just going to check. Thank you so much, Chris. Isn't it wonderful that Chris Burns is talking about burnout? Sorry, I'm just trying to be funny.
I like it. I like the pun.
That was great. Thank you. I don't see any questions. Hang on, let me go. It's a little bit slower in here, but we have a lot of comments, so everybody liked it. Agreed. And I don't see any questions, but thank you so much, Chris. I know you have to get going. This is amazing. Can we get you to go onto my Facebook page, and under the live in the comments, you could post your contact info or whatever you want to post the link to the podcast, anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Any questions from you, Marianne?
No, I think this was amazing. I love listening to you talk. It's so amazing. I didn't know anything about the cancer thing. So
I don't like to talk about it too much because I am fortunate that I didn't have to go through chemotherapy or anything like that. But I think a lot of times, I'm just going to touch on this for a minute. I didn't go into it because I wasn't sure if I'd have time, but I was at a point where I was taking 22 pills a day for some medical stuff, and like ulcerative colitis and heartburn and Crohn's, and it got to the point to where I just said, you know what, this stuff mostly doesn't work anyway, so I'm going to stop taking it. And I got complete control of my health, and I just decided I'm going to sleep better, I'm going to eat better, I'm going to drink better, I'm going to exercise more. And for the last probably 7 years, I haven't taken one pill, and I haven't had any of those issues. Wow. I'm about 95% free and clear of heartburn and stuff like that. But it's up to you. I think in most cases, not all, but in most cases, you are 100% control of your situation. And I just like to implore people to investigate that and be your own best advocate, because you can get to a point to where I can look back and I can appreciate the amount of effort I put into research and learning to see, hey, what are good things I can eat, or how can I change my lifestyle so that I can live my best life and leave a legacy for my kids. And I just said, I don't believe in this medicine. It doesn't work. And I was able to do that. And I really, really, truly believe other people can do that for themselves as well, if they want it bad enough.
I agree. I think the entire answer to that is take responsibility for your life, because all the actions leading up to whatever is what you now have. And so if you created it in that manner, you can uncreate it and get rid of it. You can create the healing for it also. And we all have something. I mean, all of our emotions are stuck inside of our body, creating some sort of something, whether it's an allergy, whether it's a skin rash, whether it's a cancer, whether it's a tumor, whether it's anything. And so if we created it, we have the power to uncreate it.
Yeah. And I'll go back to this. I think that because I was at a point of burnout, I was very unhappy. We had little kids, just bought a new house. I changed my career. That's when all these health issues happened. Mm-hmm. And I look back now and I'm like, I wonder if that was part of it. I just happen to believe it probably was. I'm certainly no doctor, no health expert, but I look back at now, why is it that I can sleep better at night? Why is it that I feel better and I have this mental clarity, and I feel better now 10 years later than I did then?
That's what I always say that to people, and they just don't believe me. And I'm like, hey, sometimes we get into our stuff. I've been doing this, I've been eating this, I've been drinking this. I have, about maybe 5 years ago, I bought myself the Kangen water system, and then I bought also the shower version. So my skin's pretty sensitive. Ever since I bought that, my life has changed. Like I hardly ever get sick. I also take my supplements all the time too. Now they're natural and they're all, but when you switch over to the natural products versus the chemical filled products, and when you eat more vegetables, I mean, obviously you can try for organic, but even if you don't eat organic, it's still better eating the vegetable with maybe some, pesticide if you have to, if you can't get away from it, than the animal product, I think. I don't know. Sometimes we need meat and certain people need more meat than others, but I can tell when my body hasn't had enough vegetables and I've been partying too much and there's been too much junk, or too much of the food that is delicious but not that great for you. Mac and cheese is awesome, but really, I mean, unless you're going to throw some broccoli and some kale into it, there really isn't much nutrition in there, right?
Yeah, to me, the big thing is not so much on the meat versus vegetables. I mean, I like meat. If there's people who don't eat meat, that's cool too. But it's the prepackaged stuff. So it's as much as we all love it, and I do too. Anything that's prepackaged, you look at the label and you look at the ingredients. In the States, unfortunately, they allow so many bad chemicals and dyes and colorings that are not good for you. But I cut 90% of that out of my diet, and I'll tell you what, it's got to make a difference, because it certainly feels like it does physically and mentally. That's what did it for me. I mean, I hope that does it for a lot of other people. Like you said, the vitamins and supplements are certainly a portion of that as well. But just try to eat the best you can. It's amazing because if you are able to get to where I was, my brain is the only reason I'm able to have a good day. So if I can sleep well and eat well and exercise, my brain function is so much better. My memory is so much better. So that's just me. Just me.
My work, like I do so much. So if I'm tired and groggy from, I just celebrated a birthday a couple of days ago, and it's been a little bit more cake than usual for me. And some has been organic and gluten-free and some has not. It's just been plain delicious and I'm okay with that. But I can always tell when I get a little tired. I do so many things that if I can't go fast and go do, I'm like, oh, then I'm behind. And now what am I going to do? So yeah, clarity is amazing. And we have to take our own health into our own hands. It's like everything else. You have to take your own business I can't hand it over to, oh, here, can you fix this? Can you fix that? Like, it doesn't work like that. You have to be there and you have to be involved. So good one. Thank you so much, Chris.
My pleasure. Have a great weekend, everybody. I'll put that information in the chat.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And thanks so much for creating the time to be on here. Have yourself
My
a
pleasure.
great day.
You too.
Okay, so let me see. Lori is here. So I am going to read Lori's bio. Chris, we need you to stop sharing. There you go. Thank you. There's my Lori. And I am going to find my bio sheet. Oh, there it is. Okay, finally this is working properly. My goodness. Okay, Lori. Oh my goodness. Lori, I don't have your bio here, honey. I don't know. Can I ask you to introduce yourself? Because
Sure, absolutely.
where my bio is of you.
Hold on, let me find myself.
I know, I may have to check my email. Did you email it to me or did you send it to me in here? Why don't I have it?
I thought I emailed it to you, or I may have put it in the message, but that's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, depending on where you are in this world. My name's Lori Governor Curtis, and I am hailing from Maryland. I'm in the DMV area in the US. I'm excited to be here, Marianne. Thank you so much for the invitation. A little bit about me. I am a speaker, coach, author, and I am founder and CEO of On the Court Solutions. Yes, On the Court, I'm a Hall of Famer. I am a two-time inductee into the University of Richmond women's basketball, or Hall of Fame for women's basketball, which I'm pretty excited about. And I called my company On the Court Solutions because there's so many lessons learned, including leadership lessons that I learned on the court that I actually use to this day. And everything that I do and the work that I am currently a part of, it's had such a profound impact on me. And I chose earlier on to make that decision. You talked earlier, Marianne, with Chris about making choices and how you truly do have what I like to say is life is going to happen, but you have the power to choose how you respond to it. So you can respond with hope, excitement, or you can respond with despair. And I choose hope, despite what things you might face. So in addition to my company, I have 20 years of leadership experience, and that has been an interesting journey. And I would say earlier on in my career, a lot of what I did was I led by example. I felt like I can show you better than I can tell you. And there's something to that when you have a leader who is able to do that. So that's a little bit about me. And as I said, I'm excited to be here to talk about connections and talk about leadership and how they intersect. So
Perfect.
I can just
Please continue. Yeah. Oh, do you need
Sure.
to, do I need to make you co-host or do you have a slideshow?
Yes. So I need to share. I think I have no. Yeah, I need that.
No, this is working today. Oh my goodness, what is happening here? Let me- There you go. There you go, darling.
Okay. Can you see my screen, Marianne? All right, perfect.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes. Beautiful.
All right. So I shared just a little bit about who I am and just a couple of other things that I do want to let you know and your folks know is that what I do is I help existing and emerging leaders overcome fear and frustration to achieve ultimate success in life and in business. As you know, there are so many people, there are people who have been placed in leadership roles that don't necessarily have the leadership background, no fault of their own. It's just what happens sometimes when we're in businesses and we need to almost like the next man up or woman up is to allow for that person to learn on the job. And part of what I do in leadership development is sharing just some of the best practices that people can use and to do in order to improve their leadership skills so that they can speak confidently, so that they can work and interact with their direct reports confidently in such a way that gives a sense of understanding to their direct reports that they are there to support them and to work with them and to develop their skills. Leadership is about influence. Leadership is about building relationships. And then with our existing leaders, there's sometimes you're stuck in a rut where you've been doing this job for a while and you're just not, you don't have that excitement again. Development is something that should be ongoing, that all people really, in my opinion, should do, because that's going to allow for you to come up with new ideas, innovate, and certainly move the bar forward for you to succeed in your life and in your business. So today we're going to be talking about forging connections and the importance of connections and building those relationships and your leadership experience. So I love this quote by John Maxwell: leadership is not about titles, positions, or flowcharts. It's about one life influencing another. And that is so key. As I said, I love this particular quote because it says to me that we really, we are all leaders to a certain extent. And when we lead, we are truly influencing and having an impact on people's lives. So we need to take that seriously. And we need, as leaders, to be prepared in order to lead our people forward, in order to influence them to greatness. And part of that is you as a leader developing yourself. And then the other thing with this particular quote that I like is, sometimes we get transactional in our thought about what leadership is that what are the numbers? What did you do? What did you accomplish? Instead of seeing the individual as a whole individual and with situations and circumstances that they are bringing to work. And we want them to bring to work their whole selves. And as a leader, that's how you should show up as well. So I'm going to talk about building relationships, and here are some four key areas that I want to discuss. And really, this is about leading with integrity and authenticity. So are you being authentic in who you are in the developing of the relationship, which then allows the individual to be authentic in who they are and developing the relationship. So we're going to look at trust and transparency. We're going to look at effective communication, empathy and understanding, recognition and appreciation. So we're going to look at those four areas. So starting with trust and transparency. In any relationship, I need to know that I can trust what you're saying. In order to develop a serious relationship, you need to make sure that you are trustworthy and that I can be transparent in who I am in communicating with you. So part of that is when you are able to do that, it provides the sense of security and confidence in knowing that, hey, Marianne, I'm going to come to you with my truth, and you can count on and be assured that and be confident in that the information that I'm sharing with you and the interaction that we're having together, that it's going to provide that confidence in knowing that how I'm going to react, how you're going to react, and that you're going to be dependable. Predictability, that trust and transparency in the workplace, at home, at school allows for predictability, that you're going to say you're going to do what you're saying that you're going to do, that I can predict that that you will follow through and that you're going to do your role in this relationship. Credibility, that's definitely something that is going to be built up over time. The ability to, again, say what you mean and mean what you say. And that's building that trust and knowing that what you're going to do, I can stand on and I can believe on, and that it's going to happen. And then consistency, being consistent in how you're moving about in your space, in your conversations with the individual, and how you are showing up, and that you're consistently showing up in our conversations and what you're doing. So the strategy here is about communicating with emotional intelligence in order to build trust, in order to build transparency. you need to communicate with emotional intelligence as a leader. So what does that mean? There's 4 key areas here. We're talking about self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship management. It's important that you, in communicating and developing that trust, that you are aware of your emotions. And that is so key, because there's sometimes, as you know, when we are struggling, we might be having a bad day, and sometimes we can, unfortunately, if we're in a bad mood, we could say things and do things that may impact, may hurt someone. So we need to make sure that we as leaders are aware of our own emotions, and that we're able to keep those emotions in check. In addition, understanding how your emotions, my emotions, may impact others. Again, going back to I'm just having a bad day. And you come into work, you come in and you're dealing with your employees, you're dealing with your direct reports, and you just have a bad attitude. That is certainly something that you want to check, because sometimes, as you know, sometimes if someone comes with a bad attitude, you will give a bad attitude back, and that's not something that's going to be productive. It's not something that you're going to want to do. So it's important to understand and to self-regulate and self-check how you're feeling in that moment. And then let's talk about self-management. That's where we talk about the emotional self-control and making sure that we can control our emotions, that we're able to adapt to whatever the situation is. Let's say you're getting some negative feedback yourself, being able to adapt and manage your emotions so that you're speaking from a place of power, that you're speaking from a place of be uplifting, and you're speaking from a place of encouragement. So what we're looking at with self-management, again, is making sure that we're trying to maintain a positive outlook. Social awareness, connecting with your team on a human level. That's where we get into the authenticity of things. That's where we get into understanding, being able to read the room, and being able to make sure that you're understanding what's going on with the folks that are surrounding you. I can't tell you how many times I've been on calls where, if you just, and a lot of my calls are virtual, so when you're really taking a look and seeing the individual and the people on the screen, if you're in Zoom or if you're in Google Hangouts, and there's so many times where I've just by looking at someone, I've identified something's going on with that person. I wonder what's going on with that person, and I will sometimes reach out privately and say, "Hey, how are you doing? Are you okay? Is there anything that I can do to help you? You seem to be." That allows for the person to understand and know that, one, wow, you're pretty receptive and you're paying attention, you're aware of what's going on. And that just reinforces, in my opinion, to the person, hey, that's really thoughtful of you to really think about my feelings, to show empathy to something that you've identified, and then you're acting on it. So just being totally aware of connecting, that it's not always, as I said earlier, it's not always about the flow charts. It's not always about, getting what the number is today, how many sales we got today, how many contacts did you get with your external partners. Sometimes it can be just about having a conversation, making sure that the individual is okay. And as a leader, that is our role in being able to understand what's going on, to being able to encourage individuals based upon what's happening in their lives and in their space. And again, it gives that connection. We're talking about connections and developing the relationships. When you can be aware of what's going on with the individual, that's going to say a lot as a leader to your team. So relationship management, inspiring growth, teamwork, positive change. Again, understanding what's going on. And this is where influence comes in, coaching and mentoring will come in. Your ability as a manager to mediate any conflicts, and then encouraging teamwork. Those are some of the areas that's covered under relationship management. Just being able to be there for your team in case they have any specific questions about the job, but also any frustrations that they're dealing with, being able to manage through that as well. Why is this important? So in this study that I found from Indeed, U.S. Work Wellbeing, they did a report on well-being, and it shows that manager support is one of the key drivers of work well-being, which is a proven indicator of business success and a major demand for job seekers and employees alike. So I've dealt with some, and I'm sure we can all attest to this. If it hasn't happened to you, it may have happened to someone that you know, in how they manage and handle difficult managers. And the impact that that has on the confidence of your team is crucial. So that certainly things that you need to think about as a leader, as an existing leader, as an emerging leader, is just making sure that you understand how you show up impacts your team. So managers play a significant part in all elements of work well-being. That's because managers create the conditions for their team members to thrive. Again, we're talking about influence, and how can I influence to make sure that my team is successful? Not only getting the work done professionally, but also personally. What can I do to support them, to elevate them, to move up and move higher in whatever their career desire is? So what you do as a leader with your team and how you engage and how you work with your team, it matters. And it's important that you understand that and work on various skills, develop your skills in those areas of coaching and mentoring and providing support. And one of the other areas that we take a look at in regards to building relationships is effective communication. And what does that look like? Active listening, clarity and conciseness, nonverbal communication, feedback, and clarification. So active listening. I know when we are working in a virtual space, and again, I do a lot of work in the virtual space, eye contact, paying attention, looking at the camera. Sometimes we have multiple screens going on, like I do here, and sometimes we can get caught looking elsewhere. But it's important, particularly if you're doing one-on-one sessions, and if you're not doing that, I encourage you to do that. That's part of just getting into a reset and understanding where we are with your direct reports, having one-on-ones. I do this all the time, and as a leader, as well as something that I do with folks that I work with in my business, just making sure we're on the same page. And part of that is active listening and making sure you're engaged and you're interacting and you're not distracted by being on the computer and typing and looking elsewhere. You need to make sure that you're actively paying attention. That says to whoever you communicate with that I matter, that you're paying attention, that you want to listen and hear what I'm saying. So it's extremely important that active listening is part of your understanding that that is part of effective communication. Clarity and conciseness. I think Chris mentioned it earlier about being clear. Clarity is so important, understanding, particularly if you're dealing with difficult conversations, if you're dealing with assigning tasks and projects to people, that they are clear on what the expectation is for them. A lot of times as a leader, when I've hired people, I've made it very clear at the beginning what my expectation as a leader is, how I move as a leader, and what I expect from you in our communication as a leader. I think the other thing is just being concise in your delivery of that information so that there's no confusion. You're saying the same things, you're being consistent, and you're clear on what you're saying. Nonverbal communication is important as well. When you're in a virtual setting, certainly all you can see is from here up. And you want to make sure that you're not making funny faces based upon what someone is saying. That can be seen as disrespectful, and someone can feel that you're not taking them serious, and that they may get offended by that. So it's important that your nonverbals, you just pay attention to that as part of your communication. The other part of communication is feedback and providing clarification. This can be difficult for some people, particularly in presenting difficult conversations about performance, as an example. So it's important, of course, that you are very clear when you're having those conversations, those difficult conversations. But effective communication, part of that is providing that feedback in such a way that is clear, and that you are delivering it in such a way that you're understanding, and recognizing how this can impact the person that is receiving. So you need to, a part of being aware is what this is going to cover as well. So the strategy here is consider the context, consider the delivery. How are you delivering the information, and how the message is being heard? So according to Katz, communication is effective if it is correctly received. So regardless of how beautifully you might have said something, if the other person didn't get it, then the communication is ineffective. So it's important that you are clear and that you're concise in the delivery of the information. And how do you do that? Some of the things you want to keep in mind is, we talked about earlier, reading the room. You need to understand when information needs to be delivered. Is now the right time? Sometimes there's some information that you need to hold for a different time or for a different situation and setting. Maybe it's not for the entire group. I think we need to be very careful in how we correct people, and making sure that we're not doing it in such a way that they're going to be embarrassed. Particularly if you're correcting someone, I would not necessarily do it with an audience. in a larger group, that is something certainly that you want to make sure that you are doing privately, and you're having that conversation with that person. And also checking your emotions before you get in. I know there's sometimes if something happens and you're upset about the performance of your employee and you're pretty pissed off, sometimes you just need to step away for a couple of minutes and then come back and have the conversation. Is the delivery of your information clear? Are you sharing the information in such a way that is easy to understand? Do you have all of your facts together? So let's say you're having a difficult conversation. Do you have all of the details? Date can be dates, can be time, can be specific things. It's providing that feedback. You need to have information that's going to back up what you're saying, and being clear on where you want to go and what your expectations and outcomes are. How is the information packaged? Sometimes you can deliver the information in such a way, as an example, sometimes you'll get feedback from people who may have attended your session, or you provide feedback if you've attended a session. To say something sucks it's not really helpful. That doesn't give me the information that's going to allow for me to improve. So what you want to make sure is that how you're packaging the delivery of the information, how you're packaging the information will allow for people to be able to improve. And because feedback is good. And what I say is, most feedback is good. Certainly saying that I suck is not good feedback, but feedback is good because that will allow for me to identify the areas that I need to improve in, and then make that improvement. And then effective communication strategies, being a good listener. Again, that's part of being engaged, being aware of what's going on, and making sure that you are acknowledging what they're saying, your understanding of the information. That's all part of being a good listener and having effective communication. Really, the goal here, when we look at all of these areas, it's really just about being successful in the delivery of the message in the way that it was intended. Is it going to be perfect? No, but that is an opportunity for you. And what I share with my clients as managers, being able to share difficult information, challenging information. It may not be go perfectly, and that is okay. What the intent is your intention should be have good intentions, but certainly it may not come off that way. So what do? You need to make sure that you acknowledge the mistake, that you do the best to correct the misstep. And when I work with my managers, particularly in dealing with sharing difficult information, we come back and we have a conversation about what went well, what didn't go well. There's always a level as a leader of checks and balances, making sure that the delivery of the information, if there anything that can be adjusted or tweaked, that we think about those things. We kind of do a debrief to make sure that we address anything that's gone wrong or that was done incorrectly, and then let's talk about how we can make it better the next time. So those are things that you want to keep in mind. So let's talk about empathy and understanding. It's so important as part of what we do, is just understanding what's working and what's not working. So we talked about active listening, validating feelings as part of that communicating and building the relationship with people, is validating the feelings that they may be struggling with something. And it also allows for you to reinforce your understanding of the information that's being presented. You also want to avoid judgment. This is about creating a safe space. We're not perfect people. You have to allow people to make mistakes, and you don't certainly want to ream them for doing something incorrectly, but what you want to do is call them higher, call them up. And how do you do that? You create the safe space for the person to share their feelings, their thoughts, their fears. And it's always difficult. It's funny to hear when I reach out and say, I need to have a conversation with one of my direct reports, and they come back and they're like, oh, did I do anything wrong? And that's the immediate feeling when you're dealing with leadership. As a leader, that's not the feeling that I want my people to have. I want it to be a safe space for them to know and to understand that they can come to me with anything. So if I'm providing feedback, I expect them to provide me with feedback. That's only going to allow me to become a better leader. So avoiding judgment, creating that safe space, and offering support where needed. I talked about bringing your whole self to work. And part of that is sometimes you might have a bad day or evening, the night before or weekend, and you might be struggling. And being in a situation that creates a safe environment to allow them to share, hey, Lori, I'm struggling. I'm struggling today, and giving them that space and the grace in which they can work that out. Now, certainly, if this is an ongoing thing, then that's a different conversation that you would need to have. But just making sure that you're checking in, allowing them to understand that they are safe when they're here, and then allowing them to move forward. So it truly is about creating the safe space. And how do you do that? You want to be open and trusting, allowing them to open up to you. But I think the biggest thing, and I said earlier, a lot of my leadership skills started by leading by example. This is a great opportunity in which to do this as part of developing that relationship and building the connection with each individual team member. It's sharing parts of who you are as a leader, seeing yourself as a mentor and a coach, and coaching them on ways that they can improve. And part of that is sharing your experience in that space where they are. I've been frustrated, so this is what I've done. I've been a new instructor or teacher, or not teacher, but leader. This is what I did. This is the mistake that I made. It shows them that you are human. And when you are human, then they feel that they can come to you and be able to communicate with you as well. Taking ownership, responsibility is big. Each individual in the relationship needs to take responsibility for their action within the relationship. And then confidentiality, ensuring privacy, making sure and understanding that, letting your team know that the information that they share with you is confidential and will not be shared outside of your interaction with them. So what does this do? When you're working with a team, you're creating a safe space, you're effectively communicating, you're really beginning to build a culture, a team that's working together to accomplish whatever that objective is. And it starts with the leader. You are the leader for a purpose. And when you can lead by example, when you can serve others and let them know that you're there to support them and that you're there to take them higher, call them higher, then they're going to be more apt. It's just going to strengthen your relationship. And the final area that we want to talk about is recognition and appreciation. This is really about your team feeling supported, being treated with respect, being inspired. when I think everyone wants to be acknowledged for the work that they do and appreciated for the hard work that they put in on this particular project or this particular assignment. When you're recognizing whether it's in your individual meetings with your team member or in a more corporate setting, that will show them how much appreciated they are. And what that ends up doing is really about building engagement, building morale, increases retention and loyalty to the company when you're creating this positive environment that allows me, your team, to show up as their authentic self. It's going to have a positive impact on the growth of your team as well as the bottom line of the company. It's going to increase productivity. You're building a team concept. They're working well together. They're supporting each other. They believe in the higher goal and purpose of what and mission of what you're supposed to be doing. It enhances creativity and innovation. When I feel free to be able to be me and to do, I'm able to create and innovate and know that it's going to, that you're going to be able to show up and to do and to create, and that you're going to be looked at seriously, and that the team ultimately is going to have a larger impact on the outcomes of the broader objectives of the company and the mission of the company. So when I think about building the relationship, and I shared earlier how I played college basketball, and what I learned on the court, as I shared, shifted and allows for me to walk in this space based upon the foundation that was built on the court. So when I talk about being on the court, I'm talking about being clear as a leader, being clear in who you are and what you do. And when you are clear in what you are and what you do, you're able to share that forward and be authentically who you need to be when you show up at work. It's about organization and making sure that you are clear in your delivery of information, and that your team is clear on what they need to do and to be. And then understanding what each role is and what's required of each person in the assignments that you need to complete and the work that you need to do. The other thing that being on the court has shown me is resilience and tenacity. Why those are important: there are going to be times where you're going to have difficult times as a leader, and you're going to be frustrated, and you're going to not understand or have to share difficult information, and it can weigh on you. So you need to build those skills that will allow you to continue to move forward, to stand firm in your role, and to support your team. Again, it's about influence. You're influencing others. People are watching you. They're looking to see what you're doing and how you're doing it, and they're going to feed off of that. So it's important that you, as a leader, that you are clear, you're organized, you understand, and then tenacity, just continuing to move forward despite what you might face, despite the upsets, despite the failure. You're going to want to continue to move forward, and then what that allows for, again, is showing your team how you can develop how you can build that your relationship with your team, that they fully see who you are and understand who you are, and that will have a greater impact on them as well as the work that they do. So what we're trying to do here is create an environment where relationships can thrive, where trust is built, and people feel valued and understood.
Yes. I love it. Thank you, Lori. That's amazing.
You're so welcome.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much. So it's so important to always create relationships, basically to make anything work, right?
Absolutely.
Whether you're a leader or you're an employee or you're an entrepreneur or we can't get away from that.
No.
Everything is built up on relationships, and it's totally amazing. So that was amazing. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Lori.
You're so welcome. Thank you so much. I think one thing I would leave is that relationships, this can, as you said, it's about building the foundation. As a leader, you need to develop those skills that will allow for you to stand in your truth and who you are. And then as you continue to influence people, you're leading by example. And of course, part of what we need to do is make sure that when we are sharing who we are, each individual person is taking a piece of what you're doing. And just by being open and sharing that allows for them to learn more and to develop their skills.
Perfect. And can we get you also to tell us how people can connect with you? And can you also place that on my Facebook page underneath the comments where we're live?
Absolutely. I'll put that all in the comments. Anyone can reach me at my website, which is Laurie G. Curtis, LaurieG.Curtis.com.
Perfect. And if I can get you to paste that in the Facebook, that'd be awesome. And thank you so much. I'm not sure if you need to go back to work or back to a client, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Or I think your daughter's waiting for you, so I don't want to hold you up any longer. Thank you so much and have a great weekend to everyone. We're not done yet. I don't know why I said everyone, but there you go. We now have Juanita Cap on here, and I did place your, oh, good, I have it here. Okay, great. So Juanita is the founder and owner of Meticulous Moments podcast, and is also the owner of Meticulous Martial Arts Mastermind, co-founder of Awareness Family podcast with Kevin Oliver, co-host on the Joe Cortez The Happy Hour Show, and fiance Kevin Oliver, co-founder and owner of The Captor Connection, co-founder of Business Prowess Podcast, 5-time international best-selling author, Hoinzer Media Group brand ambassador out in Europe, global public speaker and MC, spiritual counselor, martial arts, UK black belt, Hall of Fame. We're going to be here till Tuesday reading all your credentials. The UK Black Belt, Hall of Famer, Spartan Hall of Warriors, President of South Africa, inducted into the Action Martial Arts Hall of Honors in 2024 for outstanding achievement. Yes, you just got that recently, right? In martial arts, executive producer and stunt coordinator, actress, agent to Shannon the Cannon Rich, Hector Camacho Jr., Jared Tillinghast, and Kevin Oliver. So Juanita is, if it's okay to say, freshly engaged, which is one of the reasons why I wanted her on the relationship summit so bad. So with that, I'm going to mute myself finally and let Juanita take it away. Thank you, honey.
Thank you so much, everyone. It is such an honor to be here. Absolutely enjoy being a part of anything and everything that Marianne does. And yes, I'm a busy person, but I have to give all the glory to God. I cannot take any of the honor to myself. I'm just very blessed. God has been blessing me all my life. My name, Juanita, means that God has been gracious. And looking back over my life, I can see that He has definitely been gracious to me. Now, today we're talking about business and relationships. And to give you a little bit of background on the business side of what I do is I've been in business since 2013. And I love what I do. I love the change. I love the impact I'm seeing through my work, but not only through my work. I love the changes that I'm seeing in me because I keep learning every day. I learn in life. I learn in business. I learn in relationships, whether it's personal, whether it's professional. And the main point being that I am developing. So I want you to take a moment and think about where you are at this moment in your personal relationships with your spouse, with your family, your kids, in your professional space. Are you in a place where you are developing personally? Are you setting those goals for yourself? Are you taking on those challenges? Because really, if we don't develop, everything else that we are doing and that we are busy with is not going to amount to anything because we become stagnant. It's all about developing us and ourselves. And that's a process, that's a lifelong process. So what am I doing? I am evolving. And so are you. Now, which word did I use excessively in the last 10 or so sentences? I used the word I, and I used the word me. Now, I know from experience that when I'm sorted out in myself and I'm in the zone, I'm rolling, I'm doing those things, I'm just winging it in some cases, and other cases, I'm, putting that information out there, building that knowledge and experience and that wisdom. I'm confident and I'm fluent in what I'm doing. So that means I can pitch up better. I can be present in the moment. I can be there 1000%. And why do I want to be in that place? I want to be there so that we, as a collective, in our personal relationships, in our business relationships, in anything that we do, so that we can all excel better. Nothing that I go through is about myself. It's always about what I can put out there in the world, how I can make the lives of others better, how I can help other people to excel in their business. Because I'm putting that energy out there. I make it a point every single day to put good energy out there because I know what is the universe going to do. It's going to answer me. It's going to reciprocate. So I'll tell you a secret of something I do every single day, and this has been my mantra for years. Every single morning when I get up, I ask the universe a question, and it's this. I say, how much better can this day get? Because you see how energy works? It's going to answer me. It's going to send blessings my way. It's going to give me grace. It's going to show me mercy. It's going to show me good energy because I'm showing I am open to those doors. I'm open to those opportunities. I'm open to self-development so that we can all excel better, so that together we can be more productive. You see, when we align with ourselves and with the universe, and I'm putting that term out there loosely, I'm a Christian, I believe in God. So God to me, when I speak about God, when I speak about energy, when I speak about the universe, it is according to what I believe. But I use that term because we live in times where certain people adhere to certain terminologies. When we align with ourselves and with the universe, the output of energy is so much better. It's so much more powerful. Now, in business, we learn one of the most fundamental basics about leadership. And there's 4 parts of this section of fundamental basics, and they are the following. We learn self-leadership. We learn leadership of others. Now, I'm talking in the business sense. We'll pull that through to our personal lives now. And we learn leadership of the corporation. That's the next tier. And our final tier, our top tier, of course, and you'll know this because I'm speaking to business professionals, is the leadership of the stakeholders. But where does it start? Where is the beginning point? The beginning point is with me. How am I leading myself? When I have that under control, I can lead others. I can start to lead on the next tier, the corporation, because what is the corporation built on? It's built on the others. No man is an island. We need the corporation. We need others to come together to be the corporation. And then we get to the final tier, which are the stakeholders. There is no jumping over any of the tiers. You have to start with yourself. Now let's do some introspection today. Let's ask a few questions. And you don't have to answer them. You can answer them in the chat if you like, or you can write down some notes for yourself and review them tomorrow. I know that Marianne loves journaling, and that is an exceptional way to stay on track. And it's an exceptional way to see, look back, what development has been taking place, right? So let's ask ourselves a few questions. Let's ask ourselves, how disciplined are you? I'm asking myself, how disciplined am I? Am I disciplined in setting my goals, my short-term goals, my long-term goals? Am I disciplined in following them through? Do I self-sabotage in certain instances? Do I slack down in certain instances? How disciplined am I? Now, the next question would be, and sometimes people are not disciplined because they lack this one thing, and I know this is a topic that Marianne absolutely loves, and that is the topic of self-love. Now, when I ask you, how disciplined are you? I'm going to ask you in the same breath, is self-love evident? Because let me tell you something. If you don't love yourself, you are not going to invest in yourself. You are not going to look and do the introspection that you need to do because it hurts. You are not going to look at your discipline. You are not going to take the time. It all starts with a self-love. So how disciplined are you? Your measure of self-discipline has a lot to do with how much you love yourself. And I'm not talking about being egotistical. I'm not talking about bragging about yourself. I'm talking about when you look in the mirror, do you like what you see? And if you don't, write down why not. Look into those aspects of yourself that you don't like. And here's the wonderful part. You can work on those. So when the self-love is evident, guys, there's discipline because I want to do this. I want to excel. I want to be better. I want to become stronger. I'm going to crush this day. I'm going to run this day. This day is not going to run me. Next question. Are you confident in who you are and what you stand for? When the self-love is there, the discipline comes. You build that confidence and you start to realize what is your purpose? What do you stand for? What is it you want to do? Where is it you want to go? What is it that you want to bring into this world? I'm going to explain to you that you have to realize today there's only one you. There's only one Marianne. There's only one Olga. There's only one Juanita. And you have been called for a specific purpose. Everything that you've been going through in your life, none of that has been about you. It's been there, placed in your past, to build you in a personal and a professional manner so that you can be 100% empowered and present and equipped so that we can all be better. Next question. Do you know yourself? No, really, what does that entail? Do you know your triggers? Do you know, have you ever sat down and thought about what makes you really happy? What makes you you? We have introverts, we have extroverts, we have so many different people out there, so many diverse people. Can you imagine if everybody knows themselves how productive they would be. But not only that, what is the pinnacle of being successful in your life? It's being happy. Because when I'm happy, I can move those mountains. I can fight those fights. I can win those battles because I know what my triggers are. I know what makes me happy, and that keeps me focused, which brings us to mindset. Now, ask yourself the next question. Are you in this moment, and be honest with yourself, are you in a positive mindset at this point in time of your life? What are your thoughts revolving around? Because energy, that emotion that you put out there, it's going to affect your life. It's going to affect everything you do. And you don't even always realize it. Where is your mindset at? Do you have a positive mindset? Emotion is energy in motion. I'm going to say that again. The emotions that you feed yourself every single day without even realizing it often, that emotion is energy in motion. If your output is negative, that's all that's going to come back to you. If you decide to see the silver lining on every dark cloud, you will have the breakthroughs. You will have the victories. You will overcome. You will go from glory to glory and strength to strength, and you will be victorious in everything you do. And with that, you'll be happy. Now, I also want to ask in a business sense, do you give up on yourself easily? You know, a lot of the entrepreneurs that start out within the first 2 years, their businesses fold. And it's not that there is no fix or no solution for what they are facing. It's that they give up, not really on the business, but on themselves. They have an idea, it doesn't work, they get disappointed, and they rather step away. Let me tell you something today. I've seen it so many years. I've done so much life coaching before. I've done so much spiritual counseling before. If you decide in this very moment, and I'm speaking to someone in the audience today, if your business is not doing well, if you decide that you are going to make it work, you will find a way. The worst lie out there, and that's also something that people tell themselves, and I believe we've been conditioned to this in a subconscious manner. The worst lie out there is that there's only one solution to every problem. That's nonsense. Put that away, put that out of your mind. There's a million ways to get things done. Now ask yourself, do you give up on yourself easily? Because if you do, in the corporate sense, you will give up on others in the same manner. If you give up on yourself easily, you will take that energy, you will take that those actions against others as well. But when you've nailed the principles of self-leadership, you are able to lead others. You are able to not give up on yourself, so you won't easily give up on others. You apply the same principles when working with others. Let's talk about it in this aspect. When you've covered the basics of self-leadership, let's ask the following questions because we're going to the next tier, right? We're going to lead others now. We're in the corporate space with a manager, with a director. Do you know who you are working with? Have you taken the time to get to know the people you're actually working with? Or is it about output, output, output? Getting those stats done, bringing in that money. Do you know who you're working with? Because you're working with people, and people have emotions. And when you don't channel those emotions in a positive manner, guess what? It's going to be negative energy. There's going to be speed bumps. There's going to be miscommunication. Ask yourself, you're in a corporate sense now, and we're all entrepreneurs, we all have employees. Do you know who you're working with? Are you making the time to get to know them? Do you know their mindset so that you can know how to communicate with them? Because believe it or not, you have to learn how to communicate with people and in a way that aligns with their personality type. I don't communicate with people like, let's use the example of when I was an ordained pastor for almost 2 decades. I did not communicate in the same way with every single person on my church board. I did not, because their personalities differed. I communicated in a way that suited their personality type so that they would know when they speak to me, they are in a safe space. I understand them. So yes, do your homework and learn how to talk to different people who have different worldviews. We see things in a different light, and that's okay. Sometimes that gives us the best result, right? Because we have all these wonderful insights coming, and we can see the project and the goal and the vision from so many different angles. And to differ with someone on something is not necessarily a negative thing. It can have a wonderful output. Now, are you up to date with what your employees' business needs are? Or your business partners? Are you up to date? Do you take the time to sit down with them and ask them, what are your business needs? What is it that makes you happy? What is it that you want to achieve? Make sure you are on the same page about the vision and the goal. Because you can never achieve a goal or a vision if there's a goal within a goal or a vision within a vision. You have to be on the same page. Are we running in the same direction? Are we going to employ the same strategies? Do our worldviews clash too much on a point? Do we need to find middle ground? Can we give leeway in the one sense and then go with our next plan in another? You have to be in tune. And then, only then, when you've mastered this, you can start looking at the next tier, which is the corporation. Because remember what I said earlier, the corporation is built by the others that we are leading. People are so precious. Now you can start looking at leading the corporation because you're leading yourself and you are leading others successfully. It takes time to reach the very top tier of leading stakeholders because by then, solid and firm relationships have been built with the lower tiers, which means your foundation is not going to crumble. In the years of business and being in the ministry as well, I've realized that when you value people, they will give you your best, their best. When you value the people, they will go the extra mile to give you their best. And you know what happens? When they give you their best, you want to go the extra mile for them. It's really simple. We've got this positive energy bouncing back and forth. They will go the extra mile. You need to realize today that you have to treat yourself with dignity, developing that self-love, that self-confidence, expanding your knowledge, your wisdom, and your experience, because then you will get into a habit of treating others with dignity. And learn to listen. Our previous speaker spoke about listening. I'm going to say that again. Learn to listen. And when you've listened, then you speak and give input. Don't be a steam train and roll over them when they come to you with their problem. Don't be unapproachable because then there will be this evident fear that if they approach you, you will not listen to them, you won't understand, and it will be an argument. And then they go back and they maybe they make a big mistake in the project and the goal is not reached. Be the person people would want to communicate with because they know you are going to hear them out. They know you will listen. The relationship is there. The respect is there. The dignity is there. It has been built up. It has been developed. Now, I'm a people's person and I love working with people from all across the globe. I mean, when I was in the ministry, I was into relationship building as the pastor, looking after my flock. And I realized that it's imperative not only to communicate, guys. And our previous speaker also spoke about effective communication. I want to take that a little bit further. When we communicate on their level, when we communicate according to their personality, when we communicate according to their worldview, that's when we start to communicate effectively, right? When we start to communicate effectively, the very next step is to connect. Now, when you connect with someone, that is so much more powerful than just communication. Because communication is kind of an everyday thing. It's kind of superficial. We get to the effective communication. Okay, wow, now we are all on the same page. But when we connect, there's a certain energy that transpires from this. And that energy brings in success. How do you approach building personal and business relationships? In business, a lot of people ask me, how many people do you need to contact on a daily basis? How many people do you need to contact on a weekly basis? It's up to what your framework is lacking, what your framework is asking for. Do you follow up? And Marianne and I are both in the real estate space, and we know that when we are listing properties or selling properties, it's all about the location, the location, location. I want to say in business, there's two things that you have to do continually, and that's follow up, follow up, follow up, connect and connect and connect. Learn about what's going on in the lives of the people you work with, and make sure it's more than communication. It's more than effective communication. There is a connection. Build those relationships. With my podcast, Meticulous Moments, I started it in 2020. And really what happened was it was this explosion of knowledge, and it was all about leadership and communication and community upliftment through the leadership development. And I have to say, I had such a wonderful, and I'm season 3 now because I love what I do. And I love working with these people, but I had such a school that I went through about how to build these relationships in business and how to build these personal relationships with my sisters and my brothers out there. Because when we do a project with someone, that leads to a foundation being laid. And that leads to something else. You know, if you do business together, you can either do business together or you can point them in the right direction. So what did I do? I followed up, I followed up, I followed up, I connected, and today, and I still do this, Meticulous Moments has a wonderful, loving audience, and we are bringing impact and influence out there. And that's the 2 words I chose for Meticulous Moments this year. It's impact and influence. And I want to end with the final point that I want to make, and that is about the fact that we will always be interdependent. When I always used to use this example when I was in the ministry, when I preached and when I talked to the young adults and the youngsters, but I want to relay this to business people out there as well today. When you are a youngster and when you are in home, you are dependent upon your parents or whoever your caregivers are. They look after you. They raise you. They point you in the right direction when you're starting to get ready to leave school and enter university and college. When you become a young adult and you start working, you're making your own money, you become independent. But one thing that you will always be, and it doesn't matter what office you hold in the world, you can have the biggest position in the biggest corporate company. You can be an entrepreneur that starts out from scratch. One thing as a human being and as a business professional is that you will always be interdependent. You will always have to build relationship, good, solid, genuine relationships, because we need to lean upon each other. We need to learn from each other, and we all need to develop. So that's what I want to leave with you today. Thank you so much for listening. Marianne, thank you for your platform.
I love that, interdependent. So amazing. And the listening skill. Oh my gosh, really everything, relationships, everything. And it's funny because while you were talking, I had a call that I absolutely had to take, and there was no listening skills there. I was just like, I was repeating myself 3 times and I thought, oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. And you're saying listening, and I'm like, this is too funny. At the same
You
time.
speak to someone and it's like speaking to a wall, right? There's
Oh
no
my gosh, I'm just like, oh geez. Anyways, that was beautiful. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Juanita. Absolutely amazing, as
Thank
always. And Oh my gosh, I can't believe we're almost at the end of this. That was so wonderful. I love Juanita's recap. She just goes through everyone and then puts everything together. So, okay, so we have one final speaker, our beautiful, this is what I love about my speakers. They're just beautiful women and men as well. And this lovely young lady just arrived off a plane, got into a car and drove home, threw makeup on and showed up here. Like these are the people I brought you, people. Like they're amazing. I would listen to these people. They have something to say. She was on a plane for 5 hours and who knows how many hours at the various airports. Yeah, I know. We're not even going to discuss that. Got into a car where she had to drive just a little over 2 hours to get home, and she comes to us from the UK. So I have all these international girls. So we have Juanita from South Africa, who's really coming to us from the US, and Olga, who is from Latvia, coming to us from the UK. So let me give you our last closing speaker is a mindset and relationship coach. Infidelity expert and motivational speaker who delivers her talks on self-leadership and relationships. This year, she is celebrating 15 years of transforming the lives of couples. Can you believe it? Look at her. She looks like she's 15. Individuals and organizations through her coaching courses, master classes, retreats, seminars, and more. Please welcome Olga Gaydin with a talk on how to heal and recover from a betrayal. You can even skip the part about 15 years. Oh, no, sorry. There you go. Olga, take it away. Sorry, I was reading her note to me.
No worries at all. I was trying to make it as short as possible. And that's why I was saying just skip the 15 years, just say my name and the title, because this is what matters. And thank you so much for having me here on such a powerful topic on relationships. And with my topic, how to heal and recover from betrayal, I would like to draw everybody's attention to importance of recovery and healing from that. Because whether it is in your personal relationships, in your business, within your friends or family members, it doesn't matter. Betrayal sucks. It hurts. It breaks your heart into pieces and you feel as S-H-I-T. I'm not going to swear, but I might spell some words here. Right? So I would like to draw everybody's attention to the importance of the topic, which is unfortunately behind the curtain. It is a stigma. It is a taboo topic. We don't want to talk about it. It is a self-shame to talk about it. We don't want to admit about it, but we have to talk about it. Why? Because we all as humanity keep repeating our patterns. So I'll break my talk into 3 parts, and first will be all about you. Second will be about you. And third will be even more about you. So mainly, yes, this talk will be all about you because it's about your healing and your recovery. But first things first. When somebody betrays you, whether it is in your intimate relationships and you found your partner cheating on you with one partner or sexual partner or virtual partner or sexting partner, whatever, it could be anything. Or maybe they are actually doing it with multiple people across different countries and cities and locations, whatever else. Whether you were betrayed by your family member financially, which happens very often. Maybe you were betrayed by your business partner, heard about it a lot as well, and also was betrayed myself. It doesn't matter. The truth is, it is never about you. And you got to let it sink in. It is never about you when people betray you. It's not your fault. There is nothing to be ashamed of. We feel ashamed. I felt ashamed. I felt guilty. I felt like I want to disappear into the ground when I found out my husband was cheating on me because I felt it was all my fault. When I was let down in my previous businesses, I felt it was all my fault. I did something wrong. But the only thing what you did wrong, and that's the only thing what you did wrong, you betrayed yourself. That's the only thing I can tell here. You betrayed your intuition and your gut telling you that there's something was going on and you did not listen. So please, next time, whenever you feel somebody is betraying you, you found out somebody is betraying you, just tell yourself, it's not about you, it's not about me, it's about them. It's about their deep insecurities and deep issues, unresolved traumas that leading them to behave the way they do. Because this is how they get their significance. This is how they build their confidence. This is how they feel better about themselves. So you got to let that sink in, my darling. Next time when you go through betrayal, whether in intimate relationships or in business relationships, it's not about you, it's about them. Even when they tell you a reason why they did that. Scrap that. There is no reason. It's an excuse. There is no reason for a betrayal. It just simply shows that person, whether your intimate partner says, well, I cheated on you because we have lack of intimacy. No, that's not the issue. The issue is you cannot communicate that, and you're not willing to work with me on recovering our intimacy. It's not the reason to tell your family member, yeah, I betrayed you with money because I think I needed it most. That's excuse, right? So whatever reason somebody gives you, scrap that. It is an excuse. What you gotta do here is just simply remember, that's not your issue. That's their issue. But of course, going back to what you did wrong, betraying yourself by not listening to intuition, betraying yourself by not paying attention to red flags, betraying yourself by not standing up for your standards. Here we go to the next step, which is of course all about you. But this step is all about looking into how on earth, out of all people in the world, did you manage to manifest that particular business partner or that particular intimate partner who betrayed you? I mean, there are 8 billion people in the world, and you're telling me you had to go with that man or woman? Nonsense. You chose them. You know why you chose them? Because they are familiar. You know why they're familiar? Because you lived betrayal before in your childhood, or maybe even in your ancestry, in your generational tree. Maybe there's more betrayal happening. How do I know it? Well, Marianne did say I'm an infidelity expert, and I dive a lot into that topic, not only because of my own infidelity trauma in my relationship with my husband, but also previously. And the thing is, right now, if you were recently betrayed, you were cheated on, or you were lied to, you might think, oh, this is the first time it happens to me. Olga, it never happened. What do you mean it's a pattern? There's no such a thing as a pattern in my life. This person is the first person who came into my life and they ruined it. Let me tell you one thing. If you and I would sit down and I would go through your previous relationships and I would go through your family patterns, we would discover a lot more than you think. It happened to me. It happened to all my clients. When you think this is only one singular case, it's only because you did your best to push away the early childhood trauma away, the early adulthood trauma away, the first relationship trauma away. And that was not significant. That was not serious. That was not that important. And now, boom, you are getting hurt even more because you have never healed the original betrayal trauma. So that's why in this second part, I would like to really pay attention to your healing and how do we do it. And first things first, I would like to bust the myth of forgiveness. Why? First of all, it's strictly religious. It's like you got to be a bigger person and forgive them and make them feel small. And you're going to be feeling so important about yourself. Nonsense. You know how many people I met who said, yeah, I tried my best to forgive them, but I'm still angry at them. Because you can't forgive unless you understand. And when you understand, forgiveness is gone. It's like, I don't even need to forgive because I simply understand. I understand you betrayed me because of your patterns. I understand you betrayed me just because you had your own issues, and this is the way how you feel more significant and how you want to feel more important and all that, right? But even more, I understand why I allowed you to do it to me. And when you understand that you're responsible for attracting people into your life and nobody else, whom should you forgive? It's not about forgiving them. It's about letting go. It's about letting go of that identity of yours, of that persona who was okay with lowest standards, of that persona who did not know how to say, no thanks, I want more, of that persona who never really grew up and had to really just get breadcrumbs from the universe, from the life, because she or he never learned how to stand up for themselves. You got to let go of that persona, because that persona will continue same crap happening to themselves again, again, and again. So that's why you got to absolutely, step one, fall in love with yourself first. And that is within my program, From Pain to Power and Purpose. You got to fall in love with yourself first, which means unconditionally, which means letting go of all that shit that you don't want to have in your life, of all that crap that doesn't serve you, of all those people who are below your standards, even though you really, 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 really love them. Well, if they don't serve you, you got to let them go. Second step is moving from pain to purpose. Let me tell you one thing. Something you went through recently is there for a reason. Not only you had to learn and let go, but you had to elevate yourself to the next level with this new lesson. So in order you could actually serve other people. Do you think I would ever work with couples if I wouldn't go through multiple failed relationships and I would see all sorts of type of relationships in the world? Never. Do you think I would ever able to help people to heal and overcome infidelity if I would not come through that myself? Never. I would just say, oh yeah, I understand, even though I can't understand, but theoretically I should be empathetic coach, right? So all your experiences you have actually are there for you to transmit to the world, whether you choose it or not. That's the second step. Third step, my darling, is about stepping into your power. And this is a very important step. This is where we shift your identity. Will literally shift your identity. That can be really spooky, but it's you walking away from your old patterns of survival, of people pleasing, of being second best, of not deserving, of not claiming, of not being able to say no to the one who says, I deserve more and I want more. And I claim it, because that is your birthright. You might argue with me, probably for the rest of your life, you'll be arguing with yourself. But I know what will happen 10, 20, maybe 30 years later. You will back and you will say, I wish I would stand up for myself earlier on. Amount of clients I work with who said these words to me and myself is just ridiculous. So don't join the crowd of just rejecting that, and step into your power now. It's not woo-woo la-la land where, oh, you deserve more. You really do. But you will not get more if you don't feel you deserve more. Because in life, you get what you think you deserve. So if you want more, you got to simply feel like you deserve it. You got to feel worthy of that. How do we find your worthiness? We go through you and your life. We go through your qualities. We go through who you are, and we find every single millimeter, nano inch of how awesome and fabulous you are. And we see what you have done, and we see what you have achieved, and we just see the greatness within you. Because I know what you do every day, you put yourself down. So we start pushing yourself up instead, so you can go into your power. Because only when you're in your power, then you can say no more to your partner. Then you can say no more to your business partner. Then you can stand up to your family member and say no more. Otherwise, you can't, because you'll forever feel like you don't deserve, you're not even worthy of saying no. The fourth step there is to have the vision. Having the vision of your intimate relationship, of your business partnership, of your life. If you don't have the vision of where you're going, where you would like to get, It's like driving on a street and thinking, okay, which restaurant would I like to go? I don't know. What do you want to eat? I don't care. And then, well, yeah, fair enough. Go to KFC, go to McDonald's. No, I don't want that. So what do you want? You got to be clear about what you want. Because if you're not clear, you're going to get breadcrumbs and you're going to get some crap. So get clear within your vision. What do you want? And the fifth step, it is about passion and spice formula. It is finding passion within yourself. It's not necessarily with your partner, which of course it should be there, but it cannot be there if you don't have it within yourself, right? You are the one who can make the relationship better, but you're not solely responsible for that relationship. Relationship is not a separate unit, which you take off the shelf, you work on that, you put back on the shelf. That's two people building relationships, right? Two people building business partnership, two and more people building the family, right? So when you have passion within yourself, when you have joy, when you have happiness, when you have self-love, Juanita, thank you so much. Hat off. I love that what you were bringing up there. When you have all of that within yourself, then you'll be able to make the relationship even better. But when you're clingy, when you're desperate, when you're just needy, nobody will want you. I mean, you wouldn't want even yourself, right? So that's why it's important to go through all these 5 steps in order for you to walk away from your pain into your power and purpose. But I would like to invite you right now today, just sit down. And I'm really grateful I'm closing speaker, so you will actually have time for the rest of the day, clear mind to sit down and do this homework. I'm giving you all of your homework, right? All of you, you have a homework. Sit down and write down whatever the most hurtful experience you were going through recently and see when else did it happen before. I want you to look into your own patterns. I want you to look into your also parents' life and see what happened there. Did they repeat the same patterns? What was happening there? Look into your grandparents' life. What was happening there? You got to find those patterns. Why you got to find those patterns? I'll tell you about this in the third part. As you remember, the third part is again about you, right? But this is slightly different because here we actually literally make the move. The reason why I'm asking you to do the homework of finding your patterns, because when you find out the patterns, I'll share with you my story as well, then you're able to liberate yourself. Until then, you will live in a hope. Until then, you'll be living with a desire. Until then, you will be living with pink glasses, wishing and hoping the world will be better. But let me tell you one thing. Everything in the outside world starts with you. I'll share with you my story. When I found out my husband that was cheating on me just 5 months after we got married, there was a lot of self-shame and self-blame. There was a lot of regret. There was a lot of fear of public judgment and like, come on, Olga, like you're the coach. What F type of coach are you that you could ignore all the red flags? They were right here in your face and you ignored them, Olga, right? How dare you? And back then, intuition told me, Olga, you got to stay here because there's something for you to learn. There's something for you to pass on to the world. And I did. Well, again, probably if my husband would walk away with the secretary at his job and that would make a baby together, that would be a different story. In my husband's case, there were, I don't even know the exact number, but there were around 80 women across whole entire Europe in different countries, different locations, almost like a catalog. Anywhere he would go, because of his work, that was the excuse. That was the reason, but also excuse. There would be a catalog of women he could contact and he could go whatever. Dinner, you name it, all sorts of things, right? So because that was that extreme, I knew, first of all, that's not about me because, hey, if you need that amount of women to do something, hold on. No woman in the world can give you everything that you want, okay? So that told me one thing, that was not about me. Second thing it told me, that's an addiction. That was an addiction. Simple as that. That was not something he could control. And he admitted to me, not right away, a year later, he admitted to me that was addiction. That was also addiction to lying. That was also addiction to cheating. Again, I'm not here to share his personal traumas and issues that he went through when he was growing up and whatever, because it's up to him to share. But the reason why I'm sharing this is because when I thought that happened to me for the first time, that was not the truth. When I went through my multiple relationships in the past, I realized there were many other patterns when I was with addicted men to different things, as well as there was cheating and lying. Then I went through a very powerful tool called Relationship Oracle, which I created for people to reveal their own patterns, to reveal their own addictions, their own stories about relationships, their own self-sabotaging limitations that actually will ruin their relationships or will impact it somehow. When I was doing that, before I launched that, I realized in my whole family, it's a thing. My grandmother was with an addicted person, and she was a widow of an addicted person. My mother, because she grew up in a dysfunctional family, her normal, her familiar was to be with somebody who was addicted. So after my dad passed away, sadly, 2 weeks after the wedding, eventually she got together with somebody from also alcoholic family. He was normal in the beginning, but then he started drinking massively. They got divorced eventually, but then she got with another man who also was drinking a lot later on. So it also like there was addiction in the beginning, my grandma life, and my mom life. Guess what I have seen when I was growing up? Same thing. Addiction, my grandmother living with my grandfather, hoping for the rest of her life he will change. My mother living with her stepdad, one after another, hoping they will change. Seeing arguments, seeing violence, seeing all that pain. Guess what became my normal by default? Same thing. Whom did I pick? Addicted person. With the hope he will change. Right? I can go forever, but I will not. I will stop here because I want you, everybody who is listening today, to step up today for your life. I want you to look into what has happened in my life previously, prior to this experience. Whether you had it in your business, whether you had it in your family, whether you have it in your intimate relationships, I don't really care. I know this is not singular case. You got to go back through your history and you got to find what exactly happened across many years and will continue to happen if today you will not do the opposite. And whatever was happening, you got to do the opposite. That's your task for today. I'm gonna wrap up with a little giveaway as a little gift. It was
Okay, so it appears as though Olga has frozen a little bit with the computer, so oh, there you are.
that was the internet. I'm sorry. That was the internet. Yeah, sorry about that. So the reason why I'm doing this, because I simply want to help. Because when I was in that situation with no help, without anybody whom I could go and ask advice or even talk to, it felt lonely. So in the month of February, of the Valentine month, I definitely want you to get the support and love you deserve, and you are worth it. So therefore, those people who will reach out to me, book an appointment, have a conversation with me, you will get it for $495 instead of $3,000. And with that, I just would like to say, remember, you get in life what you think and believe that you deserve. Even though you might tell yourself, I know I deserve more, if you don't feel it, you're not going to get it. Therefore, you working on yourself is the most important thing you can ever do. And for you to have the most amazing life, this life, not in the future life, but this lifetime, you got to prioritize yourself, you got to work on yourself, and therefore healing and recovering from betrayal today and now should be your number one priority so you can prevent it happening to you again or your children, because your children will learn from you by default. So make sure you heal and you recover today and now for yourself and your future generations. Thank you very much, Marianne, for having me here. Thank you, everybody, for watching.
Thank you so much, Olga. That was beautiful. And can I just say, in the name of everyone, thank you so much for sharing such an intimate detail of your life. That was very, very big of you. So thank you. I know sometimes this is what happens to us, and then we take this and we pass it along, and that's really the best thing to do with anything, is because it happened to us for a reason. So once we work through it, then it's best to just pass it on. And that's kind of why we do what we do. So, and I was going to end, and now I have the pleasure of actually reintroducing Juanita with Kevin. So they're going to actually close us up, and it's because there's a beautiful story here, and I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to let them speak. Juanita and Kevin, take it away. I'll let you introduce yourselves.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Marianne. Thank you for this platform. You guys are acquainted with me already, so I'm going to let Kevin introduce himself to the audience.
Hi, everybody. My name's Kevin Oliver, and your platform is unbelievable. I've been sitting in the back listening to this, and it's been amazing. The things that she said, the things that all of you had to say, it's just been an absolute amazing last hour and a half that I've been sitting here going, wow, this is a really beautiful platform. It's nice to meet you all.
Yeah, so Marianne wanted us to share a little bit about how we met. A funny story, very interesting story, and something that happened completely out of the blue, especially for me. I know Marianne has known me for a minute, and you know, she's always known me as a single lady. Olga as well, all the ladies on here. And I'm going to let Kevin share how we met and how that kind of developed. It was quite extraordinary, I believe, and very unexpected. But I'll let you share how we met, honey.
Just a little bit of background story, because I don't want to tag this thing into too long, but I lost two sons in 21, one to fentanyl and one to gun violence. I lost Kevin Joe Oliver to fentanyl, and he was 28. And then I lost Ann and Joe Oliver to gun violence. A 16-year-old shot him. He was 17. Needless to say, 2021 about killed me. So I started stoppingfentanyl.com and stoppinggunviolence.com to try to get awareness out there on how big these two epidemics are, because until it actually impacts your life, I don't think a lot of people realize how big of an impact that this world is having over those two big epidemics. But I started that with Hector Camacho Jr. because his father got killed. My mother got killed by gun violence as well. So we've had a lot of things that's put us in that position, chips on our shoulder type thing. So when I started that, I was able to, Hector invited me to get on with him on her podcast. And that was an amazing podcast. I looked her up. I was like, this woman's amazing. This is going to be a good podcast. And we sat there and talked for that hour. And I think I took over the podcast. Unfortunately, I talked way too much. And but it was an amazing thing to me. And we never let go from there. You know, we started talking almost immediately after the podcast, and we've simply hung on to each other. And she's with me now here in the States, and we're going to get married. She'll be in the States forever and ever. Amen. So I'll let her finish up, but the things that she's brought to me, the love that she shows me has been the most amazing thing in my life because I was at a stopping point in my life. I was ready to say goodbye, you know. And the awareness stuff that I was doing was keeping me hanging on. And when I found her and she just picked me up, she lifts me up every day. She lifts me up every day. It makes me the happiest man on the planet, I think. So I love her. I love her forever. And I'll let her speak from here. She's so good at speaking.
So, so that's what happened, guys. You know, if you really put your heart and soul into the things that you love, you get unexpected surprises that the universe sends you. I have to say, in the 3 years that I've been doing Meticulous Moments, I've put in all my heart and soul. It's a gift that the universe has blessed me with, and through that, being consistent and believing in the greater good that's going to transpire, I had the opportunity to meet Kevin. So thank you, Marianne, for letting us share our story. Mwah. And Marianne, you've always been a cornerstone in my life, and the ladies here as well. I know Olga and Julia, all the other ladies as well. But thank you especially to you, Marianne. You've really walked the walk with me, and I know we are going to do great things together. So thank you for your platform, and thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Wow, thank you so much for sharing. And Kevin, that's, you know, that's a piece of your heart that you just shared with us. So I appreciate you for that, for sure. And I love you. If she loves you, I love you. That's
You know,
just,
we're all family
you
now.
love her, I love you already. So you take care of her, I love you. So there's like 3 different ways. I can't wait to meet you in person. I can't wait to meet you in person. And I'm so happy and grateful for you extra because now she gets to stay in the US,
Yeah.
which is beautiful. And you'll have to come up here to Canada and visit me. So that's great. Thank you so much for sharing. I couldn't be any happier for you. That's so beautiful. And hang on, let me put this on gallery. I want to thank everyone. Olga, thank you so much with racing from the airport to get here. Thank you, Kevin, Juanita, for sharing. Juanita, you spent half the day with me, for Pete's sake. Julia, I don't know if you're still on here. Thank you. And thank you to all of my guests. Thank you for sharing all of your wisdom, all of your stories. Thank you, Lori, early this morning. Poor thing, was sick and she still came. Jamie, Charlotte, Kyle, and Daniela, thank you so much. That was an interesting, a very different presentation. If you haven't had a chance to see it, you need to go back. They were on at 10 o'clock for half an hour. It was so unique. 2 couples. Thank you, Jody, for sharing your also, gosh, so many intimate stories. I'm starting to love my platform even more and more. Thank you, Jody, also for sharing such a private and intimate story. Jose, thank you as always. You're absolutely amazing. Julia, Amanda, Tammy, and Juanita, and myself for the whole APL Go presentation. Maritza, thank you for finding a quiet corner on your cruise ship and taking time out from your conference call. Chris, thank you also, because he was on his way and needed to come on earlier and I just couldn't make that happen. Lori, thank you for your presentation. Olga, again, thank you. Juanita, again, thank you. And Kevin, welcome to the family and thank you. And thank you to all of you who were with us listening and to the future people who will be watching the replay. This will be on Traverse TV, Empowered TV. It will be all over Roku, CBC, CBS affiliate, Amazon TV. Help me out, Juanita, because we're on the same space. We have our podcasts on the same space.
It's a long list, guys. Check it out.
It's a long list, and so Juanita has her podcast on the same place I do, and so we have this will eventually end up there. It'll be on my YouTube station, but it will also stay on my Facebook. So if you haven't seen the whole thing, by all means, help yourself. It's free to the public to help empower and enrich and help to raise the vibration of the entire world. So this is why we do this. It's been a very beautiful day and my heart is totally full. Thank you all so much. Namaste.
Namaste.